and good morning to everyone, which I know could be a little early for a Saturday for many, but we are so excited to have you guys here today. My name's Andrew, also known as Ginger Hacker, and we have a cross-stream takeover with our amazing friend Rihanna Schultz with CyberSpeak Labs, as we are here for the amazing CyberSpeak Labs Con. Now, if you've stumbled upon this channel thinking that we're doing something with Breaking into Cyber, you're not half wrong. But today we have our CyberSpeaks Lab Con, where we have an amazing lineup of some amazing speakers that we've been able to gather across the industry to share some amazing stories for a fantastic reason. So awesome. I see some awesome comments coming here in the chat for this nice, not too early morning of 8 o'clock. But yeah, good morning. So we have an amazing lineup set up with an amazing mission where we're going to be partnering with some amazing raffles for an amazing nonprofit to get them some amazing funds for their mission. So doing some quick opening comments before we kind of get started with our amazing keynote speaker. Now, as you may or may not know, what we are trying to do is we are raising some amazing funds for the nonprofit called NextGen, where they are doing some amazing investing into the cyber practitioners, defenders of the future. Now, all funds that are being raised today are all going toward those resources for our K-12 partners and future hackers to help them break into cyber. Now, obviously, I am not in my normal setup. I'm actually traveling still, but I couldn't pass the time to do some amazing emceeing for an amazing cause. So ways you are going to be able to donate in order to also do this and give back and also maybe catch some amazing cool giveaways we have going on is by scanning these QR links on top and below. And I think one of my links isn't working, so I'm going to do this real quick. Boom! That NextGen link right there, where if you donate, every $5 is putting you into a raffle to win some amazing prizes. Now, I am so excited to get our first keynote for this opening day, which I will move over to my next slide. I'm so excited because Rihanna has shot me so much with Restream. We have Pat Gorman, also known as Cybersecurity Pat. Now, Patrick is the founder of the ISP Security, a cybersecurity firm focused on helping businesses identify, reduce real-world risk through professional penetration testing and security assessments. With over 20 years of experience of IT and cybersecurity, Patrick has built a reputation for delivering practical, high-value security services that help organizations strengthen their defenses. And I am going to go ahead and go into my cool back room here, and I'm going to pull Pat onto the stream.
Hey,
and I did it. Hey, what's going on, Pat? Good morning. How you doing?
Good. It is a very good morning on a Saturday, so can't complain.
No, fantastic. We are so excited to have you here to start off the amazing kickoff for the CyberSpeak Labs Con with the amazing mission to help NextGen Cyber. So, Pat, anything you've been doing fun this week before I kind of pass it off to you to get this amazing morning started?
Awesome. Yeah. So this week, obviously, just work and watching the World Cup. So if there's any soccer fans or football fans, wherever you are in the world, I'm super stoked to see the final Argentina and Spain on Sunday or tomorrow. So I don't want to go. I'll tell you guys at the end who I'm going for so I don't get any haters leaving. So just kidding. But yeah, that's what I'm really, really stoked about this weekend and just stoked about here. And thank you so much, Rihanna and the team, for having me. And hopefully this goes well and there's some good insight from the talk and everyone else's talk as well.
No, fantastic. Now, I'm learning Restream as I do this, so I'm going to move it over to the next slide. I'm going to take myself into the back room, and I'm going to pass it all over to you.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, so that's so pretty much what I want to go over today is the security gaps killing SMBs, right? This is a talk I gave at a few different conferences, but I thought I can bring it here because I think it's really, really relevant for those folks that have SMBs, which is small, medium-sized businesses. And what we're going to be talking about is what penetration testers like myself and other testers find every day on different engagements. So again, my name is Patrick Gorman. I am the founder and CEO of ISP Security. And I don't know if we can go to the next slide. Sweet. Here we go. I don't know if you can move my picture or my thing over to the right a little bit. I don't know if that's possible because I'm like right in the center. But
yeah, let me see if I can get this.
Just so it doesn't.
How's that? Will that work?
That's even better. Cheers.
Okay, perfect. Cool.
So who am I? Again, my name is Patrick Gorman. I am the founder and CEO of ISP Security, where we provide penetration testing services, vCISO services, and security engineering services. And I do content, and I love giving back to the community. My name on the internet is InfoSec Pat. I have a YouTube channel. I have a little podcast that I run, which is, on Thursdays when I get to it, when I'm not traveling or doing exciting stuff for the community and the world. And some fun facts. I really enjoy arm wrestling, and I'm a hockey player. So, and some certifications are down there, but we don't have to go over that. We can go to the next slide. Sweet. So what is the SMB threat landscape like? Like when I came into the SMB space, like from my background, I worked for companies like KPMG, Meta. Yes, I do not put that information out there, but now a few folks may know. I keep a lot of my stuff private until I went on my own, to be honest. But SMBs, I believe, are the number one target for attackers. The reason being, in my opinion, is because they have valuable data, just like it says here, right? Customer PII, there's healthcare records, right? Like my main focus is the healthcare and financial systems. Those are the kind of clients that I work with. And what do they have? They have intellectual property as well that, an attacker can value from, because maybe they don't have the security defenses like a bigger organization, right? So they have transition to like weak defenses, like they're limited to security staff. I test every single company I test does not have a security staff. They maybe have an IT guy, or they have an MSP that services their company, which is a managed service provider. But they say they do cybersecurity. I'm not going to bash any MSP, but all they do is maybe install an RMM tool that has WebRoot or SentinelOne or something like that. And they install a sonic wall at the edge, and they say they have a cybersecurity stack, which is not always the case, because we'll get into more of more case studies later of how I attack these companies. They have budget constraints and then legacy infrastructure. And I'll tell you a funny story if I have time at the end. So the high ROI for attackers, right? Because like I'm saying, there's not a lot of defenses in place for the company to defend against these kinds of attacks. And maybe they're not educated, right? So education, I believe, is probably the number one fault on a lot of companies' hacks, like social engineering, phishing, and all that good stuff, because, the human element is always to be nice, right? And the human element tends to be the weakest link in any kind of cyber attack. If you see all the ransom and stuff like that, you have to click on something, interact with a C2 or something to get that exploit to run. So, supply chain exposures and SMBs, often hold credentials into larger enterprise environments. What does that mean? So say, for example, you might be a smaller organization, but maybe you have some stuff in AWS, GCP, or Azure, right? And then if we find like an S3 bucket and, a GitHub repository or something like an Azure DevOps, there's some stuff that we can leverage there if there's an outsourced developer or something. But so we can go on to the next one. So let me get a sip of tea. I didn't realize it's really early. I don't know. All right. So what attackers are actually after, right? So I'm coming to this talk on behalf of a good guy. right? We do penetration testing. We help organizations to stay secure against attackers, right? But at the end of the day, if you think about it, each pen tester can put on a malicious hat as well, which is good and bad, right? It's good because we think like that bad guy, so we can try to put defenses or try to put remediations in place for those kind of companies to tackle and make sure they're secure. And then obviously, if you're an a-hole, you leverage, use that for the bad. So financial data, right? These attackers are always after financial data. I think that's the number one. And number two, if you're a dark web browser or you browse on the dark web, you can find a lot of healthcare records. So that's why these are the top two industries that I normally work with, because I have a soft spot for them. So financial data, they have bank credentials. Obviously, hopefully you have MFA, but we'll get into MFA and all that stuff later. Credit card informations, payment records, and then wire transfer access. So say, for an example, you buy a house. I don't know if anyone has ever heard of the wire transfer frauds. So people somehow, some way, when you buy a house, the title company sends you documentation. Somehow these attackers start understanding and noticing, and it's very easy to, right? I don't want to get into how and all that stuff, but it's, if you're buying a house, if you find a house that's, say, for example, pending or in contingent or something like that on Zillow or whatever, now you can see who, you can start connecting the dots. If you're a hacker, you could start chaining the attacks. So say, for example, I find Sally Mae as the realtor, and Sally Mae is working at, whatever brokerage company. And then I can start like doing some reconnaissance and getting their email, and then you can see where it's going. So it's a really, really interesting, fascinating, and easy attack to pull off. And I've done it in an ethical way, testing companies with this, real estate companies and title companies. So I'm pretty familiar with that process. So the next one here is healthcare records. So healthcare records, we have PHI, we have patient files. Maybe you ever heard of Epic. You ever heard of these kind of EMR applications that they house data for their patients. If that gets breached, it's no bueno. It's going to be a crappy day for that company. And then insurance data. And pretty much I've seen, on the dark web, when I actually did this talk, I was seeing records going for like $250, right? On the dark web. So this is true. If you know where to look, you know where to look, if you know what I mean. Credentials and access, right? Domain admin, VPN accounts, like I said, cloud consoles access, privileged service accounts. Maybe someone's over-privileging an account. And I always use me as an example, because before my days in this world, I was a system administrator, system engineer, a long time ago, over 12 years ago now. And I always say this because it's the God honest truth. When, for an example, we'll use Sally Mae as an example, she calls in or puts in a ticket and she can't access her share on her home directory or whatever on a server, whack, server name, whack, share name. I'm going to go ahead and do something called NTFS permissions and share permissions. When you go to the folder, you right click, go to properties. And what I used to do, so I don't have to hear from Sally Mae, I used to put everyone. I found out this quote unquote trick. If I put everyone in that group, I don't have to hear from her again. She's able to access it, thumbs up, right? And to be honest, it still happens today. So if you start going and navigating share files and share folders with different tools, in your engagement, you'll see some open shares, which still happens today. And with that open share, you can access credentials, because a lot of people put credentials inside of a document and thinking they're the only ones that can see it. But when they get that engagement or a pen test or internal pen test, those files are accessible. Okay. So the next one here is intellectual property, contracts, pricing, client lists. So all this stuff, right? Trade secrets and all this good stuff. So this is another things that attackers are after. And then supply chain access and then ransomware payouts. At the end of the day, either you're doing it for a ransomware payout, or then, you're doing it just for clout, or you're doing it for props or bragging rights, right? But for the most part, people want to get a payout, if an attacker is going to attack a company. So how are they going to accomplish that? They encrypt your backups, plus your active data, and then they leverage, for 4 to 6 figures, sometimes 7 figures, right? Sometimes in the millions. It all depends. But remember, this is more of like SMBs. So if you get someone saying, okay, it's a $10,000 or $20,000 payout for 10 little small companies, that's $100,000. It's easier for someone to pay 10 grand versus 100 grand. So you understand why they actually target these SMBs. And I had to put myself in those shoes. Okay, like, why wouldn't you go for the big honcho? Because the big fish in the sea is harder to, you're not going to be able to fish a whale. You're going to be able to get the little guppies out of the sea, right? So that's the same kind of concept here. You can go ahead and go to the next one, please. So what do we actually find on every engagement? When I say every engagement, I mean it, right? I wouldn't say if I didn't find this on every engagement, I would have said, oh, quite a few engagement or whatever, every other engagement. But every single engagement that I have done, there's always something that's accessible. So not 0 days, like I said here, not nation state exploits, just basic security flaws, weak passwords. And this was a recent one. I didn't put the password in here, but it's changed now. And I just did some reconnaissance and found their password on some, tools that I use for CTI, cyber threat intel. And I found that there's reusable passwords. And remember, we're human. We like simplicity. So if I have, I love my dog for my password, I'm probably going to use I love my dog everywhere. Right? So weak passwords, password 2026, bang. Summer 2025, bang. These are still passwords that I've seen in the last 3 months, right? And these are not just CTFs or just, coursework and making these phony baloney passwords up. These are in the real world. Shared admin credentials. So say, for example, you get local admin, or you find a local admin, you dumped it through whatever, Mimikatz or whatever, hash dump. And now you can reutilize that. And this is normally the same kind of password as a DA. And remember, SMBs, we don't have a PAM. We don't have anything, installed on or enabled on these in these environments. Default vendor passwords, credentials, etc. And, say, for example, they have a brand new HP switch because they're a small business. They're not going to go for Cisco and all these crazy expensive ones, or, maybe a layer 3, Ubiquity switch, which is like Ubiquity for username password. Because I do a lot of pen tests, and Ubiquity is on a lot of these engagements. They're using Unify for their firewalls. So no MFA, right? Critical systems, VPN, cloud, email, admin portals, just protected by an email, by a password, right? So this is, I see this all the time, and everyone's like, oh, but you need MFA by default for Office 365 and Microsoft. Yeah, but this is that. This is what I'm talking about for local internal networks once I drop my NUC inside your network or on an external test. Misconfigured AD. If you have an Active Directory, 99% of the time, it's really hard. If someone has a way to fully secure AD, put your hand up, talk to me after this conference, and I want to hear it, because I never seen a fully patched AD or fully configured AD that's unhackable. So co-browsable accounts, service accounts, etc. Excessive permissions, privileges, delegation misconfigurations, and just flat AD. When I say when I mean flat AD, sorry, my phone is going bananas. It's asking me who I want to call. I don't want to call anyone. So when I say flat AD, so say for an example, if it's a 25 or 50 or 100 person network, usually you're going to use something called a 24-bit subnet mask, which is 254 hosts. And now, why am I going to go to start subnetting that out and making things more complicated when I know I don't have more than 254 hosts? So they just say one flat network, the printers, the scanners. So what is normally you have a printer or a scanner or something like that tying into your LDAP configuration, right? And you can start doing something called passback attacks. There's so many cool things you can do with printers, but yeah. So misconfigured AD is definitely a way to leverage, or what I see on a lot of engagements, or every engagement in this case. Unpatched systems and poor asset visibility. I'll tell you a quick story about poor asset visibility. Shadow IT, forgotten service. This is a true story. And I said this in, I think, a few of my talks on this. I had a Raspberry Pi. This was about four years ago. And I put in a client, and I had, like, I used to use little nooks, like little HP nooks for, access to internal engagements. But at this time, I had a little Raspberry Pi. I put it in the server room, put it in the stack. Raspberry Pis are really small. And I forgot what, this is crazy because I had so much stuff going on. I forgot what client that Raspberry Pi was at. Right? To be honest, I just forgot about it. Now I have asset management. Now, if I want to deploy a NUC, I know what NUC is going where, because I'm a little more organized now. 4 years ago, I wasn't. But so then 2 years later, in 2024, this was in 2022, 2024, we went back and did an engagement. And, you do your Nmap, and I was like, oh, that host name looks familiar. And that back then it was called this InfoSec Pi or something like that. I named it. And there you go. They didn't, and for 2 years, this thing been sitting on the internet or sitting on their environment. They didn't even know. So they didn't do any asset visibility. And if, God forbid, that was something malicious, it would have been game over. They would have been owned, right? So shadow IT is really real. And I think a lot of engagements, they have poor visibility on their assets. But yeah, we can go to the next one. Sweet. All right, let me do. All right, so I'm going to try to speed it up a little bit so, we can make sure I cover everything. So weak passwords and credential hygiene. We have, these are going back to gap number 1, weak passwords. So discovered passwords like password 2026. And for a backup service account, I didn't put the actual service backup account. It was a Veeam, but for whatever, the username was different, but the password was summer 2025. And if you have a service account, what don't you do? Change your password because you break the service account. So this was an actual password on an engagement about a year ago in 2025. J Smith, obviously that's a phony baloney name, but that was the actual password, company123. And administrator, this was on another engagement. It was welcome1, bang. And I asked them why they had that. And that was when they set up a new user account, they put welcome1, bang, and then the user's supposed to change the password. At this point, the domain admin password, they never changed, which was really outrageous, but this is a true story. VPN user, there was a password like that. I think they watched a YouTube video saying, oh, change your password to password with a 0, and they did. And then DB database admins was like, QuickBooks and other, regular backup database accounts with vendor default creds. And yeah, how do these attackers exploit these? Password spraying, credential stuffing, brute forcing, online, offline, phishing, plus reuse, like I was saying prior. And it's pretty easy to fix this. This is the remediation I say. right? 14 plus characters, passphrases versus a password, right? Instead of saying, you know, I don't know, New York Rangers, you know, because I'm a big hockey guy, say the Rangers are the best team ever, and then put 1994 because that's when they won the cup. That's not my password. But unique credentials per system, and then privileged account audits. Make sure you audit those. And there's a whole bunch of tools out there today that can audit, you know, admin and regular user accounts. Dark web credential monitoring, make sure you do. And there's a lot of low cost tools out there in software and services that can do this. But yeah, go ahead and go to the next one. And the next one is missing MFA. I don't want to sound redundant, but stolen passwords equal full access, right? Because if you have no MFA, if I get your credentials, you get logged in, game over, right? I don't have to be prompted for any MFA. And these are on VPN, emails, cloud services, admin portals, RDP. I made a few videos on like real engagements that I've done, like that had RDP, had IIS servers exposed to the internet, that had, you know, anonymous logins. It's been fun out there the last couple of years doing these engagements. And yeah, so what do we recommend, or what should you do? Obviously, enforce, no matter if people push back, especially SMBs, depending on what kind of client you have some guy or some folks out there that are, how can I say this in professional terms? They're pushbackers, if you know what I mean. They'll push back and say, I don't need this. It's another pain in the butt to have MFA. So I have, you know, if I lose my phone, if my phone's in another room, I just want to have a username and password. Fight that all day, because once they get hacked or once something, God forbid, happens, you are the blame. So enforce MFA everywhere, external facing systems, priority phishing, you know, MFA, pretty much everywhere. Conditional access policies, monitor, and then monitor for MFA bypass attempts. That's another one, especially if you're a target. You can go ahead to the next one. And the next one is probably one of my favorites, right? Misconfigured AD. So technically, AD is like the crown jewels, right? And, you know, the most common path to DA. This is what I want to go over. And this is, you know, real world. Obviously, you can do your exams, you can do all your certifications, but sometimes, in my opinion, I'm going to say this live, certifications are harder than real engagements. So because on an exam, they're specifically misconfiguring or breaking something to make you think harder. In the real world, they're just configuring things to make it work, and they don't think about the security perspective. People don't think about that, right? When you go to do an exam, who are preparing these exams? Hackers, right? So they're going to make your life a little harder. When you go into a real environment, who's configuring those systems? Sysadmins. They don't think security. Remember that. So co-browsing requests a TGS for SPN, service principal name, enabled accounts, crack offline, you know, no privileges needed, right? So I can never say this quick. As rep roasting, unconstrained delegation, ACL abuse using like Bloodhound. You can check all your, you know, Google Maps of AD, pass the hash, pass the ticket, and DC sync attacks. You can go ahead and go to the next one. All right, let me just take a sip. Hearing the Boston accent. No, I'm not from Boston. No, don't get that twisted. I'll turn New York real quick, but trying to keep it professional. But sorry, my ADD got kicked in. So gap number 4, unpatched systems and, you know, outdated servers. People think, like, I've seen, and I said this in, I think, the Tampa, besides Tampa, I did an engagement for a financial firm, a small credit union, and their ATM systems were Windows XP embedded. And I don't know how they did on their PCI DSS audit. It wasn't in a CDE environment. So it was just sometimes these small credit unions, this is another whole ball of wax of a conversation. You have to be careful who you bank with. That's why I kept my money under my bed. But you just have to be really, really careful and do your own due diligence on them. If you're going for small credit unions, a lot of people like them because they get better interest rates. They do, better deals than larger institutions. But just be careful because not only them, like a lot of people running outdated servers like Server 2008, 2012. I can't believe that's like old now. It's crazy. I remember when that just came out. End of life OSs, Windows XP, Windows 7, 2003 servers, vulnerable web frameworks, right? There's stale network firmwares, routers, switches, firewalls, APs, etc. Unmanaged IoT and OT devices on a flat network, your TVs, your thermostat, your microwave, especially like these fancy offices, they try to get all their high-tech stuff on the internet. I was able to compromise an IoT device through a refrigerator and pivot into a network, right? Because it's on a flat network, it's not segmented with VLANs. So I have a whole bunch of cool stories. So gap number 5 is poor asset visibility, shadow IT, like I said about that Raspberry Pi. Forgotten cloud VMs, storage buckets, which reside in the public internet, right? Old dev test servers still running in production. That's a big one, and that happens more often than you think. And then rogue access points. And this happens a ton, especially like I did a wireless engagement about a month ago, and someone was testing a new wireless network that they plugged into their desk. It was an on-site visit. And they just, were testing it just to see how things performed. Before they put it onto their wireless controller and put it into their mesh, into their topology. And they left it hanging out there, and it was a rogue device and people were trying to connect to it, but it wasn't connecting to the internet, right? Because it was just like contained, and he was just testing some things. I don't know. But, and yeah, so that was that. And they just left it there and people complaining. And then when I went in there, I was able to do some fun stuff to clone and pivot and broadcast that network for folks to try to connect to. And unmanaged endpoints without EDR coverage. This is another big one, right? Maybe they had a computer that they ran CrowdStrike, MDE, whatever you want to call it. And now what they're doing is they re-image that machine for later use for a new user, but they have it still on their bench of machines that they re-image, but they're still connected to the internet or the network because they're plugged into a managed switch that connects to uplinks to the full network. And now it's an unmanaged, so it's a pivot. If someone gets onto that machine, it's easy to compromise it because there's no alerts that's alerting. So these are things that every day we see. Not every day, not that one, but you know what I mean. Yeah, we can go ahead and go to the next one. So how attackers move through your environment. So obviously, first things first, recon information gathering is numero uno all the time, right? OSINT, LinkedIn scraping, DNS subdomain enumeration, Shodan, credential leak searches. You can figure out where you want to go ahead and look for those leaks. Initial access, get that through phishing, password spraying, expose VPN, RDP sessions, or any public-facing vulnerability. Persistence, Privesc, lateral movement, and then the impact. The impact is obviously data exfiltration, ransomware deployment, credential dumping, or business disruption. Go ahead and go to the next one, please. So why does penetration testing matter, right? So the question is not if your organization will be tested. It is whether you test it first or an attacker does. I like this phrase, and I use this a lot, and even on my, briefing calls or just like getting to know someone, because you will be a target. And people are like, oh, I'm too small. I have a funny story. I have a friend that's in South Florida. He inherited his parents' or his dad's company. And I always told him, not the dentist, this is a different story, but I always told him, dude, like you need to get a pen test. And they said, he's like, oh, I don't need that. I don't need that. You can see where I'm going. And I don't know why, because it's not like a great mate that I just talk to all the time. It was like one day, I don't know if it was just something that was inside of me. I just Googled that company, right? And it's a public, and crazy enough, they got ransomed. They got ransomed because they needed to be PCI DSS, and it was a flat network. But it was like, and I text him right away. I'm like, dude, what happened here? And he goes, oh, I should have listened. I never reached out to you because I was embarrassed. And it's like, it doesn't matter if you're this small or a giant in the sea, you're a target. Like if someone doesn't like you, someone knows a hacker. Trust me, someone knows someone that can do some damage. So just make sure you can get your stuff tested before the attackers do. It's a God honest truth. It is what it is. But so just find gaps before those attackers do. Test your defenses, validate security controls, and then meet compliance requirements. And in this case, I don't even know how. I think he was paying off the auditors because no way he was PCI DSS compliant. But and then reduce insurance premiums. Go ahead and go to the next one. So here we go. Excuse me. So these are some real world case studies that, that has really happened for me and my team. So go ahead and go to the first one, this initial pen test. Internal pen test, excuse me. I don't know why it's really tiny on my end. So this one was through an ADCS exploit. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks. And this was a law firm with 85 employees, a Windows 80 environment. So I want to ask folks on here that are pen testers or previous, whatever, if you're working in this industry, like how often are you able to run your responder, get a hash, crack that, and get domain admin that way? I really want to hear, like maybe after the conference, or just hit me up. I'm really, really curious because I feel like ADCS is a big attack vector. And that's why I think a lot of the CTFs and training is pushing this way. And so ADCS is definitely a fun one. But yeah, the foothold was obviously anytime you're doing any kind of internal engagement, I think this was a non-assumed breach. If I remember this one, because we do a lot of pen tests, I would have to go back, and I did this one I think in February or March. So I'm old, so I forget. But I'm not that old. But standard domain user, phishing simulation. We did a phishing simulation for this client. We did ADCS enumeration. You use your certify, and then we found a ESC1 template. And definitely under 40, right? No, I'm not under 40. I'm 40. But so ADCS ESC1. Now I can't even say that quick. And then we got a TGT to domain admin, and then we did DC sync plus getting all the hashes. Yes. Law firms are terrible. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I'll keep my comments to myself. But yeah, they can be a nuisance, to say the least. But yeah, what we did, we got initial access. Then we, ADCS enumeration, started enumerating, and then we were able to find this template. Then we're able to privask via PK init, and then we got full domain compromise. So that was a real case study that we were able to do for a client or on a client, and it was really, really interesting. Tea time. Yeah, tea time for fun. Yeah, I don't really drink coffee, so I'm like hooked on these green teas. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is. Like I have friends like, dude, you can drink that at 10 o'clock at night and go to sleep. I'm like, yeah, my body's like addicted to that stuff. But Yeah, go ahead and go to the next one. Tea time. That's a good one. I like that. Tea time. I should get a shirt that says tea time. But a wireless, because wireless is probably, if it's not internal AD stuff, wireless is probably one of my favorite kinds of hacking and pen testing and all that stuff. So here we did, and this was for a restaurant, and this was like a one-off because the funny thing is on this one, it was an interesting, I was back in my old town or my old neighborhood in South Florida because I'm not living in South Florida anymore. I went to go eat and I had a hacker shirt on. I don't know which shirt I had. I had one of my nerd shirts. And the owner came up to me and said, "Hey, like, do you hack?" And I'm like, "Oh man, is this like are you like part of the feds?" And I was like, "Yeah, I have a penetration testing. I like to try to segue into pen testing because if you don't know, so I don't want to frighten people." I'm like, "Yeah, like we do some security assessment, blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "We want to get our network tested and our wireless specifically because our POS system is connected to our wireless network. And there was only like one hardwired device in there, which was a switch that goes to the POS system, but everything else was wireless." But anyhow, we tested their wireless. We obviously you start out with your recon, you run your Airmon NG and do all that stuff, or Wi-Fi or whatever you're using. For this one, it was a really small engagement, so I didn't use no Wi-Fi Pineapple. I didn't do any fancy stuff. And then WPA2 pre-shared key SSID via Arrow Dump NG. And then we, get your four-way handshake, get that, captioned in about 3 minutes. And the reason, because there was a lot of activity and we did some deauthentication. And then we were able to crack the password in about 22 minutes. I would say 20, 25 minutes, but I put it in the middle, 22. And then we were able to pivot because it was on the same network as the POS system on a 24-bit subnet, which that's normally the default if you're running, like I said, 254 hosts or less. And then we're able to access some data on the POS system and the cardholder data. So, and this is something I just remembered. Remember, maybe I shouldn't say that because, hackers can probably put two and two together, but it was really, really interesting stuff. So what we did was do some wireless recon, credential capture, network pivot, and then the impact demonstration, how we were able to enumerate the POS terminals. And it was running it was, like I said, it was running outdated Windows embedded with no EDR. And then we were able to access some shares, which they had how they did their share was really ghetto, I think. They had like a laptop, Toshiba. There was an old Toshiba laptop that they had like a little like Western Digital hard drive. And then I guess it was like one of the guys in there that thought they knew computers, and then just shared out the drive. And then they pointed the logs to a UNC path that it was like, and it was all open. Like you do whack, and then everyone can get there. You don't get prompt for like your credentials to authenticate, which again, no bueno. But yeah, you can go ahead and go to the next one. I want to try to wrap it up quick now because I can talk for ages. And the physical pen test, OSINT recon, tailgating, implant, C2 callback, and then full access. And you can go on to the next one. I know we have 2 minutes. Is that the countdown? So, yep. So like the good news, obviously everything is preventable, right? Here's what I would recommend. If anyone here, if you want to ask your family, tell your friends, your coworkers, whatever, no matter what, MFA everywhere, strong password policy for your organization, patch management, network segmentation, no matter what, right? So if you're running a small organization, put everything in different subnets, and security monitoring, EDR on all your endpoints, centralize your login, and you should be good. All right, we can go to the next one. And then some quick wins today. If you apply these on this beautiful Saturday morning, you'll be good. Tell your families and friends. Like enable MFA, patch your systems, run your backups, even at your house, right? Like this is not only about security. It's like if you're running a computer in your house, a laptop, make sure you have maybe a small little NAS or something that you can offload your computer backup, or you can obviously back up to the cloud. I don't really do that. I have 3 NASs in my house that I have my own little private cloud. But and then train your employees, train your people, because I think that's the number one exploit for folks. And at the end, get a pen test to verify, make sure all this stuff is done. You can go to the next one. All right. So a little bit about ISP security. What we do. I just want to throw this out there. Those folks that maybe never heard of me or never heard of ISP security, we're located in Central Florida. We're in Orlando. We do all types of pen testing, network pen testing, red team operations, web app, cloud, mobile, wireless, AD, purple team. And now we also do like some blue team stuff, SOC as a service and MDR and stuff like that, and vCISO and security advisory and stuff like that. So if there's anyone that's interested in that, please reach out and I'll be more than happy to discuss that further. You can go to the next one. And yeah, the pen test services, this is pretty much all we, you can go to the next one, our services. I don't want to bore everyone. This is all like the vCISO services and security advisory. And go to the next one. Managed SOC services. These are all the additional stuff that we offer. You can go ahead and go to the next one. And yeah, final takeaways. SMBs are the number one target, no matter what anyone says. Attackers know you have less security. So if you're an SMB, if you work for an SMB, or if you have family that works at an SMB, let them know. Please educate them. This is what this is all about. They can get exploited just like a big guy, and they're easier to exploit, and they get exploited every day. The gaps are basic: weak passwords, no MFA, misconfigured AD, unpatched systems. The attack chain is predictable: recon, initial access, prevent, blah, blah, blah. Prevention, just do some patching, do some MFA, segmentation, monitor your stuff, and you should be good. And then test before the attackers do. This whole thing is get your network, get your infrastructure, get your web app, whatever you have tested. And then penetration testing finds the gaps in your defenses before, it can become a real incident. So I'm going to the next one. I think that's it. Is that it? Yep, that's it. So I want to say thank you, for everyone that listened. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. You can hit me up after the conference or, on LinkedIn or whatever. And yeah, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Cheers, guys.
No, that was awesome, Pat. So yeah, huge thank you for coming on. And we actually have a few more minutes left, so I'm going to hit you with a few questions I saw in the chat. First question I saw from Rihanna was, will Pat buy Rihanna coffee at DEF CON?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can buy you a coffee. I'll drink green tea, but I'll buy you a coffee.
There we go. And then let's see. Another question I saw was, do you make or use your own C2 during your pen testing?
So I have my own. A friend of mine developed it, but then I also use like Mythic and open source stuff as well. It all depends on the budget that they have. And, Cobalt Strike, I have a copy of Cobalt Strike. Mythic, I use Mythic. I've used Sliver, and then I have one that a friend of mine developed for us internally. I'll use that at times if the time permits. But yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I know some folks, it's depending on the type of pen test you're doing, there may or may not really be a C2 that gets stood up. It more might just be like doing configurations or seeing what data you can take, and then it's just going to that organization's kind of call it almost like a Dropbox in a sense. So call that in a sense C2 as well. So no, that's awesome. I swear there's one more question in here.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry for the tea time. Yeah, so every time I go, I'm gonna take a drink, I was like, oh, tea time. So I was just being funny with it. But you should totally make a shirt that says like Security Pat, it's tea time. And then I think that'd be actually pretty cool.
And it's funny because Rihanna said that when we did one of our podcasts together, she's like spilling the tea or something like that. So because she knows drink tea. So she's awesome.
What was another one? I guess I have one more question for you too. Oh, one was another question before I ask you mine was, have you ever thought about building an OSINT dashboard, or do you guys have specific OSINT tools that maybe you have a favorite one that you use?
So to answer your first question, no, we don't have really an OSINT dashboard. I just do it, I guess, quote unquote, old school. Like I have all my tools that I'll use and I'll just start scraping stuff. And especially with the big AI these days,
Yeah.
I have created stuff with Claude that helps out with some of the process. So, your traditional, you can use hunter.io, get their email, see if there exists, use, the mayor's tool for like Office 365 and user enumeration, see if they, what's out there for that. But it all depends because I think a lot of people get, especially clients, like, oh, I want an external network pen test. And then they expect me to go bananas. I'm like, okay, external network pen test is giving me a group of IPs and this is the scope, So that's why I like to educate folks on that. And correct me if I'm wrong, if you or anyone here, like an OSINT investigation or OSINT pen test, or we want to call it, I think is different than an external network pen test.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a topic for another day, but or an argument or whatever you want to debate. But yeah, any other questions?
Yeah, there's a few more. So, I mean, one, super excited. So it sounds like are you attending both Black Hat and DEF CON this year? And if
Yes,
so,
sir.
where can we find you there? Any specific rooms?
So yeah, I'm going to be actually participating and volunteering at the Red Team Village. I forget what day I am. I think I just got the schedule like this week, but I checked, but I forgot. I think it's on Thursday, but
Cool.
but I can always make that announcement on LinkedIn, or just hit me up if you guys are there, and I'm more than happy to like meet up with you, shake a hand, have a chat. And I'm pretty noticeable when I'm walking around. So just don't be scared to say hello. Like I'm just another human being, just like Andrew. It's like anyone else. I'm not better or worse. So.
And then obviously with our huge support here for NextGen, when you have folks that come up to you, maybe specifically in the pen testing world, what's one piece of advice that you'd give somebody trying to break into pen testing specifically?
Ooh, so that's a lovely question. So every I say 5 years it changes, right? So back in my days, so what I would say for folks today in 2026, before you get into pen testing, I think setting up just going back to like the UNC paths and doing all these basic network VMware stuff or VM stuff, setting up Active Directory, setting up your environments, or setting up your own IS servers or Apache servers or Linux servers, and understanding where this technology resides and what services and applications reside on top. Because I've seen people try to, swim laps before they can crawl, and I feel like there's that gap. And it's true. Like I've interviewed pen testers and I'm like, okay, what is FSMA rows? And that's basic stuff in AD, or like if I'm doing a NetDom query, what am I actually looking for when I'm seeing like a GC or a read-only domain controller, or, all these little things that, I think that like are skipped when you're learning pen testing. And a lot of these courses, like they focus on the engagement itself versus like the preliminary stuff that are needed. So set up your own stuff, like set up your own lab at home. I wouldn't say hack the box, try hack me, those things, because all you do in there is downloading a VPN file, and then what? What is Diffie-Hellman? When you're connecting to the VPN, what are you actually doing?
I think it's you hit it heavily. It's just like there's such kind of like those small fundamentals that sometimes people think that, oh, these are just quick skipping stones. Like a really strong foundation, no matter what path you go down, is really going to put you, I think, ahead of the curve. Because just like you said, like on many engagements, sometimes you're not finding that 0-day or that one line of 5,000 pieces of code. You're finding something that's maybe super minuscule that's like, oh man, like their website's configured incorrectly with, I can do a simple SQL injection and get into this. Like, and it's not going to take anyone that has like the OSCP or anything drastic or crazy, but those different skills are going to help you out. But yeah, having a strong foundation and having those kind of building blocks that you kind of, just like riding a bike, they say, oh, you never forget, you just got to keep trying. Yeah, hit those skills when it comes into kind of bettering yourself. So no, I think that was awesome, Pat. And yeah, we're so excited to see you. We're so glad that you were here to hop on. I'm gonna make sure I see you as well to get you a Ginger Hacker Initiative sticker as well.
Love it.
And
Love it.
no, man. Last question before I kick you loose
Mhm.
is Pat attending B-Sides Vegas this year or again?
No, so I'm not, because I'm going there with a friend that's not in cyber, that he's going to hang out with me on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And so, yeah, I won't be at Vegas. I'll be at just Black Hat and DEF CON, because then he
Cool.
flies home Tuesday or Wednesday morning. So, like, we're going to do like normal touristy stuff first couple days. So, no, I will not be at B-Side Vegas.
All good. And no, I totally get that. Yeah, we're at Black Hat and DEF CON this year, so it's super exciting. But I mean, being in Arizona, it's like the Vegas trip. Like you can do Vegas in 3 days. Anything after 3 days, it starts you start to miss your bed. So it's just
Yeah.
like
Yep. No, 1,000%, 1,000%. So, yeah, yeah. Like I said, if there's any questions after this, that anything that I talked about, please hit me up anywhere that you can find me. I'm more than happy to answer as many questions as I can.
I have time for one more question and one
Go
more
for it.
pop in the chat. What is your opinion on VulnHub over TryHackMe and Hack the Box?
Ooh, that's lovely. So, all right. So, Vuln Lab, for those folks that don't know what Vuln Lab is it Vuln Hub or Vuln Lab? Now,
The questions I think VulnHub, I think it's VulnLab. I'm gonna
yeah,
check
yeah,
right now.
Vuln Hub. Vuln Hub. Vuln Hub is the one
Yeah.
that you just, like the old OSCP, like the
Yeah, VulnHub.
playground that used to connect to those machines that you download from there. So, that's a lovely question. I think even getting Vuln Hub machines, so you have to configure those. So that's good, right? When you download them, sometimes they're host only, sometimes they're configured as NAT, sometimes they're bridged. So it's like, now if something doesn't work, you can't ping it. Now it's like, okay, am I on the same network? Is my attack machine on the same network as my VM? So that gives you a little outside of that box thinking of configuring it. So that's definitely good. What is my opinion on it over? I think starting out with that would be awesome. Because, I always say, oh, go start out with Metasploitable 2. And that's the same kind of concept, right? Downloading a VM and installing it in your VirtualBox or VMware. Excuse me. And then I would say, like, depending on where you are in your career, like I'm assuming if you're asking this, maybe you're in your earliest stages. TryHackMe is good, but me personally, this is my own personal opinion, Hack the Box is a lot better. And I say that now because if you asked me that 3 years ago, I'd be like, oh, you have to start with TryHackMe because Hack the Box it's a little more crazy. But now the fact that Hack the Box caught up with the times, like, oh, I need to get people started out here, here, and here before they get into the craziness. So I think going from VulnLab and going into Hack the Box would be a great journey.
For sure. Well, awesome, Pat. Well, that's all I have before we move to our next presentation. So amazing open note in the start to this amazing CyberLab Con 2026. Everybody, don't forget, we have our amazing QR code up here. That's how you're going to be winning and getting some amazing giving back to NextGen, as well as getting some raffles for every $5 you donate for some amazing kick butt prizes. Well, Pat, thank you again so much for coming on. I'm going to let you drop, and as we move to our next presentation here, that is going to be starting in the next 2 minutes. So as that goes on, thanks so much, man. I'll talk to you later,
guys.
Pat.
See you soon. Cheers.
All right. Our next presentation, who I am very excited to invite on here in 2 seconds once I finish the amazing intro, is Katie Paxton-Fear. She is a cybersecurity researcher, educator, and an internationally recognized speaker who is passionate about making offensive security approachable and inspiring the next generation of cybersecurity professionals. Known for her engaging presentations and ability to translate complex technical concepts into practical insights, Katie has become a respected voice in the cybersecurity community. With expertise ranging from web application security, ethical hacking, vulnerability research, and security education, she brings a unique blend of deep technical knowledge and infectious enthusiasm to every stage. Whenever uncovering the latest attack techniques or sharing lessons from the front lines of security research, Katie empowers the audience to think critically, stay curious, and continue pushing the boundaries of cybersecurity. And I'm going to go back into my little back end web here. And I'm going to grab Katie. All right. Katie, do I have you? She may have stepped away to get ready. So while we wait for her to come back, don't forget, everybody, we are there. Hey, you're back. Yay, that was quick. How's it going?
It's going well. My webcam suddenly changed to my virtual webcam. I don't know why.
Oh, no. in great cyber focus, it's like, oh, man, cyber issues right away. Yay. Well, fantastic. Well, I'm so excited to have you on. With you being here, I will just say this real quick. So everyone, please remember, we're here for the amazing NextGen. We have the amazing raffle prizes with every first 100 donations of $5 or more. You will also be receiving the backdoors and breaches. So make sure you scan that QR code. We'll leave it there for about 2-3 seconds. We also have that QR code on the top right. But with that, Katie, are you excited for today's talk and getting to be on with CyberLab Con?
I am. I will say that as somebody who I like, as much as you have just pitched me as an expert, I am not an expert in all things cybersecurity. So I'm hoping to share something that I've learned for the next generation, because we're always learning. We're always growing, and learning never stops in cybersecurity.
Well, I'm so excited to hear your talk. So yeah, everybody, scan that QR code. Make sure you guys putting in, like I said, the first 100 get the backdoors and breaches card game. So if you've never played that before, it is so amazing. It is such a fun. We bring it into our SOC and we play with our analysts, and it's always a.
Did you see that there's a PvP version now as well of backdoors and breaches? It's so cool.
No, I know we'll probably be playing it at Black Hat and DEF CON, especially inside New Village. So make sure if you're there, you come by and say hi to us. We'll have some tables playing it. But with that, I want to kick it to your slide. I will quickly push myself. We're going to do this because I think it's easier to make sure we're not in the way of your slides. I'm going to go ahead and jump into the back, and I'll be doing some cool commenting. And as you're dropping in some information, be posting stuff in. But without further ado, Katie Paxton.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here and listening to me waffle about AI. So I do not like AI. I have been pretty clear that I'm not a big AI person. I was super skeptical about AI, especially in offensive security. And I was wrong. Like, in short, I was very wrong. I really didn't understand it as well as I thought I did. And there is nothing wrong with being wrong. Like, nothing wrong with it. This is a talk I originally gave at Hacking APIs Con. I wasn't sure if I was going to give it again, though, because I was like, man, this is me just talking about how, like, the basics of AI. And, like, this is stuff that I feel like everybody knows. I'm like the latecomer because I was really skeptical about AI. But I decided to give it again because I've been doing some more wannabe security research. I should say my job title is LARPing security researcher, not because anybody is like, Katie's not a real security researcher, but because I don't think I'm a real security researcher. Can we go to the next slide? So if you don't already know who I am, my name is Dr. Katie. I'm a security advocate at a company called SMGRAP. I have a PhD in AI and cybersecurity. Don't worry, I know how ironic that is. But I did get that before AI was cool, right? That was pre-ChatGPT. So you definitely know I wrote my thesis myself. But if you know who I am, it's not for anything I've done academically. It's definitely for what I do outside of my work. So I am a part-time bug bounty hunter. I specialize in API hacking and more broadly now, like interconnected systems, which often include AI. I am a speaker, a trainer. I do a lot about teaching people how to get started in cybersecurity and kind of demystifying and making security just a little bit more approachable for people who feel very overwhelmed by it. And like I said, I'm LARPing as a security researcher. And this is the story of some security research I did, because SMGRAP has a security research team, but they're all too busy doing actual research. So I am the backup security researcher. Next slide, please. So one is I'm going to talk about how I got into this entire mess and the actual story I'm going to tell. Two, I'm going to be talking a bit about turning SAST findings into bug bounty reports / CVEs using Claude. I'm going to talk about reporting the vulnerabilities and what happened next. And then I'm going to tell you how am I supposed to learn from this presentation, Katie? I can't believe I came and listened to this presentation just to hear you talk about AI. And what about Mythos anyway? We'll get into it. Next slide. So this is the story of how me, AI skeptic, worked with Claude and found some vulnerabilities. That's fundamentally the story I'm going to tell. By the way, this is Shrek themed. Yes, I do have like videos in here and GIFs. I have no idea if they're going to work. But fair warning, there is some audio visual elements. Next slide. So this is the mesh that started it all. This is Drew. Drew is one of the founders of SemGrep. So when he emails you and sends you a Slack message saying, hey, how do I send a vulnerability report to Apple? I can email them, but I don't really know what I'm doing. One, Drew is messaging you, you answer. It's the founder of one of the founders of the company. And he didn't know how much Apple pays for bug bounty reports. And I really like this answer by my colleague Kurt. By the way, my colleague Kurt does some excellent work, especially in AI. Strongly recommend all of his work. He's got some great blogs on the SemGrep website. And the SemGrep blog, but just in general, amazing security researchers. And I was like, lol, yes, Kurt is right. Like, this is $1 million bug. Next slide. But here's the thing. The security researchers are busy doing actual work and say, actually, I can't really help with this. So what do you get? Well, you get discount security researcher, right? You get Katie, who's got some familiarity with bug bounty. She's not like officially a security researcher. She's not officially, that's not her official job title. But everybody else is busy. So it gets left to me. Next slide, please. And this is me. I don't know if we can do the next slide. That might play the video. I don't know if it will. No, it didn't. So that is Shrek, by the way, leaving his toilet in the swamp. So where did the vulnerabilities actually come from? Because I said they came from Drew's Slack message. Now, I can't talk too much about this because there is some special source and an internal project that we use with customers, unfortunately. But what I can talk about is, let's just assume that Drew used AI and gave a prompt that was something like, find a vulnerability in this open source package. They were AI generated. They came from Claude. We were using Claude 4.6. By the way, if you are interested in getting into like AI pen testing or using AI in bug bounty, 4.6 is by far the best Claude to use, because it doesn't, the cyber capabilities, it's not as easy to trip them up. But I will say some ways that I found around this is one, asking it specifically to not necessarily find vulnerabilities, but go through the code and find potential vulnerabilities that you can then fix, because you're a developer, you're contributing to this project. And then my other top tip is, when Claude prepared a vulnerability report, I'll actually talk a bit more about it, is you go, I received this report as a bug bounty. Anyway, it's quite amusing. Next slide. And when I looked at this list, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Drew, I thought you said you had findings for Apple. There were 81 findings for whatever Drew was doing. And Drew was doing some static analysis. That's what SemGrep does. If you're not familiar with static analysis, it's essentially looking through the code for vulnerabilities rather than dynamic analysis, which is when you like send an application like inputs and then change them in some way, shape, or form. And it wasn't just, you know, like kind of vulnerabilities that are really easy to catch, like remote code execution vulnerabilities. They were everything. They were IDOS, they were API vulnerabilities, the remote code execution in SAST projects, there was SSRF vulnerabilities. And Drew had handily also attempted to verify and produce some POCs for each one of these. So you might think, okay, this seems really easy, right? Step 1, open up the POC. Step 2, copy the POC and send it to the project. Easy. It already works. Next slide. It was never going to be that easy. And this is genuinely how I felt. This is the Shrek scene. I love the fact that I'm having to do like an overview of Shrek, the movie, at the same time. This is the Shrek scene where Shrek is just chilling in his swamp and all of the little fairy tale creatures come and he goes, "What are you doing in my swamp?" And this is how I felt. Like, I had all of these random AI vulnerabilities. I don't even like AI. Why am I having to deal with this? So next slide. So what you may be familiar with, especially if you follow a lot of bug bounties, is slop. Now, slop has been a massive problem in bug bounty in the past year or so. So essentially what happened when AI started to become very, very popular and it started to really gain a lot of ability to find vulnerabilities, what a lot of people would do is they'd say, go to an open source project like curl, download it, get open Claude and go find me a security vulnerability. No special source, just find me a security vulnerability. And what would happen is Claude would give back these really really well hallucinated vulnerabilities, because it would be code that like fathomably could exist. It wasn't like complete and utter BS, kind of this code really obviously doesn't exist, or it was code that did exist, or it's code that used to exist but now doesn't. But at the point it needed a human to actually go through that report and verify that, because it looks really convincing. It looks exactly like a genuine vulnerability. And the reason why this happens with LLMs is that they want to please you. They really want you to be helpful to you. And so if they don't find anything, they're still going to be helpful by telling you they're being helpful. They will straight up lie to you. And what happened in curl's case, curl was really unique because they actually disclose every single vulnerability report they get, whether or not that's a valid vulnerability report, whether that's maybe a vulnerability but they're choosing not to fix it because it's not a security issue, for example, it's maybe just a regular bug, or it's something that like users of curl have to keep in mind. Like it's not like an insecure default, but it's a, hey, you can use curl in this dangerous way. And so they report all of them. So there's some really interesting data, and they actually spoke up about this first, which is that their HackerOne program was being absolutely, literally just slop. Everything was slop. All the vulnerability reports were slop. They went from getting like really high quality reports to basically getting absolute garbage. They ended up turning off their HackerOne bug bounty because they were getting like so much additional work for zero additional security. And when I was looking at these findings from AI and I saw the fact they had a POC associated with them, I was really thinking about this problem, because as somebody who is involved in bug bounty, you know, I've also seen my reports take forever to get triaged because there is so many vulnerabilities in the queue. I've had situations where like I've had a real vulnerability, but for whatever reason it can't be reproduced, so it ends up kind of falling to the bottom of the triage line, and then no one ever really looks at it. However, on the same kind of coin here, curl actually got early access to Mythos as part of the kind of what's called a Glasswing project that Anthropic was doing with a few like well-known cybersecurity companies. And Mythos actually found a vulnerability in curl, but just one vulnerability in curl, which is really interesting because especially if you looked at the marketing around Mythos and some of the results it got from other projects, there were a lot more than just one vulnerability it found. And by the way, these two blogs are really interesting to see the dichotomy of where AI and cybersecurity, particularly in vulnerability finding, is at the moment, where you've got an awful lot of slop, but there are models that are able to find really good stuff. And when I was looking at these, I was like, man, I don't want to be part of the slot problem. I can't just report these. I need to verify them. You know, trust but verify. Next slide. So how do you actually report a vulnerability to a project? Well, step one is to confirm the vulnerability actually exists. As we just mentioned, that's important. Step two, find the security contact. So that could be a bug bounty program, that could be a security at email, that could be a VDP disclosure. You give them your step one, the steps to reproduce the vulnerability. You explain the impact of the finding in context to their software and business. You press send, you obviously get ignored, and then you resort to random people who work there. You might be thinking, Katie, that seems kind of defeatist. Don't you think people care about security? No. Quite often when you report security findings, particularly if they don't have a bug bounty program or vulnerability disclosure process, it takes some work to actually get those vulnerabilities fixed, and it's a huge problem in security research. By the way, shout out to my friend Casey John Ellis, who founded BugCrowd. He has founded disclose.io. If you're ever struggling to find a security contact and actually like disclose a vulnerability responsibly, it's a great tool. So step one is, of course, the most important here. I'm dealing with AI findings. I need to verify they actually exist. Next slide. Next slide. So this is one of these findings. So this affected redash, get redash, and it was a path traversal to RCE script runner. And you can see it's been fully verified. And you can see here all of the user supplied query text run, bunch of SAST, and it tells us what to do. Look at the code. This, by the way, is a false positive. This is not a real finding. Because while there is an RCE, when you go and you look into this, you realize it is intentionally insecure. So a lot of these findings were situation like findings where this was an intended feature of this particular library, not security problems. A lot of applications allow you to do insecure things. Just responding to folks, I cannot see any movement, any place to move my slides. Just FYI. Sorry. Next slide. Sorry. So, okay, quick primer on SAST so we can actually start to understand this. So in SAST, we have these really three big concepts. The first is sources, the second is sinks, and the third is taint. These all sound super technical and very cybery. They're really not. So a source is just where it's a function in an application where untrusted data enters it. So this could be like a HTTP request header or a parameter or a form field or an environment variable or a database read. These are just places user input comes from. And sinks is what happens downstream. So sinks are functions where dangerous operations happen. So this is things like an exec, right? This could be where SQL queries are being run directly. This could be where HTML is rendered. So the source is where bad data comes from, and the sink is where it ends up. And when we talk about the idea of traveling from a source to a sink, this is called taint. This is the contamination which travels from these inputs to where it goes to a dangerous function. And taint analysis is the kind of process of tracking this taint through all of this. So what SAST does is not so much go through code, find like regex, right, where you're using it. It's more about understanding how data flows from untrustworthy sources to dangerous actions. And this happens across files. It can happen from libraries. It can happen through multiple projects. There's a bunch of different ways this taint can happen, but this is primarily what we're doing in SAST. When we get a result like this, what we're saying is, hey, there is a source. If we could go back to the last slide. So where it says source, user supplied query text, this is saying, hey, this is where, in this case, on post API query results, and then the query here, this is where we are getting some user input. It's then saying it's going to script.py on line 70, then it's going to run query on line 72, then it's calling a function called query to script path, then it's going on line 9 to an OS path join, blah, 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 until it gets to the very bottom here where it says sync subprocess.check output script shell. This is essentially telling us these are the files in which we have to travel through in order to go from this post request to API/query results to the output of this, which is the subprocess check output and then script OS path join. Next slide. And the next slide. So to break it down, this is what we're looking at. So one, our source is an API request that we have to make. So we need to make a post request to API/query results, and we need to supply query, and then we need to supply some data here. Here you can see we're doing like just a regular bash command, but in theory we could put anything here. The orange path is showing us the path in which this input takes through the application. So you can see this kind of hits a bunch of different files. And this, by the way, is what makes static analysis very different from dynamic analysis, where in dynamic analysis, we have an input and we see a result and we try to infer something about that process. Instead, we kind of work the other way around. We have some kind of process and we have to infer what we think the input and the result should be. And then we can see in the purple, this is where that actually, that code ends up, right? So when I'm reading these, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking for, what do I have to do to cause this? I don't really care about the orange because I kind of got my start in bug bounty hunting. So we don't really care about the actual code. And then I want to be able to get to this last bit of code. Next slide, please. So again, we need to confirm that this vulnerability is real and not a false positive. Like I said, this one, as an example, was a false positive because it's something the application just allowed you to do. It was just insecure, but you've got to, if you are setting this up, it makes a lot more sense. Next slide. So how are my colleagues figuring out, how do we actually verify these? Well, my colleagues are experts in SAST and they are experts in code security. So what they do is they read the code and go, yes, looks legit, very complicated flow, needs verification, but this looks legit. I am not my colleagues. I work in marketing. The last time I read production code when I was a developer in 2017. I am a bug bounty hunter though. So while they can just define the answer from their incredibly intelligent brains, we need to work for it. Next slide. So this is where I said that my approach to hacking is very different to my colleagues because they can just read the code. I have to start up the application and I'm like, but where did this code actually come from? Where am I supposed to put this? Where's the payload? How do I configure this random application? I've never used this before. What on earth is redash? Next slide. So how do I turn SAST into a bug bounty problem? Next slide. I'm going to need some help. I am not that egotistical to think I am the world's best hacker and I can do everything. I'm going to need some help. So I turn to ever reliable donkey, Claude. So I get Claude to download, configure, and set up each package as a Docker container. So it's ready for me to test. So that way I don't have to read any documentations. Then I want Claude to look through the documentation, look at the code and just tell me where to put it. And then write me a POC that should work, or at least that I can iterate on. So I can at least quickly check if it's a real vulnerability. Next slide. So this was my Docker setup. My first prompt was like setup redash in Docker, please. By the way, I always say please to my AI agents. I don't know why. It makes me very uncomfortable to not say please, though I have since removed the please down to PLS. So they always get a please when I am when I'm asking them to do something. But eventually, I realized I have to iterate on this. Like, how do you find the right image? Make sure it's at the correct version. Make sure it's the same version as the GitHub repository is. And then at the very end, actually hand it off to the user. Next slide. And actually, surprisingly, it worked well. I was not expecting this to work this well. And for me, like, this was a big kind of mindset shift for me, where I was like, AI is useless, AI is pointless. But when I was then kind of in this situation where I was looking at hundreds of, like, 81 vulnerabilities that I had to confirm, I was like, okay, right, I need to automate at least some of this, because otherwise I'm going to go insane. It took a lot of back and forth, especially initially. Like, oh, I can log in, but wrong email or password. I'm in, what next? Initially, I didn't actually use Docker. I just set it up locally. But honestly, this was a huge mistake. The version is really important, and Docker builds are not necessarily the current source on GitHub. But what happened was you couldn't trust Claude to do anything. There was always so much iteration. And I always needed to have some kind of output that I could actually give back to Claude, that I realized that there was no way that I was going to be able to do this like on my local machine by just pulling in the GitHub source. Even in cases where the GitHub, the Docker image wasn't the same version, I still had it set up a Docker image, because then it was really easy to turn it off as well. Next slide. And my whole goal here was essentially to get a URL. So the POC evolved over time. My initial prompt was, give me a manual test plan for this finding, and I pasted the result. It definitely evolved over time, though. And I'll be honest, I had some frustration with Claude, mainly because it kept on doing the static analysis. It's like, I am not smart enough to know how static analysis works. I can't read this code, Claude. I need the dumb version. Give me the dumb version. Stop reading the source file. But eventually, it did work. Eventually, I was able to get it to actually give me a test plan and break it down into dumb little steps for my dumb little brain. Next slide. So here is some of the back and forth, and this is for an actual finding, which is why some of it is very pixelated. And it took a lot of back and forth. Like, AI cannot do this stuff the first time. I never found that doing like /goal really actually helped that much. I ended up turning it into more of like a Socratic dialogue, very academic. I ended up having a conversation to be like, okay, this is what's happening. This is the input. You are gonna, if you are using AI in this way, you are gonna have to like have a lot of back and forth, particularly when I was trying to get it to like actually read the documentation that the application provided instead of a guessing. And I had to insist a lot on, I need to use UI and burp, not curl, not the CLI. I need burp. I need like dumb people instructions. But honestly, this is again what really surprised me, because it was really good at writing POCs, like with my help. And especially for things that I'm not that experienced in, I do a lot of API testing. So I'm very familiar with access control vulnerabilities. I'm very familiar with vulnerabilities around things like authentication. I'm not that familiar with things like SSRF or remote code execution type vulnerabilities, command injection. The AI really made up for it. Like, because I knew at least enough to know when AI was kind of just like hallucinating, I was actually able to get this fairly quickly, and I used it a lot as a learning experience for me as well. In fact, I don't know if anybody has been following Twitter today, but you may know that there was a CVE that was kind of released last night, for me anyway, yesterday evening, if you're in the US, that affected WordPress. And I would put my hands up. I did not know how to do remote code execution before I started this project that I'm talking about. And I actually took like one of the tools that was used in this analysis, and I actually did that on WordPress. And I was able to turn that into the like full remote code execution vulnerability like yesterday and earlier today. So you can actually also learn in part in this as well. I think it's important you don't just let AI take the wheel and you kind of stress on things like, I want to use the UI, this is how I understand, this is how I learn. But you can actually use this for learning. Next slide, please. And you're probably thinking from this, Katie, this is all going very well. Why are you anti-AI? The most frustrating thing, one is the fact you kept doing your static analysis. Two was AI was so bad at understanding whether or not something was intended functionality. Something could have been very clearly labeled as very dangerous. Do not use this. Never use this. And Claude would still insist that it's a vulnerability. And so my main function in this loop that I was having with Claude was, hey, is this actually intended, or is this a genuine vulnerability? And second of all, is this realistically exploitable? And I find this really interesting because I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues at the same time as well. And we were chatting about I was saying, oh, I don't think I'm going to report this because it's not realistically exploitable, because in bug bounty hunting, that's the bar. And he's like, oh no, we should report it because it's a vulnerable function. It doesn't matter if it's realistically exploitable, which I thought was an interesting kind of discussion around like what counts as a security vulnerability as well. So next slide. So here are some example false positives. Unfortunately, this originally had animations. I can see my animations are completely gone. But in this example, an admin user could put an SQL injection into the database. But because they were already an admin, it's not a vulnerability. They could have done that anyway. They already have access to all the data. There's nothing gained from doing that. And even though, AI had this like really strong kind of, this is a vulnerability, I had to push back quite a lot. And I had this like phase 3 in my prompt that would go and be like, if I say it is not a vulnerability, stop telling me it's a vulnerability. Do not re-explain it. Diagnose a specific issue. If I'm understanding it incorrectly, but if I'm telling you this is not a vulnerability, please just listen to me. Next slide. And at this point, I'd got an AI to do everything else. I thought, I'm not writing the report myself. While I added it, and I was like, I can't be bothered to do any of this, I really decided not to use it because I found that one, it did a really poor job of explaining vulnerabilities, and two, I wasn't learning anything. Like, I was finding all these vulnerabilities, but I wasn't like taking into my brain like what that vulnerability meant, why it occurred. So I didn't end up like using my brain at all, except for to tell AI off. So for me, while I did have this, honestly, the only time I used this was actually to create some MD files that I could review for this talk. Next slide. So reporting the vulnerabilities. What happened when I started to report these? Next slide. This might be a Shrek video. Next slide. Okay, I'm actually not done with reporting these. I actually still have a long way to go to actually triage these original 81 findings from Drew. And some of them are like true positives. Some of them are false positives, but they're false positives in the sense that like this is intended functionality. So they're not really false positives, they're true positives, but just not real vulnerabilities. I've still got 41 of these still to go through. but I have reported some of them. Next slide. So here's how it's going. I submitted this finding to cal.com, and then the day after, the day after, they announced that they were closing their open source because people were finding security vulnerabilities in their project. So that's how well this is going. 2 days after I submit the findings, they kill it. I never heard back. I assume that they've probably fixed it, but I don't know. Next slide, please. But Katie, I don't have a guy called Drew sending me findings for free. How am I supposed to find these bugs? And how am I supposed to use AI? Don't worry, I got you. Next slide. There is a bunch of different ways you can find bugs. And this is my kind of like 3-step process. One is find some open source projects. There's a lot of open source projects that if you do not submit slop to, and you submit findings that you've actually used your human eyeballs and your human brain to analyze and make sure is real, they actually do want to hear from people who found security vulnerabilities. Now, ideally, do this with security disclosures that are already in place. You know, choose projects that won't sue you and that have some kind of process in place. And also, as like a tip, a lot of these vulnerabilities were found in like data apps. So like dashboard, low code, no code, where you can just like easily pull together a bunch of different data sources and produce some kind of artifact, like a report, like a dashboard. They were primarily what the AI found issues in. 2 is you can use SAST tools. You can use security review in something like Claude. There are other tools that aren't SEMGREP as well. There are open source tools that compete with SEMGREP. A lot of tools like SEMGREP have open source rules that you can just point at a project. You can download a set of these rules and ask LLM to use it to find vulnerabilities. Now, the kind of caveat here is a lot of the findings in this were SSRF, remote code execution, and IDOR. So if you're not familiar with those vulnerabilities already, that's where I would start as being kind of good places if you are going to have one of these workflows that has you working with AI. And 3 is to use this skill. So I have published this skill on my GitHub, and I'm going to paste that. So my keyboard has decided to stop working. That's great. I think it's out of battery. Sorry, folks. This is how you know it's live, though. And you know that the... Right, there we go. GitHub. I should have really done doing this before this slip stream, but there you go. I'm going to stick it in Ginger Hacker's chat. You can use this skill. It's completely free. Feel free to use it. This is the skill that I was using to verify all these findings. So what I had it do was get a project, have it set it up for me. So that's like part... you can see like it has like your role. Then it's got phase 1, which is the Docker setup, phase 2, which is the initial POC, and then it's got the kind of write-up. Again, the write-up, not that useful. Everything else, though, very good. Like using AI for that. Next slide. And this is the skill. I've got a QR code. This QR code is definitely safe. My only request is that if you use this skill and you find a bug that you then get a bounty for, please do donate it. It would be great to be able to have more folks come and be able to take advantage of training and start their careers in cyber. And that's really the goal of this conference. Next slide. So am I a believer in AI? AI is an onion. I think the more you get into AI, the more you realize that AI isn't really what makes AI good. What really makes AI good is the squishy human at the center of it. AI alone is never going to find vulnerabilities, right? It doesn't matter how many mythos you have, you still need a human to go in and understand the context in which an application is working. So am I a believer? Honestly, I'm still not a big fan of AI. I definitely use it more now in my kind of security research / bug bounty. But I do think this project kind of changed my mind a lot. I think that while I am a believer, I'm like very specific, narrow, qualified, like lots of asterisks at the end. I think really where AI has a lot of value in kind of bug bounty and security research is kind of as a lead generator to give you ideas of what to do. I don't think AI as autonomous security researcher works, to be honest. And maybe this is harness related and I just don't have the right harness, or I'm not using the right mod. Maybe. I fully accept that I do not know any, like most stuff about AI. Like I said, I'm very new to using this for this. But I think the workflow that I'm using and that I'm kind of creating for myself now is not valuable because of AI. It's valuable because I'm there thinking about this and like using my experience behind it. And I think at the core of any AI hacking methodology always needs to be a human. The human executes, verifies AI steps, but the more important role that humans play is applying that context, that deployment context, that intent. Was this intended functionality? Understanding the impact of a finding, going, yeah, I could see these people really care about this. And to use an example again from earlier today when I was looking at this WordPress finding, when I sent the finding first to AI very confidently told me this was a false positive, that this was not a vulnerability, that the report was overblown, and that it was complete hype and no speculation, and there was no way the POC would work. And then it took me looking at it and going, oh, I need more than one of these. Like the AI is doing one, I need more than one of them to get the exploit to work. So while again, I think that AI can be a very helpful tool, you still got to have the squishy human center. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to me yak about AI. Happy to take any questions. Oh, I should say, this is the final scene of Shrek where it plays I'm a Believer, and it's the marriage ceremony. Now you've watched at least all of Shrek 1. Here's how you can find me over the internet.
Katie, I will not lie, I love your Shrek themed presentation as well. And I think almost on top of the amazing conversation, your breakdown of the videos that didn't play, like, and no, this is what happened, like, what are you doing in the swamp? It was just, I heard it in my head and it was super funny. So
it's great.
This was amazing and fantastic.
When the technology fails, right? I'm thinking about it now. I picked like a kind of outdoory background because it's actually quite sunny here today. And I was like, oh, it's nice in nature. I should have picked a swamp. I should have just picked something from Shrek.
Well, we have some time for some questions before we kick you loose. So I guess my first question, Katie, is, has this kind of always been a passion? And I honestly know leveraging and using AI, because it's the big hype right now. It's the new buzzword for all companies even. And I agree with you where it's like there's some pros, I think, into it, but I think there's also still a lot of cons, and having that human in the middle is a huge important piece of it. What really drove you to kind of get into this, leveraging it to help you kind of do these bug bounties? Was it specifically that message
panic.
from Drew?
It's because the founder of the company sent me a Slack message and asked me to do it. And I was like, he's the founder of the company. And I realized there was no way I was going to be able to do that and all the other work I had to do. So I used to be a lecturer at a university, like a professor, and I would always have students who would panic and then turn to AI. So I did the same thing they did. I panicked and I turned to AI in a time of need. And isn't that just representational of all of us? Now I do it with a bit more intention though. Like I learned a lot from doing this. I did this like a few months ago. So I have learned a lot more now. And the way I use Claude hasn't really changed, but it's less panicked now. Now I'm like, I wonder what Claude would say in this situation, or I wonder what I'm missing, or I wonder what I don't know about. And the questions I ask Claude have also changed as well. It's very much me trying to better my understanding than to try and skip my understanding to just get Claude to produce a POC.
So I have a few questions here coming in through chat. Have you gone to the Shrek play?
I have not, but you know what? I have seen the advertisement for it in London. I really wanted to go. There was a HackerOne live event that was happening the same week as the Shrek play, and I was very desperate. But this was many years ago now.
All right, I have another one here saying, Katie, congrats on the truck. How are you going to make it look different from the black cab?
Okay, for everybody else, I had a week.
I don't know the context.
The context is I had a week off of work, and my brain was like, I'm so security pilled now that I can't like take a week off of work without actually taking a week off of work. So I got very interested in cars, specifically niche Japanese cars, because I like how boxy they look. And I found out about this car. It's called a BB Open Deck. It's basically a pickup truck that is tiny. It's like a K car size pickup truck. The truck bed is like 3 feet. It's this tiny truck. It's great. And I became obsessed with it. And so I bought one. I've never bought a car.
I'm gonna drop an image. I just
I feel like everyone should see the BB Open Deck.
That is awesome.
But they come in yellow. Like the default color is yellow, and I've got a black one. But I'm gonna get it resprayed yellow. I think resprayed or maybe wrapped. I don't know. It depends on budget. Hey, that's the car I bought as well. That's the actual car.
Oh my gosh, is it really?
Yeah. Shout out the Car Warehouse. Fantastic guys. They import cars into the UK from Japan.
Wow, that's actually really cool. Yeah, I saw that. That is a funny looking truck. That borderline wants me to almost look into that of how I get that to the US. That is
well, you know funny. What? So they turned 25 years old. This is why this truck is so hard. It turned 25 years old this year, so they can now be imported into the US. So a bunch of Americans are buying them, and I had to fight an American for this truck. Somebody else. It was manufactured in November, so they had to wait until November so they could import it into the. Anyway, this is very. I'm getting into car hacking. That's my next goal. I've literally got a box full of car hacking supplies.
Oh, that's so cool.
An old car as well. It reminds you can do things. You can. I asked Claude. Claude helped me.
No, I mean the thing is, like with AI coming more and more into the day in life of every job that you can probably think of, no matter if it's even physical security of them using drones to help them fly around and find stuff. It's just like make it your helper assistant and make your job easier. I don't think there's any issues with that. We're unable to see it, Ginger Hacker. Oh, okay. I'll find a way to share that link in the video. Let me see. Okay, we'll find ways because it's definitely. If you also just look up the BB Open Deck. Here, I'll drop this. This is what I did to find it. Just BB Open Deck. And if you go to Google and type that in, you will quickly find the truck we were talking about. It is very interesting and pretty cool, actually. But Katie, a few more questions for you. So, any plans on making it to Black Hat or DEF CON in Vegas this year?
Hell yeah! I'm gonna be at B-Sides Las Vegas representing SMBs. Nice. Come down to the booth. I have some really cool stickers that I'm working on for work. And if people show up, it means that I'll get credit at work for doing them. I'm also going to be at Black Hat as well. I will also be representing SMGRAP. And I will also be at DEF CON, but I'm doing some talks at DEF CON. I'm going to be at the IoT Village talking about e-reader hacking. And I'm going to talk about this thing. This is an X4. Which is a ESP32 based e-reader. I'm going to explain how to start developing for it. I'm talking about jailbreaking Kindles. I'm going to be at the Game Hacking Village doing a talk about Habbo Hotel and private server emulation. And I'm going to be at the Bug Bounty Village talking more about AI slop and how we turn bug bounty reports into SMGRAP rules to help reduce slop. So lots of talks.
That's awesome. Okay, a few more questions coming in. What inspired you to do this research? I think you kind of answered that one already. It was the panic message from your boss.
Very much that, but I think the reason why I'm still doing it, which might be a more interesting question, is that when I initially joined SMGRAP, I'm not gonna lie, I totally did not understand what static analysis was. I totally thought it was regex expressions over code, and I was like, this is like, I wasn't like in a point where I just didn't really understand it, right? So like I knew it was important. I knew that lots of customers liked it. I knew that it's important for security research, but I don't think I really understood how it worked until I worked at SMGrep. And for me, like, I don't like not knowing things. I really want to be the kind of person who understands how systems come together. So what really motivates me to continue on doing this is that I really enjoy like getting better at things like static code analysis. Like, I've learned a ton about how to take a SAST like report, this taint analysis, and turn it into a vulnerability. And before, I didn't really know how to do that, and I'm getting better and better, and I can see myself improving and really understanding. And I just find that I enjoy my job a lot more. I feel more informed, and that's really why I keep going. And I think AI is really helpful for that.
No, very cool. Well, I'm going to be also at all three, so I'm definitely going to make sure I come by and say hi. And also make sure I hand you one of our awesome Ginger Hacker Initiative stickers.
I will make sure you get
this has been such a, oh, yay. Yeah, this has been, I've loved this talk. I think so far, it's so early in the day, but definitely one of my favorite talks so far. So Katie, thank you so much for coming on. We're going to make our next pivot to, or hopefully our next presenter if they get in here soon. But my last question for you before I kick you loose, what's your final advice to someone maybe trying to break into this field specifically?
Ooh, I would say learn stuff broadly. I think the biggest mistake you can make in cybersecurity as a whole is thinking that you only need to know like one narrow subset. You will be shocked at how general cybersecurity is. Like, you have to quickly become somebody who's okay reading code. You have to quickly become somebody who's okay jumping into Nmap and running a port scan and understanding it. You need to be someone who's really like happy to go and go to a CEO and say, hey, we've got a security problem here. You end up becoming like this kind of jack of all trades. And I think the biggest mistake you can make is saying, that's not my job. Like, my job is X, Y, and Z, and that's it. I think if you want to get into cybersecurity, you've got to like get over the idea that your job is a certain thing, because and even this is outside of AI as well, right? This is just in general, cybersecurity is really broad. And at the end of the day, there is so much here. And I think that's great, because you can also kind of explore what actually interests you. But I think you've got to learn broadly. You've got to be prepared to put in the work. And sometimes you're going to find yourself speaking to Claude about Toyota parts to figure out how you can hack your car. And that is the beauty of InfoSec.
All right, Katie, this was such an amazing talk. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to have you on. And no, we will see you here in the next under 30 days at B-Sides Vegas, Black Hat, and DEF CON.
Oh, don't remind me.
Please make sure you swing by and say hi. Yes, it's going to be organized chaos. Well, sure. Katie, I'm going to let you get some time back in your day. But yeah, thank you guys so much for staying tuned. And Katie, I'm going to go ahead and push you back on the back end channel, and we will talk later. All right, everybody. Well, we are kind of still waiting for our next presenter. So while we are filling that gap, I'm going to throw up some QR codes real quick and quickly fill in some holes. So as you guys remembered, we are here for an amazing reason today, and that is to support the NextGen nonprofit that's helping our next generation of folks break into cyber. Now, don't forget, the name of the game today is we are working on getting to our 5K goal, and the way that you can help with that is by scanning this QR code right here, donating $5, and what that is going to do is put you in for a raffle to win some amazing prizes. There's some courses, there's some vouchers, there's some awesome cool swag. And another fun fact is with the first 100, let me see if this one's it, there we go. With the first 100 folks, we have means of also getting the backdoors and breaches on top of raffle sponsor of Mastermind if you donate $5 for a chance to win one of 5 vouchers for the certified lead auditor. So tons of amazing things going on today. And on top of that, we also have swag. And this right here is a 25% off for 25% of the profits being donated directly to the NextGen Cyber Ed. So if you are looking for your next CyberSoc hoodie, this is the place to get it. Scan the QR codes, make sure you check that out, and there we go. And yeah, make sure that we continue to kind of help and we push through. Going to do a quick spot check on what our donation number is looking at so far. It is amazing. We're at $700. That is 14% of the way where we need to be. So let's all work together on getting to that $5,000 goal. And as we wait for our next presenter, I'm going to push you guys over to track 2 that I believe is still currently going on with the Cyberspeak Labs channel while we wait for our next presenter to come on. So please stay tuned and make sure you keep your notifications and chats on, because I know we're going to take 2 different channels today. But as our talks and presenters keep coming on, stay tuned under the schedule. Once we go back live again too, we will get this stream up and running again. So, all right, everybody, I will see you guys here in a little bit. Oh, if I can get it to work. Hold on. All right, there we go. Hello. Well, hey everybody! Guess what? Our speaker is here. There were some slight cyber issues. Isn't any amazing perfect day, but yeah, we are so excited to bring on Kevin, who is known to people to help build their career path in IT because no one helped him when he first started. Kevin is recognized in not just his footprint on guidelines on starting his work in IT, but Kevin has worked for MSPs environments, Apple stores, Department of Education, multiple hedge funds, and Kevin is also 12 years of restaurant experience and then made his pivot into cyber with also doing 4 years as an NYPD volunteer. So also known as Kevtech, you maybe seen him on his channels, maybe checked out some of his IT help desk secure roles as well from his YouTube channel. But let me go ahead and pull from the back end chat. Kevin, Hey, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going? You hear me?
I can. Let me move to your slides real quick, and then I will go into the back ends, man. How's your guys' morning been over there in New York? Doing good?
Good. It's I'm not sure if you know about the air quality. It's been weird.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona has its own because of our fires, but I know it's a little bit different probably in New York.
Yeah, it's like you have to wear a mask if you go outside. So.
Oh my gosh. Well, we're so excited you were able to still make it, man. I'm going to go ahead and pass it to you so we can keep on track on time. But if you have any questions, just let me know and I'll be on the back. All right, everybody, without further ado, I provide you guys Kevin's great expertise on his experience of getting into cyber.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you guys could hear me. I hope you guys are having a good day. I'm sorry. I apologize for being late. I was having some technical issues on my end. My computer was going crazy for some reason. But yeah, I mean, the important thing is that I'm here and I show up on time. All right, I had to show up on time. Anyway, so my name is Kevin. You call me as Kevtech IT support on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel. So I'm not sure if I tell you, Andrew, to go to the next slide or I go to the next slide. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So I've been in IT for over a decade. I actually work for the NYPD volunteer. So if you guys don't know, I did do NYPD. I did NYPD for about 4 years, give or take. I work with Boots to Books, which is a company that is owned by Peter Klein. They help veterans get into IT. I said I have a YouTube channel. I've been interviewed on a lot of different YouTube channels, and I'm on different YouTube channels, different Discords. I actually worked with in the past. I did an interview with Mike Myers from Cumpian. I actually know Professor Messer. Funny enough, I met you guys will be like, wait, what? I met Network Chuck last year. I was hanging out with him in DEF CON. So, but my background is just, it's a very long background. Like I said, I've been in IT for a while, and I work cybersecurity now, but I started in help desk. Like help desk is like one of the things that, no, I don't know. I like IT support. I like help desk, and I did customer service for a while. So like I really enjoy that. Yeah. So that's literally my background. Follow you, Angel, for the next slide. Sorry. Yeah, so I started out in fast food, and my background is fast food. I worked in restaurant for almost roughly 12 years. So I did Qdoba. I worked at Chipotle. I worked at 16 Handles. Like I worked at a lot of restaurants. Like I worked pizzeria. I worked in an Italian restaurant. I've been in restaurants for a very long time, and when it comes to customer service, you guys know, like I worked at Chipotle and Qdoba, and I'm not gonna pay extra for that for the guacamole, blah blah blah, and it's just like customer service stuff, right? You gotta have patience for that, and people get mad at you, like, oh, I'm not paying extra for that, or it's just you gotta have a lot of patience. And I worked at I worked at Kedova as a lot of people don't know this, but when I worked at I see InfoSec Pat, hey Pat, I worked at Kedova, and I was very surprised that I became a manager at Kedova because I worked in fast food, and when I did fast food, they made me a manager, so I was a manager at Kedova. I was like one of the youngest managers at Kedova, and I had fun. I really enjoyed working fast food. I had a really good team. Obviously when you're a manager or you work in management position, you lead by example. So like I worked and I led by example. I'm not just like ordering people around. You can't do that as a manager. You actually, you delegate, but also you work, right? So when I was a manager, I did both. I delegated and I worked, and never had any issues with any of the employees that I work with. They really liked me. I got along with the team. Never had any issues. And being in fast food, that really helped me with having good customer service, having patience, having good teamwork, and having empathy. And I brought those things with me when I got into IT. Like when I got my first job in IT, I went and learned about IT support, because it's a long story. So like I'm gonna bug you to go to the next slide, Andrew. Sorry. Yeah. So when I first started IT, and this is gonna be like a long story, like a really long story. I don't want to bore you guys to death, but when I first started IT, people don't know. Like I literally asked for help. I see InfoSec Pat is here, and I know InfoSec Pat, so I know InfoSec Pat. Like I know, kind of relatable to him. Like he asked for help. People were trolling him. It was the same thing with me. Like I asked for help, and people were trolling me. Like I got trolled on social media. So I was on Reddit. I literally asked for help, and people were trolling me. Like people were like, "Oh yeah, like you're dumb. You're stupid." I don't want to use these words. Well, that's basically what happened to me on social media when I first started. When I was on Reddit, oh yeah, you can't. I don't know why you're trying to work IT. Blah blah blah. Like, I got all this like negative comments on social media. This is like before I started my YouTube channel. So I was trying to ask for help. I was trying to get more information about how to get into IT, and people were like kind of extremely rude to me. Unfortunately, I didn't have the best experience trying to get into IT. So people were being mean and trolling me on social media. That was like when I first started, and I got super lucky because I'm a you guys could see like here on this, I have my gaming computer right over here. I don't know if you guys could see it, but I'm a really big computer guy. I geek out on computer games. I love computer games. I love my video games, and man, I'm a big advocate of video games. Like I have Counter-Strike Source, I have Day of Defeat, I have Age of Empires, I have Left 4 Dead 2, I have Payday 2. Like I'm a big video games. Like I love Nintendo, Nintendo 64, Sega Saturn, Sega Dreamcast. I have the console games. I was playing Mario Kart. You guys know about Mario Kart, GoldenEye, Diddy Kong Racing, Super Smash Brothers. Like, I'm a really big video game, Metal Gear Solid, Twisted Metal. So like, I was really big at video games. You're like, well, what does this have to do with IT, right? So I was playing video games online. Like I was a big fan of Counter-Strike Source. So I play video games online, and lo and behold, I got super lucky because the guys that I play video games with, they were like retired veterans. These are veterans that came from the war in Iraq. So I played video games with the guys from the war in Iraq, and we use Discord. Not Discord, sorry. We use Ventrilo. No, I said Discord. We use Ventrilo. I have my Discord open over here. We use Ventrilo. So Ventrilo is an app that you could have a voice conversation with somebody else. So I was on Ventrilo, and I had a conversation with the veterans that play video games with me, and they told me about, go get your A+, and I'm like, the A+ is like, what was that, like a grade? Or no, that's a certification, Kevin. Oh, okay. So I went, I got my CompTIA A+, and I learned about the A+. So I didn't know about A+, I didn't know about CompTIA, I didn't know about Network Plus, Unity Plus. I had a friend that he actually works for the White House, and he told me about the A+. I didn't know that was a thing. So this guy is a veteran. He works for, and I have these other guys that are veterans that will retire from the war in Iraq, and they told me about CompTIA. They told me about certifications, and I actually got lucky because what happened with me was when I got like lucky, not lucky. You know, I don't know how to describe it, but basically, I had my last job was working at a frozen yogurt place, and they had layoffs. So I got hit with layoffs. I was like, oh shoot, I got hit with layoffs, right? So they had layoffs. I got let go of my fast food job, and I had the option like, oh, what do you want to do, Kevin? Do you want to collect unemployment, or do you want to like go study at a school? And I'm like, there's like, you have the option for school. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, you go to school. And that's where I found Brooklyn Adult Learning Center. And Brooklyn Adult Learning Center, they do your GED, they do nursing, and they do CompTIA. They do CompTIA A+ certification training with vouchers and everything. So I went to Brooklyn Adult Learning Center, and I literally got my A+ after that. So that's literally what happened. So I left my job working at fast food because obviously we had layoffs, and I ended up getting a job working for the Department of Education. But before I did that, I actually did A+ training. So I did A+ training. I got into a school. We were doing A+ training, and then when I was in that school, my teacher really liked how I was like very curious because when I was younger, and this is super random because I'm like, wait, what? When I was younger, me and my brother, we found a broken PS2 outside in the street, and we fixed it. I fixed the PlayStation 2. So I'm really good with fixing stuff. So I was like curious about how that works. So actually, we ended up fixing two. We found two broken PlayStation 2s, and we fixed it because I don't know. We're curious about it. And I always been good with like fixing stuff. Even before I got my first job in IT, I had my own business cards. So like I used Vistaprint, and I made business cards, and I was fixing the iPhone screen. Like the iPhone screen was cracked. I would replace the cracked screens for the people that asked me for help. Like, oh, my screen is all messed up. Like, that's perfect. I know how to fix it. I could fix that for you. I got you. So I was curious about that. So like I was fixing iPhone screens, changing batteries on the iPhone screens, and helping people with their computers. I was doing virus removal, and before I even got a job in IT, I was doing virus removal. I was traveling like in the city in New York, fixing people's computers, helping them with their printers, helping them with their desktops, helping them with their laptops. So that was like way before I got a job in IT. And then when I was at the school, my teacher, he really liked me, and he told me to make a video on what I learned. And this is where I got my YouTube channel started. He said, oh, you're pretty good at teaching. You should make a video on YouTube. Talk about like what you learn or what you know how to do, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to do that. So I remember I made my first video on YouTube, which was how to install a printer if you have a Mac or a Windows machine. And that video got a lot of views, actually. I was like, oh, okay, got a lot of views. It's pretty cool. So that was my first video. And then from there, I started making more and more and more videos on YouTube. And going back to school, I was in school. And when I was in school, I was upgrading computers. So my teacher, instead of hiring someone, he didn't hire me, but he gave me the option to help with upgrading machines from Windows XP to Windows 7. So I was in charge of that. So I literally upgraded all the machines from Windows XP to Windows 7 at my school that I studied the A+. And it was pretty funny because like we would upgrade like some machines would like you will upgrade the machine, and then some of them would upgrade to Windows 7, but then like some of them would not upgrade, they would get a blue screen of death. I'm like, why is this machine getting a blue screen of death? supposed to work. And I asked my teacher, and he said, oh no, it's not gonna work on that machine. I'm like, really? Yeah, it's not gonna work. So we're upgrading like Windows XP to 7, and then like some machines I had to change the memory because it will get a blue screen of death because of the memory. Some machines will get a BSOD because of the hard drives. It was like, all right, or the motherboard's all messed up. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm just gonna figure it out. It's fine. But I did that. That's literally what I did when I when before I got into IT. This is a long story. Before I got into IT, I did all that. And then I remember trying to land my first job in IT, and I talked to my teacher or my professor, and he's like, "Hey, Kevin, like, if you want to get into IT, I have something for you. I have a proposition for you. How about if I invite the hiring manager to come and interview you, and then if they like you, they'll hire you." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine with me." So I remember I showed up with a suit, a tie. And I went to the school, and then the hiring manager for the Department of Education, he's actually was there, and then he interviewed me, and he said, "Hey, tell me a little bit more about yourself. Tell me what you like to do. What do you do? What are your hobbies? Tell me why we should hire you. Things like that. Windows on Mac? No. Windows of Mac? No. So I did a video on how to install printers on a Mac OS X machine and on a Windows machine. Those were my first video. But yeah, so I had this guy interview me, and I remember doing the interview, and I got hired for my first job because of that. But this is the reason why the slide, it says like I learned fundamentals, because when I first started IT, when I was brand new, like I'm talking about like brand new, like I didn't know about like some people that are in IT, they went to college and did computer science or information systems, or they did something that's IT related. I don't have that background. I have a fast food background. So it's like, for me to learn about computers was super hard because I didn't know what memory was. I didn't know what a hard drive is. I didn't know what a motherboard is. I didn't even know what an operating system is. I didn't even know how to uninstall an application. Like certain things I didn't know how to do. Like it's just not easy for me when I was brand new, when I first started. So like I did the A+, learned the basics, learned about operating systems, learned about networking, learned about hardware, software, learned about troubleshooting. I didn't know about you could go on regedit and change the registry. I didn't know you could change things on the C drive. Like certain things I didn't know. So like I learned all that because of the school, and I learned all that because I got my A+, and I learned about the fundamentals of IT. And yeah, that's some of the story, and I'm gonna get more and more into that. I'm gonna bug you to go to the next slide. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so like I said, I learned fundamentals, learned about the A+, learn about fixing computers. I trained from my teacher, learn about how to master fundamentals. And my background is interesting because people ask me like, oh, so you got your first job, like what did you do your first job? I worked for the Department of Education, so I was a field technician. And when I was a field technician, I was traveling all 5 boroughs, like Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn, just traveling all the boroughs of New York. I had a book bag with me, and I had computer parts. So like I had computer parts, I had memory, hard drive, motherboards. I had pieces for printers, like maintenance kit. And you see me like running around like this, the whole 5 boroughs of New York, fixing computers. That was literally my first job in IT, and it was interesting. It was very interesting. Like I didn't have a car, so I had to do public transportation. So that's why like I'm laughing about it, because I had to go like everywhere, and it was like, oh my goodness, I was traveling everywhere. So I didn't have a car, so they had me go everywhere with the public transportation, and that was literally my first job. So I did that, and after that, I got a job working as a Mac repairman. So I was a Mac repair guy for a Mac. It was not a Mac store. I worked for a company that's like they have like the rights to be a Mac store, like a third party kind of deal. So I worked for a third party Mac store, and I was a Mac repair guy for that store. So I fixed MacBooks, MacBook Airs, iPads, iPhones, because I was Apple certified. So I had my ACMT, which is Apple Certified Macintosh Technician certification. I got that certification from the school, and I was doing Mac repair. So I did Mac repair at that place. I did that for a couple of months, and then I left that job, and I got my first job working at a MSP company. So I got a job at an MSP company, which MSPs is a managed service provider, and it's not your regular IT support, because a lot of companies do IT support differently. A lot of companies will say, "Oh, I was like, yeah, oh, so I need to I need to talk about that." So that's literally how I got started in IT, and then give me a second. Yeah, so that's literally how I got started in IT, and I got into MSP. Then I worked at financial services. From financial services, I actually got to cybersecurity, and I got my job through cybersecurity through networking, and that's literally how I got my first job in cybersecurity, is through networking. So like anyone watching this, that's how I got my job in cybersecurity. So I got a job in cybersecurity through networking. You're probably wondering how did I get that job, or how did I get into all these other jobs? So like it's a long story. Like I said, I don't want to make this too long, but use electrical. That didn't exist back then, bro. All right, you gotta understand. I've been in IT for over a decade. That didn't exist back then. We're not even allowed to use regular bikes when I worked for the Department of Education. But I went to I went from the MSP company. So I worked at an MSP company, and I remember doing the MSP company, and that job was interesting, because if you guys ever get a job at an MSP company, I'm talking about like MSP, not like a regular IT support, like regular IT support or regular help desk. You're just doing password reset, maybe some Active Directory stuff a little bit here, maybe resetting a password, unlocking an account. That's it. But if you work at an MSP company, when I worked at an MSP company, I was like, oh damn, I have access to connect to a server and make changes in group policy. I have access to add an AA record and the IP address, and I actually have access to do things on the DHCP server. Wow, I didn't know I could do that. So when I worked at an MSP company, I had access to all these things. I had access to Palo Alto to make some changes there. I had access to Barracuda to like blacklist, whitelist domains. I had access to a lot of different things that I didn't think they would give me access to. I had access to Cisco Call Manager. So like someone had their Cisco phone out at a phone line on their phone. So yeah, MSP companies is like I was blown away with how much I learned at MSP companies, because it's not your regular IT support. So I learned a lot at MSP company. So I did that for a bit, and I remember when I did that, I wanted to get a different job. So I ended up working and getting hired at Blackstone Group. So this is for you guys watching this video. I got my job at Blackstone Group because of recruiting firms. So I reached out to recruiting firms. A bunch of recruiting firms asked me if I was looking for another job, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, I kind of am looking for another job. Like, oh, you are? Yeah. So I ended up getting a job at Blackstone Group, and I got that job because of the recruiting firm, and they interviewed me, and the interview was relatively easy. I'm not even joking about it, because it's super easy, because all the tech stack that they use, I use it at the MSP company. So when I got hired, it wasn't so bad. So I did desktop support at Blackstone Group, and I worked the night shift. So like I was working like from, I remember my shift was weird. I had a really weird shift. It was like from 12 12 p.m. to 11 p.m., something like that. It was like 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. It was a weird shift. I have like 10, 12. I was doing like 10, 11 hours a day, something like that. It was a very, very long shift. So I worked at financial services, and yeah, it's actually slow. Like I was not busy at night, so I worked a night shift. That was my night shift. So I would get home like at almost 1 a.m, literally, at that job. When I first got that job, I would get home at 1 a.m, and it was very interesting because I never worked that shift before. So it was from 12 to 11 p.m. and I would get home very late, and then I would go to sleep, wake up the next day, and then go back to work at 12 p.m. again. So very interesting shift. So I had that shift, and I did that for over a year, and then I got into another financial firm. After that I did some sysadmin stuff at, and then after that I got into another MSP company, and then I got a job at actually one of the best jobs I worked at was financial services. You guys have been looking at me like I'm crazy. I worked in financial services for a Japanese company. So I worked at a Japanese company, and I was the IT support. I was the executive IT support for the CEO of that company. So like when he would travel, I would travel with him. So like the guy would go to like Texas, for example, I'd have to go with him. It was like, oh, Kev, you're coming with me. Right. But I have to stay in the office. No, you're coming with me. Okay. So I would go with him. Whenever he travels, I would go everywhere with him because I'm the IT support for the CEO. So I remember and you guys are gonna laugh at me. I remember I was trying to help him with his computer. But I was working on his computer, and I couldn't fix his computer because everything was written in Japanese because he's from Japan. And I'm over here with the Google Translator. I'm like taking out my phone and everything, and I'm like, what does this say? What does that say? And I'm trying to fix his computer, but he's in old Japanese, and I'm like, I can't read any of this. Oh my goodness! So I'm trying to fix his computer. Everything's in Japanese, and I talked to the CEO, and he said, hey, can you like log in and then like put this back in English because I can't do anything right now. And he's like, really? You can't. I don't read Japanese. Okay, Kev, I got you. And he would just log in and just put everything back in English. So that was like one time because I had to fix his computer. And another time, and you guys want to laugh. Another time is like, of course, restarting a computer or restarting something fixes all the problems. So I'm over here trying to set up a video call for the CEO of the Japanese company, and I'm there with the CEO, CFO, CTO, CIO, like all the CCCC guys, like all the C-suite guys, with a bunch of executives in the actual room where I just set up the video call. And I'm like over here dialing the video call, like setting it up. I'm like dialing the video call, and it says I'm sorry that number is invalid. Please try again. I'm sorry that valid isn't. I'm valid. That IP address is invalid. Please try again. And I'm putting the number in, and it's not working. I put it again. It's not working. And they're all just staring at me. They're all just staring at me like, okay, why is it not working? I'm like, just like. And I'm over here sweating, like I'm sweating on the side over here. I'm setting up the video room and it's not working. And I'm like, and then I'm like, you know what? How about I'll just restart the whole freaking thing? And I restarted the video room, and then it came back up. And then I did the call, and it worked fine after that. I'm like, oh my goodness. All right, there we go. I fixed it. So those customers that I work with, like one time I had a video room that wasn't working. I had to restart the VC room. I had a CFO that his computer was super duper slow, and I had to restart his computer. His computer was up for 120 days. So he had 500 Windows updates because he has not restarted his computer in over 100 days. So I was like, all right, whatever. So yeah, those are the things that I had to do. But anyway, I'm gonna bug you to go to the next slide, Andrew. Yeah, so like for me, like this is my advice for people that are trying to get into IT support. If you're trying to get into IT support, learn the basics first, like learn the fundamentals. So go get your A+. A lot of these places are asking for the A+. So if you have the money, or if they're giving you the Google IT support certification training that for free, then I would definitely take that and then take the A+ afterwards, because I know people are gonna ask me about that. So Google IT support, I've done both. The Google IT support course training cert is a good one to have, but it's not gonna help you get a job. You have to have the A+ to get a job if you're gonna do IT support. So that's literally what I would do. I would do my, so if I had to get into IT support, and this is the same method that still works today, because the guy that I work with that's from New York like me, he literally landed a job. He landed a job like last year. He's been in that job since this year. He's still in that job, and I helped him land the job. So it still works. So you got A+. So you use Professor Master, you can use Mike Myers, you can use Jason Dion, you can use Tech G. Build a home lab. So build a home lab. Build a home lab, like set up a home lab in your own computer. You could also volunteer to get some experience in IT. You could work for nonprofit organizations. I work for a couple of them. Like I work for Boost the Books. I work for Rice is Cyber. Like there's also Blacks in Cybersecurity. There's also Women in Cybersecurity. There's also Women in Tech. There's a lot of organizations out there that they actually do free training, or they do mentoring, they do certifications, they give things for free if you go and volunteer for them. Obviously, for getting a job in IT as well, you have to have a good LinkedIn profile. And I always say, like, fix your LinkedIn profile, make sure your LinkedIn profile is good. And then the last one is network. So networking is important. So go to conference events, go to B-Sides, go to meetups. B-Sides are not expensive. They're like cheap. They're not really expensive. So like I would argue to go to B-Sides to network. If you're trying to get a job in IT, is always who you know, not what you know. So whoever you know is the one's going to get you a job. Like the referrals, the references are very important. All right, go to the next slide. So what are the names of the volunteer groups again? So you have Blacks in Cybersecurity, you have Women in Cybersecurity, you have Women in Tech, you have Rice is Cyber. And there's there's a bunch of them. So like I could send a link. I could send you some links afterwards. But I'm gonna bug you, Andrew, to go to the next slide. If you don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, so if you're trying to build a lab for IT support, I tell you, learn about Active Directory, learn about group policy, learn about NTFS, so shared drive permissions, like how to share folders, how to give people access to certain things in certain folders. If you're trying to get experience with all those things, you could do it on VirtualBox, you could do it on VMware, you could do it on Microsoft Azure, you could do it on AWS. So you could literally set up a VM on Microsoft Azure. They give you $200 credit. Set up a VM with Server 2025, and you can install Active Directory on it and learn about Active Directory that way. And Office 365, if you go on Google and you type Office 365 and you put Office 365 admin trial, they give you an admin trial for 30 days. So you have an admin trial for 30 days for Office 365. And when you get a trial for Office 365, you can learn about Exchange admin, SharePoint admin, OneDrive admin. You could learn all the admin stuff, and you could put all that on your resume. I actually have resume templates that are free on my YouTube channel. I actually show you how to write a resume if you have no experience. And people have gotten jobs using that resume template. I'm not making that up. So I have testimonials of people getting jobs using my resume template on Reddit and also on my YouTube channel. So I would recommend you make sure your resume is tech related. You have a good LinkedIn profile. But also, what I'm gonna recommend, like with the guy that I trained, what he did was he actually made a Medium website, like like GitHub. He made a Medium website and he showcased all the stuff that he knows how to do, and he put it on the Medium website. And he added that link to his resume. That's how he was able to land his first job in IT. So when he went on a job interview, the manager's like, "Oh, what have you been working on? I want to see what you've been doing." And he gave him his resume, and he showed him the Medium website. And the manager was like very impressed by it. The manager's like, "Damn, you know how to do that? Yeah, damn. Well, I don't have to train you. I don't have to train you then. I could just hire you." And they hired him. They hired him because he had his Medium website. He had a very good resume, and he impressed the hiring manager. That's literally how he got a job. He got a job last year, actually. Literally in February, he got a job. He got 5 job offers after I redid his resume, and he had all that experience, all the stuff that I'm mentioning right now. He had 5 job offers after that, and he got hired. He picked one of the jobs, and he got a job after that. So make sure your resume is good, basically, what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to bug you to go to the next slide, Andrew. Thanks. Yeah, so that's what he did. Like this is an example. This is an example of Ryan Wu. This is the guy that I actually showed. This is a real person. It's not like I made up this person. He had a Medium website, and he put all the stuff that he learned, and after that, he was able to land a job. So it's just an example. And I'm bug you to go to the next slide. So like if you're trying to learn about VMware or VirtualBox, you're trying to do it on your own computer. Obviously, you need to have 16 gigs of RAM. You need to make sure you have sufficient hard drive space, because when you're setting up these VMs, you got to remember that they take up space on your own machine. So your machine is going to be very slow. So you have to have enough memory, enough CPU. You have to have a Windows Pro edition or a Windows 11 Pro edition, to be exact. If you try to do these labs, you want to make sure that you have the proper, you have the proper computer for that. Yeah. So I'll bug you to go to the next slide. There's a question. How can you get it? Hey, you go to the next slide. This is just like you go to the next slide. This is just like how to set it up. And like I said, for labs, you learn about Office 365. I don't know if you guys know, but if you go and type Office 365 or Office Microsoft Intune, for example, Microsoft Intune is free for 90 days. So if you want to learn about Intune, that is free for 90 days. So learn about ticketing systems. I talked about ticketing systems. You can learn about Spiceworks, ServiceNow, Jira. They're all free, by the way. Learn about Active Directory, password reset, disabling accounts, shared drive permissions. You could download the ISO and learn about Active Directory. The ISO, obviously, when you install it on the VM, it's good for 180 days. So you don't gotta go crazy with it, but you could definitely learn IT. So if someone says, "How can I get a job?" So if you want, is that Pat? Pat. Yeah, like I got a job. I use TryHackMe and I use Hack the Box to learn more about blue teaming, and then I got my job from blue teaming through networking. But I'll answer that in a second. Andrew and Bogey, if you go to the next slide. Yeah, so like prepare for the interview. I have like this. Like I have a lot of slides. I'm not gonna go over all of them, but obviously, if you're gonna go for a job interview, because my slides talk about a little bit of everything, you want to make sure you research about the company. Because the guy that got a job, Ryan, he got a job because he researched about the company. Obviously, show up on time. Practice interview questions with your loved one, your family members, to try to get better at interview. Because we're not that, like, a lot of us are not good at interviewing. So what you want to do is, right, you wanna go into, like, when you do interviews, go to your mirror and practice interviewing So that way you're less nervous and less stressed out when you're interviewing. So that's very important. So interviewing is very important. Have a script when you're trying to answer some of these questions. Carry copies of your resume. Has happened to me. I got into a job interview. The guy that literally forgot to print out my resume, so I bought a copy of my resume. I gave it to him. Don't look like you're Googling the answer during an actual interview. I've seen that before. Like one time I interviewed a guy. I asked him a simple question one time, interviewing him, and the guy was like this, and I'm like, I could see that you're Googling the answers. It's like so obvious. He's like looking around, and like this guy. So like, don't do that. Do research about the company. I always say, like, when you're doing interviews, when you're doing job interviews, you're interviewing them like they're interviewing you. So make sure you guys fit well with each other, if that makes sense. I'm gonna bug you to go to the next slide. So make sure you build genuine connections. Add a professional picture of yourself on LinkedIn. I actually have a video about LinkedIn branding. If you guys don't know, I do have a video on that. Don't put a picture of yourself having a party. You know, people like selfie photos, like they're like drinking a party, whatever. Like make sure it's professional, right? When you're setting up your LinkedIn profile, it has to be professional. I'm gonna bug you to go to the next slide. Headline party. And I say, get yourself a mentor. Mentors are very important. Like if you're trying to get into IT, they are mentors. So like, find a mentor. They keep you accountable for your actions. The mentors you want to look for are people that actually has worked IT. Obviously, if your teacher has never worked IT, well, it doesn't really make sense to get that person the person that has to be a mentor is someone that already has a job in IT. And then talk to that person. You know, talk to someone. What I find that works too is if you go on LinkedIn and reach out to people through private messaging them and say, hey, listen, I wanna pick your brain. I want to know more about you. I want to know how you got into IT or how you got into cybersecurity. And if you're open to it, I'll buy you breakfast or I'll buy you a cup of coffee or whatever. Like I would pay for someone's coffee or their breakfast and I try to do a call with them or talk to them on Zoom to learn more about what certifications they did, how they got into IT, et cetera, et cetera. I'm gonna bug you for the next slide, Andrew. I said networking. Networking is important. I would never put pictures of yourself on your resume. Just letting you know right now, I would never do that. Don't do that. Join Discord, talk to hiring managers. I like vets to industry because vets to industry, it's for veterans and the civilians, right? So like they put you in the room and you're networking with people and it's free. So that's why I like vets to industry. They put you in small breakout rooms and you have to talk to hiring managers and recruiters, and it's free. Like I said, it's free. You could do Toastmasters as well, and you could join conferences like B-Sides, like B-Sides. There's B-Sides New York, B-Sides Orlando. There's DEF CON. There's Black Hat. So all those conferences, you could definitely join it and put yourself out there. So that's very important. Yeah, so I'm about to go to the next slide. So like networking is important, by the way. It's very important. So how did I get a job in cybersecurity? This is an answer a bunch of questions for everyone. So I helped other people. I did free training online. I network. And I got hired because I went through a conference event. I literally went to AWS Summit event. The AWS Summit event where I got my first job in cybersecurity. I got my first job at 701. So you guys don't know, I worked at 701. I was one of the cybersecurity guys at 701. So I got that job through networking. I went to the conference event. I got along with the people that were there, and then I ended up putting someone as a reference. And I remember they had about 200, 300 applicants that applied. They applied for a job. And me, I put this guy as a reference. I bypassed the ATS system and I got the interview. And I got my first job in IT after that. So I'm going to bug you to go to the next slide. So like if you're brand new, like I said, master fundamentals, learn about hardware, learn about software, learn about operating systems, learn the basics. network with like-minded individuals, reach out to people on LinkedIn, create a plan of action. Don't go all over the place, and make sure you get the right certifications and the right skills. So like I said, if you're applying for IT support jobs, obviously A+ makes sense. If you're trying to get into networking, obviously the people get Network Plus, or people skip Network Plus and get CCNA. If you're trying to get into blue teaming, which is what I do, some people will get Security Plus and do the CYSA. It really depends. So if that makes sense, like those are the things I would do. I would do those things. I'm gonna bug you to go to the next slide. And then this is free resources for IT support. You could take a picture of it or whatever, and yeah, and that's it. That's pretty much it for me. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for me for the slides and everything. That is my last slide.
Fantastic. Let's have one more. Okay, cool. We'll leave it on this one while we're chatting. But no, this was amazing, man. So good to have you on the stream and see, man. I mean, so a few questions I know that were popping up in the chat. You did a great job answering on the fly. But one question I have here is, what was your favorite project you worked on from your home lab?
I think my most favorite one was setting up Intune from scratch. So I had to set up, like, I didn't know anything about Intune. I do have a course on Intune. I just created a course on Intune that came out recently. So I was learning. I like to dabble down on courses and learning stuff. So I literally got Intune for free for 90 days, and I learned how to set up autopilot, how to deploy applications, how to run PowerShell scripts inside of Intune. I use ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT to help me with certain scripts I didn't know how to run. So it was fun. I really enjoy that. So yeah.
No, fantastic, man. And I mean, I know, but just for everyone else watching, besides Vegas, Black Hat, DEF CON this year, are we gonna be seeing you there this year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should be at DEF CON. Should be fun.
Awesome. Well, that's amazing, man. Where can we find you this year at DEF CON? Where are you gonna be hanging out?
Be at the New Village.
Let's go. No, amazing, man. I'm excited, dude. And then fun fact with Kevin that some don't know, he is a avid pool player at the pool house. So fun fact. How's your pool team been going, man? Any good wins lately?
Yeah, we're in first place right now. So
nice. No, amazing, man. Well, hey, I don't see any more questions in chat. So Kevin, before I let you bounce, man, last piece of advice you'd give somebody trying to break into tech support.
For someone that's brand new to IT, when you have no experience, and I'm just saying this from my perspective and from other people's perspective, when you have no experience at all, you're gonna get rejected a lot. When you have no experience and you're applying for jobs, you're gonna get rejected. So you have to have the right mindset, you have to have the right attitude, and you have to have the willingness not to give up. Like literally, like you're gonna be rejected a lot. It's like you're gonna be like, oh, nobody wants to hire me or nobody wants me. But at the end of the day, all you need is to have the right mindset, the right attitude, and just keep applying for jobs. Someone's going to open the door for you. Once you get that first job in IT, that stepping stone and that experience to put on your resume, you only go up from there. That's literally how it works. So that's my advice.
No. Golden advice, man. Well, hey, Kevin, thank you so much for getting on and getting to talk to everyone today. Gonna throw you into the back room, but everyone make sure you can go check out his YouTube channel as well, and that's Kevtech IT support. Some amazing videos if you're trying to break in, and amazing great home labs as well. Also, there's a school community and a ton of other things you can check out. But Kevin, thank you so much for coming on, and we will be seeing you at DEF CON, okay?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Okay, well, hey, everybody. We are at the next top of the hour as we're waiting for our next presentation. Same thing, we're going to do a huge shout out, and don't forget why we're here today for NextGen Cyber Ed. We are looking for any donation to help us get to our 5K goal, and with every $5 that gets your name put in for a raffle to win some amazing prizes. That can be some vouchers from TryHackMe, that can be certifications, and it can be so much more. And those raffles, I know there was a question on it earlier during the stream, the winners will be drawn next week. So the raffles will not be completed today, but if you donate, we'll make sure that that gets in for your chance to win next week. So don't forget, we have the amazing aspects of just simply donating right here by scanning that QR code. QR code's right there to help us reach that goal. Now, on top of that, We also have some awesome swag this year. So purchasing some swag today, where 25% of all the profits will be donated directly to the Gen Cyber Ed. So if you're looking for that next hoodie to show off at your next cyber hangout, this is the time to grab it by scanning that QR code and making sure that it's going to a great organization as the Gen Cyber Ed. Now, I know there might be a few more questions. We also have track 2 still going on as well. So same thing as I stated before, we'll be dropping some awesome lo-fi beats. If you want to just hang out here and chat, talk to those that have been in the stream. And I have a question for everyone watching. What's been your favorite part so far? What's been your favorite piece that we've been talking about? Drop it in the, oh, perfect. Actually, wildly enough, our next speaker is perfectly here on time. So I'm going to pivot to my next title screen, get to my notes, and here we go with David Meece, who is a cybersecurity leader, author, and educator dedicated to developing the next generation of security professionals. With extensive experience in cybersecurity leadership, workforce development, and security operations, he is passionate about helping individuals and organizations navigate today's evolving threat landscape. A frequent conference speaker and advocate for continuous learning, David shares practical insights on cybersecurity leadership and career growth while inspiring others to build stronger and more resilient security communities. Now, as I mentioned before, we have some amazing, awesome raffle sponsors, such as this one right here, where by donating $5, you're going to get a chance for the industry to win an industry recognized book, The Stronger Together. Now, let me just make sure he's good to get pulled into the chat. David, you good to go? All right, gonna pull him in now. Hey, what's going on, David?
Good. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. We're so excited to have you here on the channel today and to be a part of the CyberSpeak Labs conference. So hopefully you're having a good morning so far.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys, and I'm excited to be here, and everything that you all Rihanna is doing, at CyberSpeak Labs. It's just awesome, just seeing the community come together and just raise for a good cause. So.
No, fantastic. Well, I'm going to hang out in the back, and while we start going through your talk, just go ahead and just let me know when you're ready for the next slide. I'll be moving your slides for you, and as we're talking through, and if there's questions and stuff, I'll be dropping kind of cool hits or tidbits that you're dropping in within the chat, and then we'll open up for questions at the end as long as we have time.
All right, that sounds
all right, David.
Good.
I'm going to take myself off the screen, and I will pass it over to you.
All right, we appreciate it. Yeah, you can go ahead and go to the next slide too. But yeah, I've been in the industry, a little over on the IT side, for a little over a dozen years, and then I started in the cybersecurity in around six years ago. So, and I love what I'm doing, to help the community, and just everyone, like I mentioned, everyone coming together. That's another reason, that I'm here today, and I want to help women in cybersecurity as well. For the book, and I was wanting to raffle. They're going to raffle off the book today, and you can also, anyone who would like to share the knowledge in the book, it goes directly, all proceeds go directly to women in cybersecurity on Lynn Dom's foundation. I also community educator, and I love, educating on that side of things as well. But you can go ahead and go to the next one. But yeah, your personal brand, it is an investment, and I've had so many opportunities come my way. I didn't start posting on LinkedIn or YouTube until around 2012, 21. So I wish that, I had, if I could tell myself anything, I wish that I could go back and just, start earlier, because I started in school. It was about 2014. So I didn't graduate till around 18. So I wish, I would have started while I was still, learning, and while I was still in school and college, because there's just so many opportunities that has came my way just on posting on LinkedIn, and just speaking like what we're doing today, just coming out, speaking to the community and teaching. I always tell people, you're never too old to learn, and there's always someone, that's ahead of you, or there's always someone that's behind you that can learn by you, sharing information. And there's so many mentors that I've had, in the industry, including, Phillip, Wylie. He's on the, if anyone would like to learn more about the offensive side of security that's watching today, highly recommend him. There's also anyone that wants to learn the GRC side of things, governance, risk, compliance. I would recommend people check out Mike Miller, his work. He's also going to be the keynote speaker to close out, I believe, tomorrow. Mary Galloway of Cyber Jiu-Jitsu. I would highly recommend checking her out as well. But you can gain, so many professional connections just by being active here on LinkedIn, other social media platforms, such as X, YouTube. You can go ahead and change the slide, Andrew. But how and the why I got into cyber. I started, what really intrigued me of cybersecurity was all the, like how computer viruses works, how Trojans, how adware, how scareware, how all that, works. That's really what first initially got me interested in cyber. I had done a paper while I was still in college. This was before I got into cyber. My first degree was in CIT, so I was more focused on IT side of things. But for my capstone, I actually wrote about computer viruses and how they worked, inside of systems, and how organizations was able to go in and learn how to, mitigate and put up security controls to help businesses stay safe. So that's what initially got me into cyber. But after that, I just, fell in love with helping communities stay safe, and helping, businesses stay safe as well. So that's really what drew me, into working in cyber. And I've been, I fell in love with it, and I've been in cyber, ever since, and, helping the community. And as far as roadblocks that I've ran into and lessons that I learned along the way, I learned to not just say, I was applying to, like, I don't know, I applied for a couple hundreds applications in cyber. Never really heard anything back, was being ghosted by recruiters. until I really started focusing on, just a few different companies and learning and building relationships with people and networking. I believe that's what got my foot in the door, is just being persistent and networking with people and building the relationships, and actually reaching out to recruiters instead of just applying to jobs and just putting your application, because we know there's hundreds of people that apply to jobs, in cyber. So I knew that my resume wasn't going to get looked at unless, I reached out and talked to a recruiter, and, and that way they have a face to put to the name of my resume. And just also reaching out to people inside of the company that I had previously built relationships with. Because, I had been posting on LinkedIn for every day, or at least 2 or 3 days a week for 1 year straight, for 1 year before I even got a job in cybersecurity. Actually, my first job, this is just shows you how important your professional network and your professional brand is. However, I did get my cybersecurity security plus, Cumpian Security Plus. Of course, that did help, because some of the jobs, that you run into for DoD government jobs, some of them, of course, they require you to have Security Plus to fulfill that DoD requirement. Or some jobs, may require that you have like the Security Plus, CISA, CISSP, whatever it may be. But what actually got me my foot in the door was networking and being active on LinkedIn, because my first job, my first security operations center job, like I said, I had been posting on LinkedIn, showing what I learned, documenting what I was learning before I got my Security Plus certification. I was documenting, and I was also helping nonprofit organizations, like Kevin Apolinario was mentioning earlier. Just helping volunteering at nonprofits, and I was like writing security blogs for a nonprofit. So what I would do, I was taking what I was learning in the field at the time, doing what I was learning during my Security Plus certification. I would write a blog, like, for example, what was I learning during my first chapter? I would write a blog on it. Next week, or so, what did I learn in the second chapter, and so forth. Then I would write about that and blog about it. And I did that for about 1 year on LinkedIn. After 1 year just being consistent, I actually had a hiring manager reach out to me before a job was even posted online. So that's what I say, and they had got me and a few other people in the community at that time was volunteering at the same nonprofit. So we actually got a job, at the same place. So that's why I say to never sleep on networking and posting on LinkedIn. But you can go ahead and go to the next slide, Andrew. And just a little bit, that's kind of what I was talking about a moment ago, just sharing your journey and your education. I always tell people, no matter where you are in your journey, there is always someone that can learn that's behind you. And, and there's always someone that's going to be ahead of you. I used to think, I used to think, who was I to post something, whenever I didn't know everything about cybersecurity. But I learned really quickly, but that there's no way of knowing everything in cybersecurity because there's so many domains, so many subdomains. It's just impossible to learn everything. So, and that's why I say earlier, I was posting about my Security Plus certification because I knew that there would be a lot of people that was behind me that needed help getting that certification. So I actually talking about content creation, I actually built a Security Plus course, and I had partnered with Ian Neal at the time, Security Plus education, expert in the field. And he at the time, he allowed me to use his book, and I kind of came up with some of my own stuff to go alongside of his book. And I had I had 98 people in my class, and that was actually the first time that I had ever taught a Security Plus class. So it was a bit overwhelming but I learned so much, and it took me months of dedication just in order to get that many people to get in my class to help them become Cybersecurity Plus certified. I did a 12-week course at that time, just helping people get there. I would meet with people on Zoom each week, and there was 12 chapters, and we would go over one chapter each week, and I'd helped a lot of people get Security Plus certified. And this was after I had gained my Security Plus certification. So that's, like I said, you don't have to be really far into your journey before you can start reaching back and helping other people. And public speaking in local clubs. I tell people local, like DEF CON groups, local ISSA groups, ISC Square actually groups, OWASP chapters. If you're in college, do college clubs, national cyber league, online communities, Discord, Slack, other places, Reddit, all of that social networking, getting involved in conferences like this Cyber Speak Labs conference. I know I saw where Rihanna, she had ran a volunteer to help with so that might be something that someone's watching today, could watch out for if they do this conference next year, is to volunteer to help on the back end with content, advertising the conference, throughout the year, whatever that may be. Also, I like, teaching. You can reach out to your local like Boy Scouts of America community, Girl Scouts. I know a lot of people, do Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts to get their cybersecurity badge to help the younger generation be safe. But you can go ahead and switch to the next. Here's something I wish that I would have done early in my journey, is to find a focus in cybersecurity, because it's easy, especially when you first start cyber. It's easy to get overwhelmed with so much, because I was doing a lot of things in TryHackMe. I was trying to learn a lot of the offensive side of security, learning defensive side of security. I was learning about governance, risks, compliance. There's just so many domains, that you can get overwhelmed if you're not careful. So this is why we made this chart, because I'd like to go over, kind of like I said, what I wish that I would have done and learned. But finding a focus, and then after you find your focus, go in and seek mentorship from people on LinkedIn. I like to build, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 people, like a committee for helping like people that's ahead of you, and you can seek mentorship, and also build a list of not only mentors but mentees, and people that's behind you as well. Because we can learn from so many people. We can learn from people that's ahead of us, and we can also learn from people that's behind us. So learning new skills in the community, identifying companies. What I like to do is identify, maybe 3 to 5 companies, and target those companies that you want to work at. And don't be afraid to reach out to recruiters in that company that's recruiting for where you want to be at. And this is what I'm saying, to only pick 3 to 5 companies at a time, because that way you can spend your time and energy and focus, just like what I was saying about finding your focus in cyber. Just finding a focus, really honing in on the 3 to 5 companies that you want to work with. And what I did and what I recommend is reaching out to recruiters, people inside the company. That's like, if you want to become a SOC analyst, reach out to people that's SOC analyst in the field. And if you want to become a pen tester, reach out to people that's already has that pen testing experience. If you want to reach out to, if you want to reach out to and learn about risk and compliance, third-party risk, whatever that may be, reach out to people that's in GRC. And I tell people, don't be afraid to reach out to recruiters, reach out to also don't be afraid to reach out to hiring managers that's in the I know a lot of people's afraid to reach out, especially when they're first starting in their career. And when I was first starting, I was guilty of that too. But I'm just wanting to tell people and share from my experience how much it's helped me by getting over the being scared and just reaching out to people. There's so many people that's willing to help you. You'd be surprised, how many people that's willing to help. Because I had thought, early in my career, I was thinking, there's not going to be people that's going to have time to help me, or time to share, maybe reach out and have a 15-minute coffee chat. That's what I also did and when I'm looking for jobs or looking to change, if someone's listening today that's looking to change, make a pivot in their career or change, don't be afraid to reach out to people and ask for a time, if they have time for maybe a 15-minute, coffee chat to help you. But also if they do, and don't forget to when you do get a job in cyber, don't forget to reach back and help someone else in the community as well. You can go ahead and switch the slide, Andrew. And this is called the Network Resource Starter Pack. If anyone would like to scan this QR code, they can. And I promise, we're not trying to fish you today. I just didn't put the URL link. I usually also put the URL link to people that wants to put the full code in. Even at conferences that I speak at, sometimes I'll put I like to joke around and say that, but I do put a lot of times the full URL link in, because I know I like to use the full link as well. But yeah, just starting, if you can participate, just a few things you can do. You can participate into CTF challenges. I know SkillBit, they have a lot of challenges. Also, national NCL, National Cyber League, Try Hack Me. They have a lot of CTF challenges that you can do in the community. Also, a good thing to do is to join a Discord community. I know I'm part of a lot of Discord communities, such as what we're Cyber Speak Labs. We can continue to keep checking back, for different things that to help the community and collaborate, as it says, here, collaborate to learn. Also, another Discord that I like is you can join is your local death DEF CON groups, OWASP chapters, ISC2 chapters, some of the B-side communities, they have Discords. So I highly recommend finding a Discord community out there. A couple more I'd like to mention is Black Hills Information Security, BHIS. They have a really good, nice Discord community. TCM Security. They have a really good Discord community. Simply Cyber, by I'm just naming a few that I'm thinking of. Simply Cyber community, Discord community. There's just so many out there that you can join. Also, how to get into cyber IT. I tell people, without how to help build experience when you don't have experience, is join these volunteer at groups. Volunteer at your local B-sides events, which I love. I've personally volunteered at a couple B-sides events. I've spoke at a lot of B-sides events. They're a lot smaller than DEF CON, which I love. The bigger communities, DEF CON and Black Hat. But personally, I feel like I really like the B-side communities even more because it's more intimate, and you can usually find about anyone that you want to speak with, even the speakers, the keynote speakers. You can find them, and it's more easier accessible to speak with people. And then also you can network with people at the after parties a lot more because it's smaller groups. Also recommend the Diana Initiative. In the Diana Initiative conference, you can volunteer. Women in cyber security, WCs. If you could possibly volunteer, at one of their conferences, that would be a good time to network with people. Just volunteering at DEF CON, Black Hat, and etc. You can learn from a teacher. There's what I was talking about learning Security Plus certification earlier. There's a place called Slay Security that you can learn cybersecurity from each other inside that community. So you can look that up, Slay Security. Learn from Mason SE, Josh Mason's group, noobs, the new people at DEF CON. If anyone's able to volunteer, at the noobs village, any other villages, that's a good place to volunteer at and gain professional, net to expand your network. And a lot of times you can find jobs at these conferences that may not be listed on their websites or otherwise. So, and you can go ahead and change the slide, Andrew. and talking about networking with people, this is a little challenge that I came up with. I've had a couple thousand people follow my hashtag. I've had a few people reach out to me with that, saying that they found jobs by doing this challenge, and getting more visibility to the reason I like this challenge, and wanted to create this challenge, is to get people more visibility to hiring managers and recruiters. So I started out doing this challenge to post on LinkedIn for 100 days, but this has been a few years back. So I also tell people, if they can't do 100 days, just maybe do 30 days, and just be sure to include my hashtag. I know that's a mouthful, but it's hashtag CyberTechDave, 100 days of cyber challenge. I also go by CyberTechDave. A lot of people in the community knows me by that as well. So what I do is recommend people. They ask, well, what can I post about, David, or what can I post about? To I always tell people to post about what they're learning. Maybe if they're learning a new certification, write about that. Write about what you're learning every single day. And it doesn't have to be real complicated. If you read, even if you read one page or a couple pages of a new book, or if you read a couple pages of a article, it really doesn't have to be that. You don't have to read an entire chapter in one day. Just write about what you learn. If it's something new you learned about phishing today, or it could be different kinds of attack vectors. Also, I tell people to write about what their document what you're learning on your home lab. If you're learning about Active Directory, learning about a new SIM, Splunk, for example, write about what you're learning each day, because like I mentioned earlier, there's always someone that's behind you that can learn from what you're documenting, and not only by sharing this information, you're helping reaching back and helping other people. You're also helping helping yourself too, because you can always go back and see and read what you documented, and hiring managers can also hiring managers are watching what you're doing on LinkedIn, because I know this, because I've had hiring managers reach out to me, and that's like how I mentioned that I got my first job in cybersecurity. I had a hiring manager reach out to me. So, and also I've had program coordinators on teaching physicians, reach out to me to teach classes. So I know I've got a few different jobs on LinkedIn, just by posting, every day, learning. So so I was able to this is just an example, how you can grow your network and your professional network. It's crazy just to think, in 2023, I had 65,000 followers, which I like to call connections and relationships, because it's not, I don't like another thing I don't like is the word influencer, because, I like connecting with people in the community. I don't like the word influencer. I like to say, connections, relationships that you're building with people, and, building with people that can help, not only help you, but you can also reach back and help other people. So it's crazy to think, that in 2023 I was at 65,000 connections, then 10,000 or 10 months later, 97,000, and then today, like 2.5 years later, from 97 to 130 something, whatever it is today. So it's just it's been a really fun journey along the way. I've learned, so much, and met so many wonderful people, like the people that's helping with the conference today. I truly appreciate, everyone that I've met along the way, and the people that I'll meet, in the future. So, but you can go ahead and switch the slide, Andrew. And this is what I had, kind of what some of the things that I already touched on. It's not about self-promotion. It's not about influencing. It's not about getting clout. It's about helping each other and one another. And, there's a lot of stereotypes. I think, I had wrote a social media post on LinkedIn about, where I didn't get my first job in cybersecurity until I was 40, in my 40s. So, I mean, you're never too old to learn, no matter what people say. You're never too old, or I'm sorry, you're never too old to learn. And, I've seen people get degrees and certifications, even and jobs, even in their their 50s and their 60s, 70s. I saw a lady graduate with her business degree that was in her 70s, even. And I've heard of people, in their, so there's no age restriction, no age limit, to what you can learn. But yeah, social worries and fears. A lot of people say they're afraid to connect, or afraid to put themselves out there. Well, you can always connect, but you can be safe about it. And social media, worries about people says social media isn't secure. Well, it's like anything else, insecurity systems. people, it's only secure as your settings, and it's only secure as your people making it. Going through, for example, security frameworks, building security programs out, making sure to have multiple levels of security. Making sure everything. Everything's in place like it should be at your company. So you can go ahead and go on to the next slide, Andrew. And this is what I mentioned just a couple slides ago. We was talking about influencer. It's not about becoming an influencer. And it's not about getting clout, or it's not about, a lot of people say, well, if I post, it's all about myself. I talk about people say, well, I talk about myself too much, David, or, they come, and send me a message, how do I get visible without sounding, like you're trying to, I guess, too salesy or something along those lines. Well, it's not about that. It's not about getting clout, because, I believe someone had mentioned earlier, it's not about, if you don't have visibility, no one's going to know that you exist. It's kind of like, I like to use the example, if let's say you're driving down the highway, and you see a billboard, for an advertisement billboard. If that person or that business didn't advertise, they didn't put their name or their logo on the billboard, you wouldn't know that they exist. So I try to tell people to look at it like that. It's not growing your fan base, it's growing your brand, your personal brand, because simply, everyone, whether we like it or not, everyone is in the business. You're in business whenever you're marketing, whenever you're looking for a job, you're actually in business. You're marketing. A lot of people, they don't look at it that way, but you truly are. You're having to market yourself. You're having to market your skill sets. For instance, you're having to market your ability, your technical ability. You're having to market your social skills ability. You're having to market your speaking when you're inside of an interview. Your soft skills, talking to the hiring managers, talking to people. So you're having to market yourself. So, but all of this, it does when done correctly. It does help build credibility in the field. You can go ahead and switch Andrew. And what platform is best for you? Well, if you like getting on YouTube, or if you like making videos for content, I would highly recommend YouTube. learning, you can learn a lot on like Reddit, for example, forums on Reddit. There's other places out there, forums. Let's say on Facebook, you can learn on LinkedIn. Just if I think LinkedIn overall for me, which everyone is different, but you just got to find what works best for you and just kind of hone in on that skill. So I really enjoy posting on LinkedIn, which I do some videos, but not as many. So I really like doing the post, and just and helping share information because I love the educating, side of things, which I'm also not only work in cybersecurity, but I'm also a cybersecurity educator on the side as well. So I just tell people that you gotta find out, what's best for you, what's best for growing your personal brand. And another tip that I would like to give people is on X. There's a lot of talking going back about looking for jobs. If anyone, whoever's listening that might be looking for jobs today or looking to pivot into a new career, there's been a lot of people find jobs, before they're even posted on the company's website or anything, because a lot of times, hiring managers and teams will put jobs. You can find out about the job market and these jobs before they even become available. So again, I tell people to not be afraid to reach out to recruiters and hiring managers, because there's a huge percentage of security professionals that reside on LinkedIn today. So I feel like learning LinkedIn, and especially for people that just started, for students in the community, I feel like learning LinkedIn is really a skill set that everyone needs to learn for job hunting today. But you can go ahead and switch the slide, Andrew. And this would go ahead, and I think we do have a couple questions, and I appreciate you, Andrew, and everyone for allowing me to come on today. It's been an honor to be here. So.
Yeah, David, no, this was a fantastic talk and I loved it. So one question is what would you recommend for people that want to start a channel but don't want to show their face? Should they still share their work around LinkedIn?
Yeah, definitely. I actually didn't share my face for over I didn't share my face for literally like over I posted on LinkedIn for 1 year, like without even sharing my face. So you really don't have to. I guess I encourage people to kind of share their face, but I mean you don't, especially until you get used to posting, and you can post for maybe a year or so, and once you get used to it, then you don't think as much about it. So that's what I would recommend, just starting out slow and small.
I get folks too, because it's like, I get it, no one wants to be an influencer, no one wants to get on the YouTube and be part of the status quo. But yeah, I would also challenge folks like, yeah, you don't have to keep your camera on. It can just be a voice. It can just be you talking. I know Mad Hat Hacker, he covers his face with a baklava thing too, and it's kind of part of the ambiance. But yeah, no, I get it. There's that aspect, I think, of that privacy maybe where you're just like, you don't want to be seen, you just want to show off the skills.
Right.
And I think, like you mentioned before, loved your 100-day post challenge on the LinkedIn. I've done that as well, and I loved it. I challenge a lot of my mentees as well when they're going through trying to find that niche or kind of just like grow their network. I'm like, hey, you need to do that. It's important to be in part of the community, finding that right group that fits in well with you. Another question we had earlier in the chat is, obviously there's some guitars behind you there.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing? And if you have a favorite guitar, what is your favorite guitar?
Well, I've been playing on and off since I've been 16, 15 years old. You know, my dad, he was involved in music. So I really loved, you know, listening to him play. So I just kind of picked up the chords, and then I'm the kind of person that I play mostly by ear instead of looking at the notes. So, but my favorite guitars, I would say, man, yeah, that's a tough. so many. I would think, you know, my favorite guitar would be like the Fenders.
Okay, awesome. No, fantastic. Well, David, so great to have you on today to help us out for the CyberLab Con. Love your talk. Make sure you guys scan those QR codes below. Connect with David on LinkedIn. And last thing I'm going to ask you before we leave is, what would be your last piece of advice for somebody trying to break into cyber?
My last piece of advice would be, just don't be afraid to put yourself out there and build those connections. And you know, I know I love talking about building connections, and I think that's really, really important, because every interview, that's something else I was going to touch on. Every single interview that I've gotten in the last few years is came from referrals. So just be sure to network and get those referrals from the company that you want to be at. Because if you don't have a referral, I mean, there's hundreds, like literally hundreds of people fighting for that same position. So just don't be afraid to throw your hat in the ring, even if you don't have all the experience, or if you don't meet the job requirements. That's something I encourage to apply anyway, because a lot of these, honestly, a lot of these places, HR, they don't know how to write the job description. So there's a disconnect from the HR to the real what's going to be doing in the day-to-day job. So that's why I say, if you can hit a couple of the bullet points, go ahead and apply anyway. So that would be my piece of advice.
No, fantastic, David. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on. That was an amazing conversation. Yeah, like, subscribe, drop in those comments below. What was your favorite piece? What was your favorite part? And David, I'm going to kick you back to the back room, but we will catch you later today and see you in the chats.
All right. I appreciate everything, Andrew. All right. Bye.
All right, everybody. Let's see if I can get this done correctly and move back up. There we go. So that was our last presentation for this piece of it. As we wait for our next speaker to hop online, make sure, as you guys remember, we have a 5K donation goal that we are trying to reach today for our amazing CyberLab conference sponsors, NextGen Cyber Ed. I'm gonna hit the quick refresh button because we have been doing some awesome donations as have been going in. So yep, we're still at 732. So you guys are doing a fantastic job. So I love it. You guys are doing great. And it looks like our next speaker is actually queued up. So I'm going to go ahead and get it all set for the next introduction. There we go. So, very excited to introduce this next speaker, by the way, who recently was also on the channel for Ginger Hacker. And this is Phillip Wylie, who is a globally recognized ethical hacker, cybersecurity educator, author, and keynote speaker with more than 2 decades of experience in information security, specializing in penetration testing, application security, and red teaming. He is passionate about helping others build successful careers in offensive security through education, mentorship, and hands-on training. Now, Phillip is the co-author of the Pen Tester Blueprint, starting a career as an ethical hacker and the host of the Phillip Wylie Show, where he interviews cybersecurity leaders, ethical hackers, industry innovators, and offensive security on offense security, emerging threats and career development, and the future of cyber. Prior to launching his current show, he also hosted the Hacker Factory podcast, further establishing himself as a trusted voice in the cybersecurity community. And I see him here in the back room, so I'm going to pull him over real fast and we'll do a quick little sound check. But also reference our raffle sponsor before I do that. We also have right down here, you donate $5, and this is now a chance to win one of 3 TryHackMe Premium account access for 30 days. So not only are you also helping hit our 5K goals, but you're also getting a chance to win some of these awesome prizes we have set. All right, let me go here real quick, and I'm going to pull in the man, the myth, the legend, Phillip Wylie. What's going on, man? How's it going?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing good, man. How was your weekend? Or I'm sorry, how was your week?
Yeah, the week has been good. Did an event for Threat Locker last week. They had a dinner in town, and they did a meet and greet with Network Chuck and myself. So it was a lot of fun.
Oh, fun. Yeah,
Recorded
I saw the
about 5 or 6 podcast episodes this week.
nice, very busy. Well,
Yeah.
awesome. Well, I'm going to be in the background hitting through your slides and stuff. So just let me know when you're ready for the next slide. And then as you're talking through your presentation, I'll be dropping tips and tricks and cool little tidbits that we talk about. I'll be keeping an eye on the clock in the chat as well. So if we have questions in time for the end, we'll make sure to get those questions asked for the audience that are watching. And with no further ado, I will pass it over to you.
Thanks.
Oh, did the wrong one. Okay, let me see if I can click the right box. I will now pass it over to you.
Thanks for the introduction, Andrew. I look forward to seeing you at summer camp in the Noob Village. So this presentation was inspired by my role at Phosphorus. Phosphorus is a company that has an IoT and OT security solution. And while I was there, I learned about the Akira ransomware attack. And it kind of reminded me as a pen tester how over the years we've leveraged things like printers, security cameras, and different things to get a foothold in the environment. And it was interesting to see that threat actors are starting to do that as well. What's happened is the endpoint detection systems are getting a lot better, and it's a lot more difficult for threat actors to get a foothold. And so this is becoming a more common problem. And one of the things a lot of times people don't think about when securing IoT, they're just thinking about securing IoT, not realizing that IoT can be used to be exploited to gain access to the IT environment. So it could lead to even bigger risks and breaches. So next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. And so for those of you who don't know me, I'm the Chief Security Evangelist and Senior Consultant at Suzu Labs. So I'm an offensive security professional and instructor, former adjunct instructor. I taught at Dallas College for over 3.5 years. While I was at Dallas College, I did a presentation called at the time wasn't the Pen Tester Blueprint, but it was a talk about getting into pen testing and the prerequisites needed to become a pen tester. And by the end of the year, November of 2018, I turned this into a conference talk, giving it at B-Sides DFW for the very first time. And one of the things I saw the need for the book was there was so much great content out there on learning pen testing, but no one was really telling you what you needed to know before embarking on a journey to educate yourself and become a pen tester. So that book was kind of, I got the opportunity because I was featured in the Tribe of Hackers Red Team edition. They did interviews with different people in offensive security and wrote this book. Wylie Publishing reached out to me and said, do you have any ideas for a book? And so I thought it would be a great idea to turn the Pentester Blueprint into a book. I'm also currently I'm hosting 3 different podcasts: the Phillip Wylie Show, Simply Offensive, and I co-host CyberHackcast. I'm the founder of CyberLab Con, and CyberHackcast is a podcast that we use to promote the conference with. Next slide. And so some fun facts. I used to just share this slide when I did educational talks and career talks, helping people, get into offensive security or security in general. Use this slide to kind of help motivate people, because when I graduated high school, I was a power lifter. I didn't know what I wanted to do for a career. I took the college entrance exams, the ACT, but my ACT scores were too low compared to my grade point average in high school. I would have had to have gotten like 8 letters of recommendation from my teachers at school, or either take the ACT over again and get a better score. So I really wasn't motivated to go to school, really didn't know what I wanted to do. So some of my high school buddies said, hey, you should be a pro wrestler. So I ended up going to wrestling school and wrestled for a few years. And this is me wrestling here. So on the right-hand side, this is me doing a little independent wrestling match at the bar I was a bouncer at. This is like one of the only good pictures I have from my wrestling days, because the camera quality and everything else was like on video from the matches I did. So I really have anything good to share. But this is also another picture of me wrestling a bear at that same nightclub. They had a special event where it wasn't just me, it was open to anyone to wrestle, but I actually did better than anyone else against the bear. And it was a good experience. And far as like a personal branding thing, this is one of the reasons I share the slides too, is people will remember me because I wrestled a bear and I used to be a pro wrestler. So it's just good branding, and then motivation, because if a former meathead powerlifter pro wrestler can do cybersecurity, then anyone else can, if they just put their mind to it, just basically do what I did. Next slide. So invisible gateways, how threat actors exploit IoT to breach organizations. So IoT is an overlooked, underestimated insider threat or invisible gateway for threat actors. Threat actors exploit connected devices to gain access to organizations going undetected. Next slide. IoT devices are no longer convenience tools. They're invisible gateways that sophisticated threat actors are actively exploiting to bypass traditional security controls and compromise enterprise networks. In this presentation, we'll discuss real-world attacks, attack techniques, current threat landscape, and practical defense strategies. Next slide. So the challenge: organizations rush to capitalizing on IoT efficiencies while overlooking critical security implications of deploying unmanaged, unmonitored, and often unpatched devices at scale. So expanding attack surface, 75 plus billion IoT devices were projected by 2025. Security gaps, 97% of organizations struggle with IoT security challenges. It's one of these things, people, when they installed it, they really didn't think that it needed to be secured outside of protecting the IoT devices itself. In a lot of cases, struggles with any kind of security solutions to help secure those IoT devices. High impact, 57% of IoT devices vulnerable to medium, high severity attacks. Overlooked threats, printers, cameras, BMCs often overlooked in security strategies. Next slide. So the expanding attack surface. So your traditional boundaries, your traditional IT, you've got hardened perimeters, monitored endpoints, regular patching cycles, centralized security controls, and expand upon that a little bit too. Those attack surfaces are going through vulnerability management. So regularly occurring vulnerability scans are going on. They're part of pen tests. But then when it comes to IoT, bypass security controls, unmanaged devices, irregular or no updates, distributed often forgotten. There's no kind of vulnerability management for these devices. They're not having pen tests performed against them. So IoT devices create invisible gateways that extend beyond traditional network boundaries, offering threat actors new entry points into enterprise environments. Next slide. And why this is an important point we've got to look at is as endpoints get more difficult to actually bypass, to gain access to these systems, threat actors are going to look at other ways to gain access to the systems. If this is not working, they're going to try something else. And the thing about IoT is, as mentioned, these are not being monitored. These are not being updated. So if a threat actor gains access, then there's a good possibility that they're going to, stay in the environment until something in the IT environment kind of alerts to their presence. So some common IoT misconfigurations, and this is very similar. If you look at this is pretty much mirrors IT environments. So default credentials, unchanged admin, root passwords, and just some and weak passwords in general. Overall theme is password hygiene, because there are password databases out there, password files that threat actors and pen testers alike can use to perform password attacks against systems. So this is a critical area that people get overlooked. There's websites out there that have like default credentials, and some of these websites that popped up with default credentials are really just to help the administrators and security folks that are managing these systems. If you lost access to it, or you bought a device and you're not able to get into it, you can look up some of the default credentials that allow you to log into it, so then you can configure it. So unencrypted communications, so plain text protocols using HTTP instead of HTTPS, Telnet and FTP instead of other encrypted and secure methods of authentication. And then missing authentication altogether, open management interface. So you see stuff like this on Shodan. If you go out there looking for IoT devices or OT devices, sometimes you're able to gain access to a management interface without knowing the password. There's no password to it. It's just not secured. And it's kind of interesting to see this. Like I said, you can see some of these examples on Shodan. I once worked for an external attack surface management solution company, and one of the scans they did for a customer, one of the HDMIs, one of the interfaces that controls an OT device, which OT is more kind of an industrial type of IoT to kind of simplify it. But their machinery, their factory equipment was exposed to the internet, no password required, and someone could go and start and stop any of these processes without having access. So the missing authentication, open interface management interfaces is a problem. Firmware vulnerabilities, known CVEs, outdated components, weak network segmentation, IoT devices on corporate networks, inadequate monitoring, no logging or anomaly detection, and physical security. So physical security, this is very important. And this is very important when it comes to pretty much all devices, regardless if it's IoT, even like your Wi-Fi access points. If these things are put down in an area where someone can easily access it, some of these devices will have multiple Ethernet ports, or maybe the threat actor can just take the port that the device is plugged into and gain access to the network that they may be like in an area. So like if you have cameras in an entryway of a organization, and a threat actor is able to get in there, they're able to plug in. So they don't even have to gain access fully into the environment to get access to any of the network infrastructure. And so this is kind of a common problem and something to watch out for. Some of the Wi-Fi pen tests that I've done in the past, one of the things we always check for is physical security. Are we able to get our hands on any of the Wi-Fi network devices, whether it's a controller or an access point? Next slide. So the typical attack chain is reconnaissance, initial compromise, lateral movement, persistence, and exfiltration. Pretty similar to a pen test or a typical attack. So reconnaissance, the threat actors are doing their network scanning, device enumeration, vulnerability identification to find out what the device is, to see what version of the software it's running, to see if there's any exploits for it, initial compromise, exploiting default credentials, unpatched vulnerabilities, or weak authentication. Going back to the reconnaissance, you see the version of that device, and then you may be able to go in and find an exploit, or maybe there's some misconfiguration type of vulnerability with it. Because there's interesting that some devices will have backdoors. It's not a good thing, and we're seeing less of that. But at one time, a lot of devices had backdoors in it. So if the company had some kind of support agreement with the manufacturer, they would be able to easily access the equipment. In lateral movement, this is one of the main points of this whole presentation, is once someone's got that initial foothold on an IoT device, then they're able to spread laterally, be able to go from the IoT device to endpoints, to servers, workstations, other IT infrastructure. And so this is where the risk comes in. And then persistence and exfiltration. So once they gain a foothold, threat actors will try to set up some kind of persistence to make sure they can still get in, or some kind of backup in case they lose that initial access. And then exfiltration. So being able to exfil data. And then also another important factor too to these attack chains is with ransomware gangs, a lot of cases they're just trying to get to the data to encrypt it, so then they can try to to ransom your company and make money out of breaching you. Next slide. And so the attacker tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, initial access. So credential stuffing, pretty much any kind of password attack here. You got password spraying, brute force attacks. So this just allows the threat actor to take those passwords and use them across multiple devices to gain access to it. And sometimes they leverage password dumps. So maybe someone in your organization, or maybe some of your admin accounts may have been compromised, and threat actors can download these lists, and they're able to do a brute force attack or password spray to gain access to those devices. So firmware exploitation. So back to the reconnaissance, they're doing reconnaissance, seeing the version of the firmware. They're able to look up if there's any exploits for that. And physical device tampering, supply chain compromises. So this is a really serious one here. You go back to think of Target is a big supply chain compromise. All this is nation state, but another thing to kind of just show you the seriousness of that, when you had the radios and pagers in the Middle East, where the threat actors that the nation state was attacking, they were able to interfere, get in the middle of their supply chain, and send these devices with explosive capabilities in it. So post-exploitation, network reconnaissance, credential harvesting, botnet recruitment, and data exfiltration. And so one of the things here with the credential harvesting, when you're trying to gain access to those other systems, sometimes these passwords are reused. So then threat actors are able to reuse those credentials to gain access to IT infrastructure. Next slide. So real world case studies. So the Target breach back in 2013, this has affected their HVA system. This famous breach exposed 40 million credit and debit card accounts, began with attackers gained access through stolen network credentials from the mechanical services firm, Target's HVAC contractors. This demonstrates how IoT and building systems can serve as an entry point to corporate networks. This was, according to Krebs on security, but a famous, well-known attack. And just kind of an interesting fact, if anyone knows of Scythe, the company that has the breach and attack simulation solution, actually Bryson Bort wrote that because he was doing a project for Target, writing some software for them, and he got permission to keep his intellectual property and sell it as a product. But this was one of the original things that influenced Bryson to write that product and form the company Scythe using that breach and attack simulation tool. Next slide. So the Akira ransomware attack. So this is what really got me motivated to write this talk. So this is another real world case study of the Akira IP camera attack in 2025. So attackers gained initial access via exposed remote access solution AnyDisk. So once they gained access to an edge device like a router or switch, something on the border of that environment. So the EDR systems block the initial ransomware deployment on Windows servers. So the attackers pivoted to unsecured Linux-based IP webcams or security cameras lacking EDR protection. So back to give a little more details, the threat actors gained access to the edge device, couldn't do anything. So they did their reconnaissance and they found other devices that were vulnerable, and that's how they gained access. They found the IP security cameras. So they used the webcam to mount a Windows SMB share against the systems and Windows systems in the environment, and deploy a Linux encryptor. So they're able to mount those systems, because one of the things happen here is this is coming in, it's an IP camera, it looks like a trusted device, so it gets overlooked. So they successfully encrypted network files while bypassing traditional security controls. So this demonstrates IoT devices as an invisible gateway for sophisticated threat actors. Next slide. So another real world case study here was Print Nightmare from 2021. And this is like one of the first devices I ever learned of that could be used to exploit environments. And these usually set on the network of an environment. So this could have been one of those cases where Akira could have been in the environment on that webcam, and maybe they could have gotten some information from a printer. So Print Nightmare is a critical Windows print spooler vulnerability affecting two different CVEs listed above. Allows remote control execution with system privileges. So if you got system privileges, you can do quite a bit in that environment on that system. Affects all Windows versions, printers as unmounted IoT attack vectors. So the printer problem, 61% of companies experience print-related data loss in 12 months. Only 16% of IT professionals consider printers high-risk devices. 447,000 plus printers globally were estimated to be unsecured. People also look at this like at other IoT devices. They don't really see them as a risk. You know, some of the pen tests I've done before in the past would run tools like Responder to intercept traffic, to get like password hashes, to attempt to crack password hashes, or if passwords are being passed in clear text. Going back to physical controls, this is another example, is if someone's able to get access to that printer and they're able to look at the configuration, sometimes they can find valuable information to help them exploit the printer and gain access to the network. And when a threat actor is able to exploit credentials from these printers, they're able to reuse it in other areas, gain access to servers, network attached storage, and other IT devices. Next slide. So another real world study. So the attack chain, let's see, so target discovery. So attack chain, attackers scan for network printers. So this is back to the attack we just mentioned, the Print Nightmare. So they were able to scan for network printers with default credentials, driver installation, exploit print spooler to install malicious drivers, privilege escalation, gain access to system level access via printer drivers, and the network compromise, use the printer as a pivot point for lateral movement, gaining access to some of the computers and servers and other systems in the environment that may have critical data or sensitive data. And it's kind of a key point here. Printers are IoT devices, often overlooked in security strategies, making them a perfect entry point for attackers. Next slide. So healthcare is an impact. And if anyone's familiar with healthcare, done anything in the healthcare space, you kind of realize that in those environments that some of the workstations and stuff are kind of not very secure. You see older, outdated versions of Windows on some of the devices that they use to log people in to the system that they're using to check them in and look at their charts and all that. So that's one of the things here that's a big risk, because plus also you've got the data and privacy information, different health records of the clients, and so you want to make sure these environments are secure. But what's happening, according to this survey, they found 82% of healthcare organizations experienced cyber attacks targeting IoT devices with an average cost of $346,205 to resolve each incident, according to the HIPAA journal. Over 1 million healthcare IoT devices exposed globally, including MRI machines and infusion pumps. And when you start looking at these, this is one of the reasons you want to make sure these environments are protected, because there's devices on these networks that are helping keep people alive or helping them, during their time in the hospitals. And I've seen cases where I've done pen tests of Wi-Fi networks, and it's kind of scary to see what is in some of those operating rooms, emergency rooms, to see these medical devices connected on the network. And if a threat actor is able to gain access, this is kind of a scary scenario, because maybe if they're not even trying to cause harm, sometimes hacking tools, if you're running a scanner of some sort, you may cause the system to reboot or shut down, and you don't want that. So that's why this is kind of a bigger risk and more of a dangerous risk compared to a lot of the others. Next slide. So additional information on this the additional document impact: 82% of healthcare organizations experience IoT cyber attacks, $346,000 average cost. Johnson Controls, $27 million in damages from building automation breach. Healthcare breach cost $10.993 million average, highest of any industry. And the scary thing about this is also too, these environments are being leveraged by ransomware, because they figure that the hospital is going to pay out the ransom, because they really can't afford to let these patients, be in danger. And in a lot of cases, they will pay these ransoms. And that's one of the reasons that threat actors and mainly the ransomware gangs go after hospitals and different medical facilities. Next slide. So another real world case study, Tomra ransomware attack. So a major ransomware attack that impacted 82% of reverse vending machines within Tomra's IoT network, taking 2 months to fully restore operations and cost $120 million in response efforts, according to PT Security. Next slide. And so here's another instance that's kind of overlooked a lot of cases. And one of the things too, whenever I learned about the Akira ransomware attack, it made me think of some other IoT style attacks. I've been in organizations where we're performing pen tests, and the ILOs, which are these boards, system boards that are built into the main board of servers, or it may be an extra board in the system. And what it does is it allows for remote management of those systems. You can shut it down, you can boot it up, you can install firmware, and these servers can be completely shut off. So people that are the IT folks that are managing this stuff, they will use this to be able to boot up a server, so they don't have to come in or go into the data center. And so, at any rate, this is kind of a big risk. And I've seen some recent pen tests, little as back in 2024, we're performing a pen test, and we were able to intercept the credentials from one of these ILO boards, and they were able to take those passwords and reuse it to gain domain admin access. Because so be able to gain domain admin access to those systems. So a little more details on this. The integrated lights out board is what ILO stands for. It's for HP servers. There's other servers that have their own similar devices. Some cases people separate the connection from the main server, but a lot of cases they don't. Good practices, and in some cases people just don't go through the trouble to separate this. And this is one way that you could kind of protect these devices, along with making sure that you're updating the firmware, is to put it on a separate network that's like maybe even a backup network, something that's more difficult for threat actors to gain access to. And so critical vulnerabilities, we have several different CVEs, one authentication bypass with 29 A characters, able to remote code execution in SSH server, and able to do authentication bypass, and then secure boot bypass and firmware compromise. Next slide. So ILO bleed implant. This is another ILO type of attack. Active BMC, baseboard management controller implant, observed in the wild since 2020. So it affects Gen 8 and Gen 9 servers with ILO 4, potentially earlier models, provides persistent stealthy access. Newer versions of Gen 10 and ILO 5 systems can be affected. Over 779, so over 700,799 plus publicly accessible systems vulnerable to ILO BMCs via Shodan research. 5,126 devices running ILO 4, 2,332 running ILO 3, thousands more likely to exist behind firewalls. BMC firmware rarely updated in production environments. Next slide. So attack capabilities, you're able to, as I mentioned earlier, you're able to extract clear text, or you're able to extract the passwords. One of these vulnerabilities to these ILOs is able to extract clear text passwords. So the pen test I was talking about, how we were able to take the credentials, we're able to extract the clear text passwords. And if you look in Metasploit, there's modules out there to exploit these different ILO attacks. Execute malicious code with system level privileges, replace ILO firmware with backdoored versions, host to ILO and ILO to host arbitrary code execution, and direct memory access attacks on the host. Next slide. So immediate actions, so inventory and discovery. So if you don't know what you have, you can't protect it and you can't assess it. So make sure you're doing a good access or good inventory of your assets. Network segmentation, isolate IoT devices from critical systems. Default security, change the default credentials immediately. And also consider rotating the passwords out. Monitoring, implement IoT specific security controls. Long-term solutions, security by design, integrate security into procurement, lifecycle management, plan for patches and updates. And also with this lifecycle management, make sure to rotate out devices. So if you get an IoT device that's end of life, there's no support, no longer going to be support or any patches for it, consider updating these devices so that way you kind of reduce the risk. And then zero trust, never trust, always verify. Next slide. So technical controls, deploy IoT security platforms. Phosphorus is a great solution because one of the things nice about Phosphorus, you can actually look for default credentials, change the default credentials. It scans for vulnerabilities. And the nice thing about it, it's written specifically for IoT and OT. So less likely that you're going to cause any outages against those systems. Implement micro segmentation, use certificate-based authentication, enable device-level encryption, deploy behavioral analytics, process and governance, establish IoT security policies, create device lifecycle procedures, implement security assessments, and include vulnerability management in the vulnerability management program. And also make sure to include this in your pen test. train operational staff, and plan incident response. A lot of cases, companies going to have an incident response plan, but make sure you're building in and including like your IoT devices and your OT devices, your connected devices that are often overlooked and neglected. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation. Please connect with me on social media. One of the things, and also get a free dark web scam from my employer. And being an evangelist is part of my role. So the more I get the name out of the company, the more they'll continue to pay for my travel to conferences and stuff.
No, Phillip, I love it, man. And that was an amazing talk. A few questions that popped up. One, what was your wrestling name? And actually, I think I dropped that question because I know you wrestled. I don't know if I ever asked you. Like, did you go by your real name? Did you have like a stage name, or like how that worked?
I just went by my real name because when you start out, you're what they refer to as a jobber or a job boy. You're basically losing all the time. And so I didn't really want to ruin a gimmick. And it's kind of interesting because I was watching a documentary on a wrestler this morning, a very well-known wrestler. And when he started out the mask because he didn't want to ruin his image starting out. So the only time I just wrestled under my own name, but I did wrestle in Florida in Pensacola once as Corporal Chaos. So I painted my face with camouflage paint and I painted my wrestling boots like a camouflage color. That was actually my last wrestling match.
That's awesome, man. Well, Phillip, a few more questions coming in. So are we going to be seeing you obviously this year at B-Sides Vegas, DEF CON, Black Hat?
Yeah, I'll be at DEF CON and Black Hat.
Awesome. Yep. Fantastic. And reference your book. What was the aspirations or kind of like the reasoning of why you thought it was needed to kind of be created?
The reason I felt like it needed to be created, because one of the interesting things is I was on some CFP review boards, and one of the CFP review boards was kind of talking about, they mentioned wanted to see if the talk's been given before. And if a talk's been given before, it doesn't mean not to accept it there, because there's a highly likelihood that people there had never heard that talk. And why that was kind of an epiphany for me was like during the pandemic, I did a lot of virtual presentations. I forget, it was ridiculous. There's some days that I spoke at 2 different conferences in one day. And I gave the Pentester Blueprint talk a bunch of times. And every time it was new to audiences. So I knew just because this talk's been given elsewhere doesn't mean it shouldn't be, given here. But one of the things that made me think was there's a lot of folks that aren't part of the cybersecurity community that don't have access to a lot of the resources we have. So I thought, if I put this information in a book, people that have no clue about cybersecurity industry, not connected to the community, will be able to find this information. So that was kind of the goal of it.
I love it. And I mean, for those that haven't checked it out, please definitely do. It's always a good grab to see. And then obviously when you see Phil in person, bring your book, and he's more than happy to sign it for you. Because I know I've also done the same thing when I've gotten to bring it into him as well. Another question, I think, and I'm sure you've been asked this before several different times. Do you have, or when you're doing your penetration testing engagements or previous engagements, do you have a favorite tool? Do you have maybe one that's maybe underused or that you would recommend for pen testers? Like, hey, you know what's a really good tool to have under your belt to say, oh man, I haven't used this in a while.
One of the ones I use the most, and a lot of people, I'll give you 2 examples. One of the ones I use the most that people know of, but they don't think it's that big of a deal, is Nmap, because Nmap has a lot of Nmap scripting engines or NSE scripts that you may be doing the pen test and you found some certificate vulnerabilities, TLS, SS, or SSL, and during a pen test, you got to validate those, and you can't use the evidence from the vulnerability scanner. You've got to do it manually or use some other tool.
Yeah. So
anytime I'm validating something, my first thing to try will be using Nmap, and then second after that, see if there's any modules within Metasploit to help validate it. Another tool that's kind of underestimated, but they've kind of came out with, it's actually integrated in another tool, was NIC2. And I've heard a lot of people downplay NIC2. Oh, that's old. But there's times I've used NIC2 that Burp Suite or Nessus didn't find these vulnerabilities, and I found important stuff with NIC2. So NIC2, supposedly, I guess the people that wrote that work for Project Discovery, and it's part of Nuclei now. So some of that functionality
Oh,
is built
nice.
into
Okay.
Nuclei. But that was just one of the tools I'd run along with my Burp Suite and what other vulnerability scanner I'm running in the environment, because sometimes it would find things the other ones didn't.
No, fantastic. And obviously, I know you've done talks at several, many more, I'd say, than several. Probably getting close to the hundreds, or I'm assuming soon to be triple digits on talks.
I looked a while back. I looked a while back, and when I last looked, I've spoken over 156 times.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool, man. And speaking of talks, though, what would be your advice for maybe young junior pen testers that are contemplating maybe doing or submitting a CFP? What's your advice for them to maybe do it, or what do you think?
Sure, I would say do it, because one of the things you're going to realize, people downplay themselves too much. There's too much lack of confidence or imposter syndrome. And so just put it out there, because one of the reasons I keep going is I figure I'll keep doing this as long as people get something out of it. And something you may think is not that big of a deal could be a big deal for someone else. So just get out there and do it. Find organizations, because like here in Dallas, we're lucky to have the Dallas Hackers Association, and that's once a month, and they have you to do fire talks. So the fire talks are only like
Nice.
10 minutes, and some conferences are starting to do more fire talks. So it's a good way to get up there and get practice presenting. But yeah, and one of the things is very popular. If you're a pen tester, people love to hear stories of some attack chain, some pen test you've done. I've seen people that basically will do a talk basically on a pen test where they've done. Of course, you got to anonymize the data. You don't want to reveal any data exposure customer, but those are good things, and they're very popular presentations. And if you don't feel comfortable speaking, one of the best tips that I can give you is go to Toastmasters. It helped me overcome my fear of speaking.
Yeah, I think Toastmasters is a great one. Oh, here we go. Another question from Steven. Do you think there is still opportunity for junior pen testers with the development of AI? And I know with AI jumping in, like there's Kali AI, there's all these new AIs being leveraged with new businesses are standing up that they're presenting themselves as an AI pen testing automated thing. Yeah, what about our junior pen testers? Do they still have a chance?
They do. They're just going to have to learn and embrace AI to be able to level up what they're doing. And one of the things I'd say too is do things like bug bounties to get experience with it. And if you're working in an organization that has a pen test team, see if they'll let you shadow or help out. And so, yeah, the thing is just because what's going to happen, and this has always happened over the years, is the veterans, the people who've been in the industry longer, are tired of learning, and they're not going to learn new things. So if you come in knowing how to pen test AI, so that's the thing, is be able to pen test AI, because a lot of people have been doing this for a while, can't pen test AI. So learn how to pen test AI, learn how to use AI, and yeah, that's going to help kind of future-proof you. There's a lot of people out there scaring and shaking up people, but then there's a lot of companies that realize that once the experienced people retire, there's no juniors to bring up or whatever. So smart companies realize that people are going to come about to their senses and realize that that's an issue, that they've got to bring in people, entry level and stuff and junior level.
Well, for my senior and maybe mid-level pen testers that are watching this too and that are starting to embrace AI, where do you think their next pipeline needs to be when it comes into growth?
So if you're using it to pen test with, that's one area, but learn how to pen test the AI, and Jason Haddix puts out a lot of content.
Oh yeah.
And then I think OffSec recently come out with an AI pen testing cert, and then Hack the Box came out with one a little earlier. So look into, and always I'd say keep up with the latest technologies. Don't let yourself get antiquated and outdated. So make sure that you're keeping up with the technology. And this can be more than just, if there's a new technology out, there's not a pen testing course for it. Learn the technology, because at the end of the day, you need to understand the technology before you can secure it and before you can exploit it.
Yeah, and it's I mean, Pat said it to you in our keynote this morning of like hitting and knowing your fundamentals and just keeping them just like riding a bike. Because I mean, as much as you want to know more and more and more, you can get so deep into the weeds and then sometimes skip over the little wins and kind of the little things that you can quickly find when doing pen tests, when doing blue team work, GRC compliance. So no, fantastic. Well, I don't think there's any more questions in the chat, Phil, and I know we're a little early, but last question I'll have for you before I kind of cut you loose and we'll do some more fill-in time for NextGen is, what's that final piece of advice you would give a junior pen tester trying to break into Red Team Cyber?
One of the things I want to say is networking. That's one of the biggest things you can do, because you're going to learn the most you can from networking. Some of the best things I've learned have been at LobbyCon, out at the conference in the lobby talking to people, because not everyone is comfortable getting on the stage, and you can learn some good information. And then nowadays, with all the AI enabled application systems, it's getting more difficult to get selected to interview. But if you know people, then there's an actual human you can hand a resume to, and there's a higher likelihood that the hiring manager will look at it, because this is a referral opposed to just going through some AI enabled system.
No, that is amazing advice and fantastic. And yeah, trying to social engineer your way through the ATS system to get to a human is, I'd say, definitely a goal in itself. Well, Phillip, I'm so excited. I'll be seeing you in Vegas. So yep. As always, as I've been mentioning to everyone, I'll make sure to get you one of our awesome Ginger Hacker Initiative stickers to say hi. And for those that will be seeing you there as well, is there any specific room you plan on hanging out with when you're there, or a village you're really excited to be in?
Yeah, I'll be checking out the new village, of course, but then I'm also Saturday morning in the adversary village. I'm leading an offensive security panel at 10 a.m.
Awesome.
Saturday in the adversary village.
So awesome. Saturday, adversary village, leading a panel. That's fantastic. Yep. And that's going to be amazing to see. Well, all right, everybody, we're going to say goodbye to Phillip, and we're going to kick him back to the back room as we do some more plugins for our amazing mission here today, which is with Cyber NextGen. I'm going to pivot back here to this other screen real quick. So yeah, we are so excited. We are 100% on track, which is amazing as always. And I want to make sure I remind everybody that we are here for NextGen Cyber in raising and bringing our awareness for our cybersecurity professionals of the future in our schools. And the way that you can help give back on that today is there's a few different ways. If you're just wanting to donate and you're like, you know what, Andy, I don't care about prizes. I don't need any cool swag. I just want to donate and give my money to a great cause. You can scan this QR code right up there that is right to the right of Phillip's awesome screenshot photo there. Or if you're in it for the prizes and say, you know what, I want to donate, but I'm really excited for all the cool raffles we have going on for the entire day. Every time we bring on a new speaker, we have our QR codes that are also going over some of the amazing things we are raffling off. So, for example, one of our raffle sponsors is TryHackMe. And by donating $5, this gives you a chance to win one of 3 of the TryHackMe premium vouchers for a good 30 days. Now, Andy, let's say, you know what, I think it's super cool. I really like TryHackMe, but I need that new hoodie. My socks have been super cold because they've been cranking it up because we're wrapping up the summer, but they're really trying to make sure the servers don't melt down. Then what you need to do is scan this link right here and purchase some awesome swag on the conference today for CyberLab Con. And 25% of all the profits are going to be donated directly to the Cyber NextGen Foundation. And doing a quick little check on how we are looking at on our sponsorships, we are still climbing. We jumped up another $20, so we're sitting around $742, which is amazing. And I know we'll still have our next talk coming up here roughly around top of the hour, which will be Chris Lindsey for track 1, and for track 2, Chris Young. So I'm going to quickly throw on our lo-fi music as we wait and get ready for the top of the hour. But everybody, please, please, please make sure you're liking, subscribing, dropping comments. We've loved all the interaction so far upon both tracks. And a huge shout out to Cyberspeak Labs, Rihanna Schultz, for putting on this amazing online conference to get everyone here that is trying to break into cyber, and also put in some time to help an amazing nonprofit get some amazing funds to help out their cause. So I'm going to take a quick pause, throw up this graphic, put on some lo-fi music, and I will see you all on the top of the hour. Weird. Why is that all sideways now? I don't know. Well, hold on, folks. Let me see if I can fix this. Or what we'll do. Ha! There we go. Let me kill some music real fast. Well, hey, everybody. Hopefully everyone's having an amazing time here with CyberLab Con with the amazing talks we've been having so far. My name's Andrew Karate, also known as Ginger Hacker, and I've been having so much fun getting to be your MC for Track 1. Now, we have some awesome talks also on Track 2, but I am pretty excited to introduce our next speaker here for Track 1. Chris Lindsey is an application security evangelist, international speaker, and cybersecurity leader with more than 35 years of experience in software engineering and over 15 years dedicated to application security. He has built and led mature application security programs, helping organizations strengthen, secure, develop practices through security architecture, develop enablement, risk management, DevSecOps initiatives. A recognized voice in the AppSec community, Chris serves on the Dev and Network Security Advisory Board, contributes to industry publications, and regularly presents at leading conferences including RSA, Black Hat, SANS, OWASP events. And through this technical experience and engaging presentation, he is passionate about empowering developers and security teams to build more secure software and stay ahead of today's evolving threats. And we're so glad to have Chris on. I'm going to bring him on in 2 seconds before I say a huge thank you to our other raffle sponsor, Skillbit. And as we approach our goal of $5,000 raised for our NextGen Cyber Ed, this is an amazing way as well, where just by donating, you're putting in your chance to get up to 3 months of free access to the Skillbit Labs. So make sure you're scanning that QR code. Thank you guys so much for being engaged in the comments, and let's go ahead and bring on our next speaker. Chris, how is it going?
It's great. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. I am so excited to have you on. How's your week been?
It has been quite interesting. I'm actually in Minnesota on vacation, and that's why a little bit of an echo because of the room that I'm in. But I had to take a pause from my vacation for 2 days, run down to Wylie, speak on a panel, see some folks, and then come back. So, yes, glad to be here.
Well, I'm so excited to have you here. This is going to be an amazing talk. What I'll be doing in the background is answering some comments in chat as you start dropping down some awesome bombs of information, might be dropping in some links. But other than that, I'm excited to hear your guys' talk. Thanks for taking some time. I, too, am out of my normal area. I'm also traveling and actually in Little Rock, Arkansas. So I totally understand that we're on the travel rigs, but we're still making things happen. So that's awesome.
Perfect. Hey, if you could start off, go back to slide 2.
Yeah, let me go back. There we go.
All right, here we go. Guys,
awesome.
Perfect. All right. Glad to be here. I am glad that you're spending some time with us today. This has been an amazing conference, and hats off to everybody that's involved because there has been a lot of work to get to this point, and I hope you guys are enjoying today's talks as both tracks are going. With that being said, let me talk about my talk. So this talk is one that's passionate to me, like a lot of the talks are. And this one goes both heavy on the administration side, but also on the developer side. So this is kind of the tale of two coins, and it's kind of a fun one to give. So with that being said, let's get started. So the introduction we've done. We're going to explore some trust paths. We're going to do some technical dissection of 2 Chrome extensions that accounted for over 100 billion credentials stolen. We're going to talk about Light LLM, which had 300 billion credentials stolen in like 1 to 2 days. And so we're actually going to do a deep dive. We're going to look at source code. We're going to talk about what happened, how they were missed by security programs, how were they able to proliferate out onto computers and run undetected. So we're going to talk about that too. So this is a fun talk. There's a lot of deep dives on both sides. So if I'm deep diving in the leadership side and you're like, well, I get there really fast for the other side and vice versa. With that being said, let's roll. Next, please. Okay, so areas that we're going to break down, and we're going to do a breakdown of common attack vectors responsible. We know these, but this is expanded with AI. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about practical framework to evaluate basically being able to your investments, because what's happening is when you have a program that is running really, really well, what happens? Well, we haven't had any attacks and things are quiet. Why are we spending this kind of money? Maybe we can cut money. So we're going to go into that, talk about that as well. And then we're going to do a risk prioritization approach grounded. So we're going to look at a risk prioritization approach that will really help get you moving forward. With that being said, next. I always love having this slide in. And it's always great when I'm doing this in person because I get to see the faces and I also get to ask questions. So this is really kind of, unfortunately, not a back and forth like I'm used to. But with that being said, if you choose to not decide, you still made a choice. This is Rush, Neil Peart. And this is a song that I absolutely love because with anything, if you choose to not do anything, you've already made your choice. You've chosen to do nothing. And so that is huge. Next, please. So let's talk about why this matters. Next. All right. So let's take a look at major company breaches of visual references. So we look at in 2025, Azure Cloud, we had 650 million user accounts. American Airlines, 140 million. Genome, 12 million. We look at blockchain exchange. You look at how much in assets, it's just huge. And you look at the rest of the list and it's just, you're just like, whoa, wait a second here. All of this is happening. And the crazy point that I want to make today and I want to talk about today is the fact that a lot of the breaches that have happened recently after these breaches that we're going to talk about are because people aren't rotating keys. They're not changing passwords. And when you consider that you had 300 billion plus 100 billion credentials stolen in a very short time, that's on the dark web, and a lot of those aren't even on the dark web anymore. They're on, you can find them. And you just simply go into any script kiddie, any youngling, anybody that's playing with AI can go in there and say, hey, here's this list, go validate, see if they're still active. That's all they have to do. And it runs out and does it for them. And so when you start looking at that aspect, that changes everything, because now if you don't have multi-factor turned on, if you don't have passkeys turned on, all of a sudden your information's out there and you can be basically taken. Next, please. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about a breakdown of common attack vectors first that are responsible for a big share of our recent breaches. So with that, next. We're going to focus in on these three areas: credential, session hijacking, supply chain compromise, because that is huge and that is happening massively as we speak. Phishing and social engineering. When you look at what had to happen in the old days for social engineering, and now you look at what's happening today, it's quite different. And so that's going to be kind of a fun conversation that we're going to have. But you look at the phishing, the malware, SQL injection, man in the middle, insider threat, you see how all this will bubble up. Next, please. Okay, so let's start with credential theft. So you can look over on the chart on the right as I'm speaking. All right, so browser plugins. So today's conversation, we are going to deep dive into 2 Chrome extensions that essentially accounted for 100 billion credentials stolen over a couple of weeks. The light LLM was actually measured in days. And so we'll look at that. But you look at the browser plugins, and what we're going to see is with the browser plugins, we inherently trust those. When we go in, and I have slides for this, so I'm kind of jumping ahead, but when you download any kind of application, what do? You're going to scan it for viruses. You're going to scan it for malware. You're going to scan it for something just to make sure it's safe, right? But we're not doing that for open source. And so when you look at browser extensions and browser plugins, what are we doing there? We're not scanning those. We're not doing anything. And as a matter of fact, a little bit of we'll get to that later. But anyway, browser plugins, we're downloading browsers plugins all the time. We're simply accepting those, both at home and as well as at the office. Email phishing, you guys know this email phishing. I mean, it's nothing new, but when you look at what AI has done for the phishers and the attackers and what they're able to do with AI, now we're no longer looking for misspelled words. or words, broken English, it's no longer very obvious. And when you look at Proofpoint and some of the other tools out there, we're modifying the links anyway. So asking your developers, asking your users, hey, look for weird links. They're already weird. So what are we doing there? So essentially, we've kind of broken the whole mechanism. So email phishing is something huge. And it's one of those things. Just be smart. If you get an email that's too good to be true and you know the person, send them a text. Pull out your phone, send a text. Say, did you send this to me? If it's somebody from work, this happens frequently. I get a lot of emails that say, hey, you got a gift card, you got this, you got that. And I always go in and ask the person, did you send this to me? And most of the time, no. So that's how I get around the phishing. If it's something that I'm not sure about, I reach out to the person themselves. I do not click, I do not do anything. Typically, I just simply delete. Typo squatting. This is where you change the URL slightly. And so what happens is sometimes there are some words that are easy to misspell and receive. Is it IE, EI? I mean, little things like that go a long way. Supply chain compromise. Now, this is where we're having a lot of trouble. And when I was on the panel speaking last week, or actually this week in Raleigh, the big thing that I talked about is today the developers are the target. It's no longer, I'm going to attack the castle. I'm going to try to break through your firewall. I'm going to try to, no. Basically at this point, with all the keys out there, people are going into the supply chain acting as the developer because, you know what, they have the key. The key's been compromised. It's out there. They're able to log in. As the maintainer, put the malicious code out there, release it. What happens when people see that, oh, look, the maintainer made the changes? They assume it's safe. That assumption will bite you every time. And we're going to get deeper into this. DNS poisoning. This was something that happened frequently to my kids as they're growing up. They didn't inadvertently download something, run something. And all of a sudden, when they were trying to go to a URL, it was going to a DNS server that was malicious. And in some cases, it would actually go out there and send them to a malicious version of the site that looked right, but wasn't right and still acted right. And so DNS poisoning is huge. And apps installed from a trusted source. Can we now still trust the originators? Can we still trust when we look at, oh, well, this came from this company? Should we be able to trust it? We have to still do trust but verify. And when we look at what we do, and again, I'll talk about this later, but I'm going to hit it now just a little bit. Think about a cooling off period. If something has just been released, that's probably not a great idea to grab the latest and greatest. Let it sit for 7 to 14 days, then try it. Because if you grab it and it has been compromised, usually there's a short window of a couple of hours, well, sometimes minutes, to hours to days before it's been identified as being malicious and stopped. And so if you're downloading immediately, and man, I love the latest and greatest, I am beyond bleeding edge, guess what? You are that target. Next, please. So when we look at all the supply chain compromises, right? Really, there's a lot of high impact breach involving third-party software, supply chain, vendor access data, and the access factor. So when we look at the compromises happening, just as I said, people are going in now because of all the credentials that have not been rotated and simply going in and acting as if they are that person. And so, or that company. And so again, rotate those keys. I write all the time on LinkedIn, and I frequently talk about rotate those keys, rotate those keys. And right now, it's definitely a good thing. Put it on your to-do list. Come Monday when you walk into the office, rotate the work keys. I'd say do it this weekend, but I don't want to be the reason why you're working this weekend. So you've got that. You look at the trusted software distribution channel. So when you look at open source, again, when you download anything, you do a virus scanner or you run something, but we're not doing anything with open source. And the thought process behind that would be, well, if we download open source, well, then it's coming from a trusted source like GitHub or a vendor or someplace that I would assume would be trustworthy. And so you create an assumed trust. And you also think, well, guess what? We have the source code. They're not going to hide something in that source code. Absolutely, they will. They'll do it all the time. They'll obfuscate it in a way that it just, you kind of most likely will skip it. And we'll see that with the Chrome extensions as we get into that. We talk about 2025, we doubled by 30%. Look at what we're going to do this year. The numbers aren't out yet because, hey, we're in 2026. But the fact that we doubled by 30%, I hate to say this, with the latest compromises and the things going on, I think it's going to be higher. I think it's going to be a lot higher. And then we take a look at the SolarWinds, the Chrome extensions, just to name a few, if you look at the supply chains and you look at how they've been compromised. They've all been compromised by different methods and methodologies. Next, please. So we look at the phishing and social engineering aspects of this, right? So we take a look at the initial installation of compromised software, the extensions, right? So we have to build trust. One of the things we're going to see in one of the Chrome extensions is where they put up a EULA. We're all used to seeing EULAs. We're going to go in, we're going to look at it and go, oh, look, EULA, scroll down, accept. We're going to get into that when we hit the Chrome extension. But you start thinking about some of the things like XEUtils, some of the things that have been out there. What's kind of happening in that arena is that the software's been out for a while. It becomes kind of a building block for Linux, for you guys, for developers, for anything, for you guys. And so it kind of builds that trust over time. Well, when we look at, hey, an update has recently been done, and that update has been done by the developer or by the company, we have that assumed trust. And we just need to be a zero trust environment these days. Trust but verify. Give it a resting point. Let it sit for 7 to 14 days. Then try it. Make sure you're always pinning your versions. If you pin the versions and you know the version is good, you're in good shape. And you look at open source here because, of the trust aspect. XEUtils, Light LLM, Notepad ++. How many people are running Notepad++? How many people have that set to auto update? That's kind of a weird problem because for the longest time, auto update is your friend, and it keeps you fresh. Auto update's your friend, and then Notepad++. Somebody makes a malicious version, gets it out onto the actual distribution server. You take the latest update, and that latest update now redirects you to a malicious server and does things behind the scenes. And then guess what? You find out later, and the auto update now points to them and not to the official site. And this all happens without your knowledge. You're not looking at the logs on your computer every day going, oh, look, this updated. I should probably go take a look. You're not doing that. If you have auto update, you're just assuming that it's right and you're moving on. Next, please. All right, so let's talk about a practical framework for evaluating. So this is where we do a little bit of a deep dive into the administration side. Developers, guys who aren't in this area, just stick with me for a little bit. We will deep dive, but we're going to pull up and we'll have a little fun here in a minute. Next. Security teams are asked to do more with less every year. Think about it. Less people, less resources. AI is going to take care of our resource gap, so don't worry about it, right? But most of us still can't answer the basic question when our CFO asks, what did we actually get for our $2 million that we just spent? You could also ask the same thing about AI. We just had a $150,000 bill. What did we get? Same problem. It's hard to really kind of put a value to it. But we'll talk about that. Next, please. So most organizations, they buy security tools the same way they buy insurance, out of fear. Do not worry. Do not be fearful. The old tactic of selling anything, security, cars. Right now, I have a water heater that is 15 years old. I have two. One failed. Now I'm looking at it, and what do? Do I go ahead and proactively replace the second one, or do I let it fail? I have the ability to turn off each one distinctly, so I'm not really being impacted. But at this moment, I know that I'm on a ticking time because at some point, if that one failed, that other one will probably fail sometime soon. So I have to think about it. So am I going to buy out of fear, or am I going to buy out of planned? And that's really what you need to do, is look, analysis, plan, decide what you need to do. A breach will happen somewhere in the news. You're going to see it. A vendor will call. A box gets checked. The results is a portfolio overlapping tools. You have to be very cautious. There are some amazing companies out there doing amazing things. And I would suggest, if you have some time, take a look, see what some of the companies out there that are doing unified platforms are doing. And there's some really cool stuff out there. The days of always buying top of the shelf for every aspect of your security program are gone. The budgets, they'll never be there for that. Next, please. So let's talk about a practical framework, right? So we need to ask better questions. What type of threat does this address, and how likely or impactful will that threat be to us? A lot of programs, a lot of teams are looking at, oh, it's critical, it should be fixed. Oh, it's high, it should be fixed. There are a lot of companies that have been compromised on mediums. I'm just going to say that out loud. And some even bigger players in the market have been affected by mediums. I can't share, I know, but I'm just telling you, it's out there. What does the mitigation actually cost? When you look at, if you've been compromised, I'm just going to tell you now, if you've ever been compromised, you need to go get a third party to come in, evaluate how they broke in and how to stop that, protect that, and then look at other things. And the reason why I talk about bringing in third parties is because recently there have been some big companies out there that have been breached. And when they were breached and all their information has been encrypted, they were down. And so they were able to go back to the backups, restore everything, and literally in 2 days recompromise and completely back offline. And the reason why is because, yes, you restored yourself to a good working environment, but you never solved how they got in and prevented it. And that is the key. What's the measurable reduction in risk? So if I do something, what kind of reduction in risk am I looking at? And what else could we do with that same dollar? So if you have a lot of overlapping tools, ask the question, what is the quality of the results from a unified system? Are they on par? Or looking at the tools, does this make sense to have overlapping tools? When I was still doing software development, I really tried to look at multiple tools on things just to make sure that from two different versions, two different companies, two different approaches, I'm safe, because that was key for what I was doing. That may be important to you, and I absolutely get that. But you also might be a smaller company that has an application that does not need that kind of review. There's a lot of things, mitigation steps that you can put into place that will help mitigate a lot of the basics. Web application firewalls are a good example of that. All right, next. So really, let's acknowledge the hard part, right? Because we're really pushing the big, heavy ball uphill. So doing the framework correctly does require to put a lot of numbers together. If you don't have a number to start with, in development, we always called it a WAG, wild ass guess. Go out there, try to get a number there, then you can hone that number in. Is it too low? Is it too high? Usually when you do a WAG, it's usually a little higher because you have no idea, but you're at least getting something on paper to work with. Look at the probability of an incident. Let's look at the business impact. You know, our applications, even the little guy applications that you guys run, the little helper applications could easily be the way into the bigger applications. So do not discount those because that is important. And look at the value of your data, right? Ask the question, if this data has been stolen, if this data is out there, if this data contains your family information, would you want that out there? And protect it like it's your family's data. And so you got to look at the value of the data. The point isn't really about the precision. It's really about getting something together, start reasoning, create a rough estimate, and really just start truly getting some valuation tied to it. Next, please. So really the real payoff of your framework isn't really a better spreadsheet. because if you're just doing a spreadsheet, there's no value in there. The hackers are not going to care what you guys are doing for your tabletop exercises and your silos. You really have to bring it bigger, right? It's the different conversations with leadership, understanding what their needs are, understanding what your needs are, finding a way to come to the middle. I'm not sharing anything that hasn't already been known. I'm just really kind of just saying, hey, remember, everybody works together, otherwise nobody works together. And when security can say, hey, guess what? We prioritized X over Y because it delivers 3 times the risk reduction per dollar given over the threat profile, you can now move from being a cost center to being strategic function. And when you do that, and when you bring those kind of data points to the table, that's when you get the money. It's when you're making sure that you can put valuation to it that truly makes sense. Next, please. So really at this point now, you're kind of going, all right, developers, you're asking this question, why does this matter to me? What's in it for me? So let's kind of talk about what is this, what's in it for you? So this conversation, we've kind of been a little bit deeper on the administration side. Let's kind of flip that over now towards the developers. Next. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about a risk prioritization approach. Did you hit next? Can you guys hear me? There we go. Okay, we're going to talk about a risk prioritization approach grounded in observed attacker behavior. We're not going to look at the theoretical. We're going to look at real stuff. Next. All right, developers, your turn. Okay, I was a little ahead of you guys. I've got the slides down below so I can see what's coming up. So developers, your turn. Let's talk about attacker behavior. Next. I don't just download and run any file. I run an antivirus scanner on it, right? That's what we were kind of talking about earlier. You download anything, you're going to run an antivirus on it, even spreadsheets, right? However, when I download open source, I freely push it straight to production. Think about your CI/CD pipeline. Think about the whole processes. Once you get it past the developer, right? The developer is always going to say, I want the latest and greatest. Yay. Guess what? I just brought down some compromised software that was only compromised for 30 minutes, but I have it on my desktop. Good. So think about cooldown periods as we talked about before. And when you're downloading open source, there are things that you can do to validate that they're good and safe. And as part of your CI/CD pipeline, make sure you're pulling from a local version of that dependency and not the external registry, because that is where I'm going to go attack. Your local, not as much. Next, please. What we used to, hold on a second. Back one. Oh, I guess I took it out. Never mind. All right, next. So we'll talk about Trojan hunting. Next. So let's have a little fun with Chrome extensions. I have 2 of these. We'll start with the first one. We'll see, we kind of get a little deep and a little long, and I'm sorry. And we'll have a little fun with it. So let's talk about Chrome extension number 1. This is a chat AI stealer. So what this does is this appears as a Chrome extension for AI chat. So why would I need to go to OpenAI? Why would I need to go to Anthropic or pick your chat program of choice? I can just have a little window right there on my browser and I can ask questions and just kind of simplify my life, right? So make it simple. So this is the name of the plugin. Great. Who's going to know that one? Forget the pronunciation, but it's version 1.6.1.0. So this extension exhibits multiple malicious and deceptive behaviors that classify as a Trojan. We will see that in a moment. This extension aims to monitor, collect, store, and send exfiltration data related to user navigation, chat, conversations, not just your prompt, but your response and all your user sessions. Guess what? Included in there is your JWT tokens and all of the information that if it's left open long enough, somebody else, not you, can start doing things themselves. And the vast majority of this actually falls within one file, blue background JS. It's a Trojan. How do we know this? Let's take a look. Next. So my question, usually in a room full of people, is what aspect of the source code that we're looking at is malicious? Can we see any aspect in here? Is it the bottom part, the middle, the top? Is there, we know that there's at least some aspect of this that's malicious. We just simply don't know taking a look at this. And again, all you have to do for Chrome extensions, only thing you need to do is when you bring down a Chrome extension, it's nothing more than a zip. You right click and you say unzip and you get all the files. And so you can do some fun things. So let's say you do that and you're trumping through this file. What is malicious about this file? Well, let's talk about that. Next, please. We see that this uninstall URL is malicious. What makes it malicious? Next, please. It's deceptive. It has impersonation. DeepSeek.ai Chrome extension uninstall. Well, when you uninstall this Chrome extension, what does it do? It goes in and it tells this DeepSeek.ai/Chrome extension that, guess what? You have removed that extension. Because they know who has the extension currently enabled versus not enabled, they have the ability to go, great, I'm collecting from Chris. Chris still has it active, and I have the information to be able to pull a lot more out of it. This gets far worse. The chat URL. I always ask the question in the room, is that the legitimate URL? Because we're online and I don't really have, I guess I could open up the little chat window, but I guess I'll ask you the question. Does that look malicious? Does that URL that we're looking at, deepseek.com, is that malicious? And the answer is yes, because the actual URL is not the deepseek.com. Deepseek.com is the malicious version. DeepSeek.ai, in different aspects of it, is correct. All right, next. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Yeah. So we have the update URL, right? It's www.extensions-hub.com. We all know hub.com exists, but you can actually have hyphens in your name. So the actual URL is extensions-hub.com. That's a malicious URL. And we have the update, and it's the AI sidebar. So this is a URL that's used for a lot of things, and we're able to know that this is the AI sidebar. And so therefore we know what to push. All right, next, please. So what makes this a Trojan, right? So third-party tracking on every update. It calls back to a third-party partner URL. This is a tracking monetization ping that the user never consented to, right? It identifies the user and the install of the specific version. So imagine being compromised and always giving your updates. Hey, I'm compromised. I don't know it, but this is the exact version that I'm running. Well, the bad guys know what versions you're running, and by having the bad guy or the version numbers and the details of what you have, they know exactly what backdoors exist, the rats, and all the other details that play into it. Next, please. All right, so when we uninstall, we pass this information over to it, so therefore they know that you are no longer active. By having that, this API is legitimate, pointing to a third-party domain, not even the real DeepSeek domain. Guess what? We're now telling the system, guess what? We're uninstalling it. And on our way out, let's make sure that we get every aspect of the information that we can at the time of uninstall, because that way we can kind of make sure that we have what we have. So hopefully we'll get back in. Next, please. This is where it becomes a lot funner, because this next one, I'll wait for the next. You there? Probably walked away for a second. Andrew? Here it comes. All right. So what makes this a Trojan, right? So AItopia, service worker loader, JS, import chat response, JS, right? So we start looking at this and it looks...
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, no, back.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Back one.
It's going a little slow on my end. Hit a quick lag.
Oh, no worries. We're looking at the one that says, what makes this a Trojan?
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
I should have warned you that I had a lot of slides.
No, you're fine. Yeah, my restream is just going a little slow, so bear with me.
If it would make it go quicker, I can share on my side too. So just let me know.
Let's try that real fast because right now it's not letting me get in the slide deck. So yeah, can you try that real fast and see if it'll let you take over? Oh, hold on. I just saw it move.
Back one.
Back one? Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Sorry
we're
about
good. No worries. No worries. All right. So so we look at AItopia service, right? So what is AItopia and what's going on, right? So the file looks relatively benign. But when we start looking at what's going on, well, this is where the typical payload lives in extensions. So this service worker JS in particular can silently install, inject scripts, do like intercepting of network requests, steal your tokens and cookies, exfiltrate data, knowing exactly what's going on. And the beautiful part about this one is this is really where it becomes scary. So if you want to hit next. So this is where the pop-up hijacking infrastructure kicks in, because what's going to happen, and we'll see this actually here probably in the next slide or two, but I'm going to go ahead and bring it up. Usually what happens is on some of these pop-ups and some of the things, when you install the extension for the very first time, how often, how used to going in when we see a EULA, we just simply accept. Another EULA, scroll down, accept. What this Trojan does is magnificent, because what it does is it pops up a EULA. And you go in and you're just like, scroll down, accept. But what happens is when you hit accept, you're not actually accepting a EULA. What you're doing is you're actually allowing the Trojan full-blown access to your computer. Every aspect of your computer is now available to the Trojan. And so it's going to be able to see all your network traffic, what's going on and what's happening on your system. And it can now download backend things and do things on your computer without you realizing. And the Trojan just simply looks like a great chat program that you're simply going, hey, how do I turn off my PlayStation 5? You know, those kind of fun questions, right? So you're getting your answers and all of your data is being taken as well, including all your passkeys and details that are in memory. So we have a backdoor. All right, next, please. So how does this sneak by, right? The pattern of this fits the well-documented pattern, you know, of fake cloned AI assistant extensions. But how did this get past all of your tools? Because we're not saying that you guys aren't running Norton or Bitdefender or any of those guys, scanning systems and tools and all that. I mean, how did this get right past all that undetected? Next, we'll talk about it. So as we're looking at this, I'll give it a second for there we go. All right, look at the spelling. This JavaScript, right? Send message. No, it's message, not message. Handle message. Well, handle is not really actually there. It's supposed to be handle. Save chat. Well, I can't even pronounce the questions that it came up with. But what you see here is a lot of the tools, depending on the tools, are looking for keywords, simple aspects of different variations. And they do try to catch these kind of things. But the problem is you look at that, and at a quick glance, you're just like, this is an international person working on the tool. They probably just misspelled it. That is done on purpose. Those typos will suggest, hey, this is rushed. It's somebody that doesn't know it, you know, how to spell that, right? So the constant level of misspelling, you start looking at it and you go, okay, It happened. It's not just one area. It's all over the application. It must be that, again, it's assumed that trust that it is accurate. It's just the guy just didn't know how to spell. Next, please. This is where it becomes fun. The HADL message, right? So if the message type is open, pop, click, guess what? We'll send the message received. Otherwise, we close the pop, up, click, and there. So what's happening behind here? And then else, nothing. Because of the else and doing nothing, this at a quick glance looks good, looks normal, and you would just kind of think, why would they have the else? Who cares? Probably they didn't have anything in there. By having nothing in the else, there's nothing to do, and it's simple, it goes on. So this model is very suspicious. This whole CRSB agree to, the decline, the pattern basically says, this is a dialogue on agreement, fires open, pop, click. Remember the EULA? That's exactly how they got it. So it triggers a background script, and it goes in, and this is what we call a dark pattern, framing something as a user choice, even though they're not actually going in and saying, yeah, I would like for you to go ahead and take over my computer. That's not an option. They just simply say, hey, by accepting this, you blah, blah, blah. All right, next, please. That's extension 1. Let's talk about extension 2. We'll get most of the way through here, but I'm going to stop earlier because it really kind of, this one's extremely repetitive. And what this one is this is a ChatGPT for Chrome. Again, ChatGPT extension, Claude Sonnet, and DeepSeek AI. This one was actually interesting because it came out before the Sonnet came out. So it was slightly ahead. So people were thinking that they were accessing a beta version, an early release. So they thought they were good, right? So this Chrome extension goes in, same thing, multiple malicious and deceptive behaviors that classifies as malware. This extension masquerades as a legitimate program and hijacks ChatGPT traffic, injects aggressive advertising, and I mean aggressively. Requests excessive permissions, we'll see that. Uses deceptive marketing practices and false claims. Hey, I can give you ChatGPT instead of the $20 a month, for your developer, I can do it for $12.99. Those kind of things. It really makes it look enticing. Everybody wants to save a buck. If it's too good to be true, it usually is. And has missing core functionality, right? So the missing core functionality in this Trojan will become obvious. Next, please. There's a lot more information on this, but again, we'll just kind of hit it a little bit, right? So manifest.json, this file goes in and it just says, hey, I want access to all URLs. So I want full-blown access. So this is evidence of abuse. Now, normally what happens is you may have a junior developer or someone that's a hobby developer working on something, and they don't understand the concepts. I mean, I have written applications for Chrome, or let me back up. I have written applications for Android phones since very, very, very first version 1 from Google. And so in the early days, you simply had for the permissions like 3 or 4 options, and that's it. Today, you can get very, very finite in the options that you can say, hey, I want this for permission and that for permission. And that is part of the reason why at a certain point, Google, Android said, hey, we've upgraded too many times. We have too many different unique variations for security. If your software is no longer upgrading themselves and accounting for the new security mechanisms we placed in there, I'm sorry, your application is no longer going to run. They finally broke down and did that because there were a lot of malicious tools out there that simply was saying, hey, I want everything. And back in those days, everything was kind of a typical thing to do. And so now with all the finite things, Android has been smart, Apple has been smart, and same with the other vendors to say with security, we need to be very finite and really understand what permissions are out there and what's going on. So why is this malicious? Because this extension can read, modify, intercept all the data on all your websites, on all the tabs, including your banking. Every keystroke is being sent to them. So they know, oh, you've logged on to this bank. Oh, this is the username. This is the password. This is the passkey. This is all the information to get in. The tokens, every aspect of it. So they have all of that. The data theft risk is there. The legitimate need, there's absolutely no reason for it to have full-blown access and to get into everything. And you look at the policy violations, they're all over the place. Next. So then you look at the blue pop-up JS. And again, this is one of the AI topias, right? So this comes in and blue pop-up JS, lines 9 through 13, and this says ChatGPT. Here's the information, ChatGPT.com. Here's the Chrome extension, fullscreen.html. Why is this malicious? Because it creates a toggle that defaults to ChatGPT and heavily promotes switching to AItopia. So instead of saying ChatGPT or the applications you're running, it keeps popping up, hey, use this AItopia service, it's cheaper. Next, please. ChatGPT banner content JS. Why is this malicious? Because when we look at the URL, the type, the focus, what's happening here, when the user interacts with this extension, it opens up a pop-up windows that are redirecting to AItopia instead of ChatGPT. So even if you said, no, I don't want to upgrade, you're still actually utilizing AItopia. All the information's going there. You would have only known this if you were actually tracing everything at the network layer, what websites are being reached, what IP addresses are being reached, and all the details behind that. And again, think about when you stack on DNS poisoning and different things. With DNS poisoning, I can make it look like the right URL, even though it's not, it's going to the wrong DNS server, and that DNS is pushing you off to a malicious site. So even sometimes you're looking at it going, hey, guess what? It's the right URLs. Wrong, your DNS has been poisoned, and you're getting redirected to the wrong one. So that also plays in. Sorry, getting a little bit deep. Next. We'll hit one or two more of these and then we'll move on. The ChatGPT banner again. Why is this malicious? Because this is persistent advertising. So what's happening is it keeps popping up the same ads. It takes the ads that are coming in, replaces it with their own ads that are malicious. So it's removing the ad, injecting the malicious ad, and guess what? You're not where you should be, not what you want to do. Next. And then we'll do this one, and then we'll skip a few to go ahead and continue on because of time. So price content script, lines 1 through 100, right? So we look at the extension, it's injecting that intrusive advertising, right? Think about it this way. I keep getting a pop-up. No. At some point, you're just going to say, fine, yes. Or you accidentally hit the yes. That's what's happening on these. And I will tell you, my in-laws, they click it all the time. I love them. I've done everything I can to help them, and they still click it. And it's not their fault because sometimes it comes up, it's malicious, but they don't realize what they're clicking because it looks right. And they do it in a way that really gets you. For example, that little red X that happens at the top of the screen, sometimes that is actually a click event to something malicious. And so when that pops up and they go, get rid of this click. So I've taught my in-laws, if something pops up full screen and you can't get around it, just by simply clicking on past it without clicking into that, shut off your computer, reboot it, because sometimes that is the safest way. And I have tools on there, and a lot of times you'll see those tools get uninstalled. So that was the second thing I taught them. Look at the URL, the toolbar. If they see their security tool, I don't want to say which one, but if you see that security icon missing or turned off, you know that something has happened on your machine. Give me a call, I'll help you. But what's happening here is this keeps injecting those pop-ups and those things until you finally just give in and say, stop. The younger generation are too click happy. The medium generation, my generation, we look at it with disgust, but we go ahead and just click the right things to get past it without just saying yes. And then the older generation just simply at some point says enough is enough and clicks into it. And so that just happens. All right, if we can, let's skip to the one that says, what makes this malicious? So honestly, where do we stop with this one? Because really, these are only two examples of Chrome extensions, right? But Honestly, this keeps going on and on and on. And I thought I would have a little fun with this. I could do this all day. And the Star Wars, move along, move along, move along. All right, next. All right, so let's talk briefly about Light LLM. This one I absolutely love. It stole 300 billion credentials in 1 to 2 days. And really what they did was outstanding, amazing. They compromised a third-party open source tool that then went in. Light LLM is responsible for almost 95% or more interactions with an LLM, online or locally. And so Light LLM is always buried somewhere in there, which means they literally got the right keys to the castle and broke in and had fun. And the CI/CD pipeline, every little event that happened once this was in was just shifting and sending data off. And this happened during RSA, and it was outstanding because I was at my friend's booth talking to my friend Dwayne. On the wall, they had the number of leaked secrets, and we were looking at it and said, hey, in 2 hours, 3 hours, we've seen more secrets leaked in that amount of time than the entire year before. Let that sink in. And that's in hours. All right, so versions 1.8, 82.7 and 182.8. Oh, I'm sorry. 82.7 is malicious. We'll fix that for you. How about .8? Guess what? Same malicious. Privy was the payload. All right, let's roll into this. This is one of my favorites. Next. All right, so I guess I had one that was hidden. Actually, go up one. Do you see something in between? Back one. Okay, I guess I removed it. All right, no worries. Forward then, please. And one more. All right, so let's talk about what happened, right? So Team PCP was kind of griping online. It was actually kind of funny because I don't know who actually is Team PCP, but they simply were like, wow, this blew our expectations. They were so excited, but they were like, nobody's really kind of talking about us. So next, please. They're actually kind of whining in a way. So it kind of makes me think that they were younger, right? So what happened was the team was sitting there going, publicly mocked the security community, expressing sadness that no one had analyzed their build payloads. So we thought, and the company I'm at is amazing. Our Oct research is top of the class, and we have amazing things that we do. And so people were like, oh, I'm so sad, nobody's analyzed it. So we went ahead and did it. We did the analysis on this. Next. So let's break down the architecture real quick. We have a dropper, unpacker, stenography, injection, C2. And because of time, next. All right, so the audio dropper. So what's happening is they created this file that was hangup.wave. But what they do, and we're going to see this actually in the image too, which is really, really, really cool, is they went in and they just replaced bits with their payload. And so what happens is enough of the file exists that your firewalls and your computer is like, guess what? It's a WAV file, but it's corrupted. But let it through. There we go. So now what happens is the output, you bring it together, and now we have MS build. Next. Part one in place. Part two. Now we've got a WAV file. So with this, our PNG. Now that we have this PNG, we take an image and the same thing. We replace the bits. And we'll see actually on the next screen which bits. But here's the cool part, and this is why I love this. Back in the early 2000s, when I was still doing a lot of development, I worked at a company and we were just nerds. I'm just going to tell you, we were nerds. We were finding ways to communicate with each other through hex, through just binary, through WAV files, and trying to identify in images, what the message was that we hid in there. And so we did a lot of really cool things trying to identify that and find that. So we had actually been doing this kind of thing, dropping payloads into images, But when you drop so much in there, and we did it in a way that you couldn't really tell the image was altered because we did it in a way that was very far apart. Here, they didn't try to hide it. It just looks like a corrupted file. Next. So what they were doing is they were going in red, byte is part of the binary, our payload, green and blue. The alpha, we discard that. We let that be. So that way we still have kind of a broken image. So that's kind of how we got right back through there. And what they did is they took that image file, they reassembled it, and then used MS Build to run it. Next, please. So they go in, they pulled the information, they pulled the code, and then they said, all right, DLL host.exe, it's a trusted Windows process. Go build this, go run it. And it all happens in memory. And you remember a lot of the earlier tools and even the tools out there today, you can still work your way around it where you can do it in memory and do it in a way that you never get seen. Next, please. All right. So now what we're doing is now we're doing dynamic API hashing. So to evade the static analysis, the injected DLL is out there, it's in memory, it's being modified real time. So that way, because we're doing dynamic and changing the hashing and the things behind it, we're not able to identify it. So we have the kernel 32 DLL going through, we have our output. We have the read file, we have the information, we have a different hex. And so what's going on is this information, as it's being done and built and changed, it's all dynamic. So any of your tools that are out there trying to identify this kind of stuff, it's near impossible because it's just not anything that it's familiar with. And so it makes it harder. Next, please. So then what happens is we establish the command and control channel. So now we've given the ability for it to spin up. We've created a quiet channel going out, and it looks on the network like regular data. Looks like someone's just, uploading a file or streaming something across. Again, your firewalls, all your tools in between are looking at this going, I can't quite, 50-50 coin flip, you know what? Enough of it's right, it's a wave, it's an image, it's this, we're good, let it run. And that's what's happening. And unfortunately, hate to say it, I'm not trying to pick on check marks, but they were one of the companies that have been used multiple times as that. So when you look at your firewall logs, you're hitting check marks, and that's a legitimate company. So you're thinking this is legitimate traffic. All right, next. So we're almost done with this, just because of timing, right? So, we look at it, what kind of defenses can we do? So this is really, kind of a standard RAT, right? Remote access capability to get in there. Team PCP did dynamic API hashing to get that implemented. Standard dropper, what they were doing was stenographic memory injection, taking the image, pulling the stuff out and running it. Standard comms, your direct IP calls, right? So your WIN INET backed HTTP beaconing. So it was beaconing, sending, hey, I'm here, I'm alive, to their servers. Next. I wish I had more time to really kind of dig into this. It's just a long talk. So there has to be something we can do, right? So I'll break down my thoughts really, really quickly. When you download any software, do a security scan, good, use it, bad, delete it. And when you play with open source, make sure you're running SCA, SAST, all those. Do a senior tech review. Go in there and say, okay, yeah, I know this is a framework that has 300 million lines of code. Say 3 months ago, 6 months ago, we agree that this is a good version. It's been out long enough. It has bugs, but who cares? Take the latest, do a code diff, and then say at the latest, we're good, and then start moving forward doing code diffs off that. That will make it go much quicker. And you can use AI for that to go in and say, hey, do a code diff, and is there anything malicious you're seeing? Do a cool off, right? So when you download anything, give it 7 to 14 days. I didn't say it when we were talking about the Chrome extensions. I'm going to say it now because I forgot it. But when you have a Chrome extension, download the Chrome extension, unzip it, upload the files, or use like something like Cursor, point it to that folder with all of the extensions and say, why is this malicious in ChatGPT? what it's going to do is it's going to run through and it's going to say, well, he said it's malicious, so it's probably malicious, so I better figure out why this is malicious. And it will come back, if it's malicious, and tell you why it's malicious. That is a way of something you can do today for free. Now you can say, well, what about SAST and CA? Well, great. We can tell you have a SQL injection within your Chrome extension, but we can't tell you that you've created command and control backend, because that is not a security violation as far as coding goes. And so there's certain aspects. So that is your quickest way to solve that. And with that, next, threat models are, built-in conference rooms are really aged poorly, right? Attackers don't read those. What I've shown you isn't theoretical, it's actual 2 Chrome extensions and the Light LLM that truly happened. That was really the true extension itself. And so when you ground your defensive investments in observed behavior, you stop defending against what sounds scary and start defending against what's actually happening in the wild. And that's the difference between a good security budget that looks good on paper and one that actually moves the needle. Next. Guys, I post on LinkedIn every single day. This link is not malicious. I promise you, it will take you to my LinkedIn. I post every single day about security stuff, except for, I say that this week, but this week I've been on vacation and traveling, so I've been terrible. But I want to thank Andrew. I want to thank everybody, Brianna, for letting me come in today. I hope this was a great talk. I wish I had time for Q&A. I mean, I guess we do have a minute or two for questions and answers, but
we got a few time for some quick ones. So I know one question real quick. So have you seen the videos of the guy who starts giving orders in base 64 to ChatGPT?
Yes.
Is one of the questions. So a second question I kind of have for the follow-on, was there a specific thing that got you interested in kind of this kind of research that you and some of your colleagues and even your organization kind of went into this? I mean, obviously LLMs and AI is very much in the up and coming, but yeah, even the browser extensions. I mean, so many. I'm looking at mine right now, like way back, my Claude, like my other small Google ones I have as well. It's just like I think some people just take those for granted of like, oh yeah, it's the one that I quickly Googled and it was the top pick, so of course it's not malicious.
Exactly, and that's where our trust is. You're trusting it, just like I said. Yeah, we trust. Ox Security, I'm not trying to pitch us, but Ox Security, we have an amazing team back in Israel that does research. I've done work with them. I've done a lot of stuff in the past. My background with the 35 years of development and running a security program, there's just so many things that I see. And when I see all the stuff out there on LinkedIn and all the, it feels like AI slop that's coming out more and more often. But when you really look at it, you're not seeing people talk about these kind of things. And really the best thing is how can we help each other be better? And I'm always about the security community. What can we do to help each other be better and to make life great for everybody?
No, amazing, Chris. Well, I have you for one more minute. Are we seeing you by chance or Ox Security at Black Hat or DEF CON or besides Las Vegas?
Absolutely. I will be at both. I wish I was going to be at B-Sides. I'm going to be at Black Hat, and I will be at DEF CON. DEF CON, I am an attendee. I'm going to have fun. If you see me, come say hi. And I say that all the time. I say it on LinkedIn. And it was funny because my boss is based out of Israel, and he was here. And within just minutes of going out on the floor with him, people are just coming up saying hi, which I absolutely love. I love because I love the conversation. The hallway conversation to me is great because talking with others face to face, there's so much value in there. And so Black Hat, I will be at the booth. I will be doing different things. I will hang around the booth. Unfortunately, they didn't accept my talk there or at the AppSec Village, but I have some amazing talks coming out here soon related to software development through AI. So,
well, awesome, Chris. Make sure you stop by. We'll also be there with me, Rihanna, and Josh at booth 5551 for Ginger Hacker Initiative. So please swing by so we can give you a sticker and say hello. And enjoy DEF CON as an attendee this year. Some folks kind of take it for granted when you're always going there for the villages or talks. It's sometimes like it's nice just to be an attendee sometimes. So Definitely enjoy it. Stop by New Village as well, and please say hi. We'd love
Will
to see
do.
you there. And yeah,
Absolutely.
I'll let you drop, but thank you so much for taking some time out of your vacation to still join us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Let me kick Chris back to the back room chat as we prepare for our next speaker. I'm going to make sure he's ready. Yep, I see him in the back room, so fantastic. So before I get started, huge thank you to all of our sponsors and for being here for the CyberLab Con. And another great sponsor we'd like to thank is Cumpian. So they have donated an amazing 3 vouchers for the CYSA exam. And just by you donating us $5, that also runs you into the chances of getting one of those 3 exams. So as we continue to grow to hit our $5,000 goal, hit that QR code either right here, right there, this one right here, or this one I have in that top corner as we're doing our talks to donate and help generate some amazing funds to give back to NextGen Cyber. So let me do a quick refresh on the page, see how we're sitting. We are climbing. We are at 753. So let's keep those numbers going up as we're amazingly helping a great cause. Now, for our next presenter here, his name is David, and he is an AI security expert and security architect with CWX, a premier Google Cloud partner specializing in infrastructure and AI, and is passionate about helping organizations unlock the full potential of AI on Google Cloud Security. David specializes in building bulletproof AI solutions, covering everything from traditional applications and network security to the unique vulnerabilities of AI and ML systems. David's background includes deep experience in application programming and cloud architecture. David also shares thoughts on cloud, security, networking, and application development through his personal blog. So let's go ahead and bring David onto the channel. And David, how is it going?
I am good. Thanks for having me, Andrew. A little quick correction. I'm no longer at CWX, but we'll get into that. I think over the course of the few months that I submitted the paper, things sort of transitioned, but that's all good. Thank you. And yeah, I'm super happy to be here. This is actually my first conference talk, so
congratulations.
Great, right? Yeah.
No, fantastic, man. The call for papers are so fun, and I'm actually really excited. I obviously was snooping through the slide deck, and yeah, pretty excited to see what this one actually is going to entail. So I will give you back some time. I know we're a few minutes over, but as long as we're hitting that time mark, if we have some time after, I'll make sure we open it up for questions. And of course, I'll be posting stuff as you talk and trying to answer some questions as we go on. So without further ado, everybody, I'm going to pass it over to David. David, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just going to probably spend the next like 40 minutes talking about, so the title is like Beyond 1999, Why Your Threat Model is Failing in This Agentic Era. And it's a little bit less of the provocative and more like why our traditional way of doing threat modeling just doesn't really work in this new agentic era. So it's basically around all the assumptions that we've kind of thought about, like applications, trust boundaries, and attack paths. They don't really always fit in the autonomous agentic system. So that's kind of what I'm going to talk about. And it's more about updating the view and the lenses that we kind of use, and not sort of replacing the practices and the discipline we've already come to use. So if you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so a little bit about me, David Tessier. I'm a CISSP and CCSP certification holder. The new job is Director of Security Engineering at Anvil Intelligence. Essentially, we build intelligence platforms for highly secure, mission-critical systems in sensitive environments. I kind of focus on building out the security engineering practice, focusing on AppSec, DevSecOps, and all that jazz. I'm also a contributor to the Cloud Security Alliance. Recently, I served as a reviewer for their AI controls matrix. And fun fact, I am a huge spy thriller and horror movie fan, as you can probably see from my arm. It's covered in 80s horror films. And I want to bring this up because it kind of teaches us how those two genres kind of focus in on how to never underestimate your adversary, right? One teaches you never to ignore the warning signs, and the other one is kind of like not underestimating your adversary. So that kind of ties in to security and engineering, right? So like, for instance, the protagonist typically anticipates threats before everyone else, or they fail because they miss one, right? And that's kind of how threat modeling ties in, right? Yeah, so that's just a little bit about me. And if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. Perfect. So let's start where we are today. AI isn't something organizations are planning for anymore. It's kind of already in play, right? Last year, most of the conversations were about AI adoption. Now it's more about AI governance, right? So, for instance, McKinsey's latest research tells a pretty good story. 88% of organizations are already using AI in at least one business function, right? So it's not. So it's now become part of everyday business operations. But the important one is 62%, where they're kind of exploring or deploying AI agents, right? That's a fundamentally different class of technology. So essentially, the systems don't just generate content anymore, right? They reason, invoke tools, access enterprise data, and take action on a user's behalf, right? So while organizations are rapidly adopting these capabilities, 30% have reported to having mature strategy, as well as governance and controls on agentic, and nearly 2/3 say that security risks are a big target and barriers to scaling these systems. Um, so also, 62% have sort of sorry, I'm losing a train of thought here. The other thing is that we're already seeing the consequences of the adoption as well, right? Privacy incidents, sensitive data exposures, shadow AI, and identity and access challenges are being ingrained into everyday business operations. And that also ties back to Chris's talk a while ago about supply chain risks. But another one that is actually a new one, and it's not on the slide, is 54% of enterprise have already seen the security incidents, right? And that ties back to my last point about the consequences. So the challenge isn't that threat modeling has stopped working, right? It's that we're not looking at it in the proper lenses. So this is what I'm going to bring up in the next few slides. So if we can jump to the next one. Thank you. So essentially, I just want to go back to what historically we've kind of been looking at, right? So for the last 20 or 30 years, our threat models have kind of been waiting for user action, right? So user clicks a button, the application follows a predictable path, API, backend, and we can reason about how the system actually behaves. Traditional threat modeling worked effectively well in that sort of paradigm, right? But in agentic AI, that execution model drastically changes. So the user provides a goal, not every step, right? And the agent sort of decides and behaves around how that kind of works, right? So it retrieves information, invokes tools, and so on. The execution path is sort of no longer fully defined ahead of time, right? So when that execution model kind of changes, our threat model has to evolve with it. If you can go to the next slide. So this is kind of where agentic systems start to look fundamentally different, right? A request doesn't just follow a predefined workflow. It kind of moves through the decision loop, right? So which uses whatever context the agent has access to, right? Any sort of tools it's allowed to use, and the memory it's accumulated. But none of that kind of creates real risk until you add an authority path. So once an agent takes an action, calls an API, modifies data, triggers a whole workflow, that decision loop has real world consequences, right? So our security questions kind of change at that point. It's no longer just, is the application vulnerable? It's also, what decisions can this agent make, and what authority does it have to act on them? Because the threat surface is not just the code anymore. It's a combination of the context the agent has, the decisions it kind of makes, the memory it's using to make those decisions, and what authority it has to make the action done. And that's why threat modeling still matters, but it needs to evolve from analyzing static workflows to understanding dynamic decision paths. Next slide, please. So before we go a little bit deeper on this, I just want to emphasize that our legacy approach of threat modeling is not the problem. The practices we've kind of built over the last 20 or 30 years still provide a lot of value. Stride, PASTA, attack trees, abuse cases. These approaches gives us a structured way of understanding threats and making better security decisions. But what's introduced in agentic systems are new considerations, right? As I mentioned, systems now make decisions, interact with tools, and retrieve context and act on behalf of a user. So we need to expand our lenses, right? So that's beyond data flows. We need to understand the decision path an agent takes. Beyond trust boundaries, we need to understand the authority path. Beyond inputs, we also need to understand context and how that influences the decisions the agent makes. So the goal isn't to replace these legacy models. It's about extending or expanding our threat models for systems that can adapt and take action. So the questions are, where do we need to expand the view? And what changes when AI moves from answering just basic questions to taking action? Next slide, please. So these are essentially some of the blind spots that typically appear when we're leveraging legacy threat modeling in the agentic era, right? The one is tool misuse. The question is no longer just, can the agent access a tool? It's whether the action is appropriate given the goal, context, and authority it has. Memory poisoning introduces a bigger challenge as well. When agents retain information, a manipulated piece of data can influence decision making, and not just in a single interaction, but across the board. Retrieval influence expands the attack surface even further. Agents kind of rely on external knowledge to reason and act, but that context can be manipulated and contain information the agent shouldn't trust. Multi-agent behavior creates new complexity as well. Individual agents may look secure in isolation, but the interactions between them, the tools they use, and the workflows they bring out can introduce unexpected attack paths. Runtime drift reminds us that a production behavior can differ from a design assumptions, right? So new data, new context, new situations can change how the agent behaves. And finally, delegated authority. As I mentioned, agents act through identities, tokens, APIs, and permissions. Without understanding that entire authority path, we can't fully answer what the agent is allowed to do or who is accountable, right? So these are some of the areas that our traditional models need to expand to decipher, right? The foundations we already have aren't wrong, but now securing these systems can make a drastic shifts in how we look at things. Next slide, please. So taking into account those blind spots, and we bring them into this sort of view, right? Now we kind of see how things kind of work out, right? So start on the left with the context surface. This kind of represents everything the agent can see and use during execution. So that could be documents, tickets, knowledge bases, web content, and responses from other systems. That information doesn't get processed once. It feeds into the decision loop. The agent then evaluates the information it has available and determines what to do next. And it continues operating in that frame based on the outcome of those decisions. Now, the other important thing is that decision loop is not isolated, right? It's influenced by everything around it. So that includes memory, which may change as the agent interacts with the workflow. Tools kind of expand the action that the agent can take. And then eventually those actions will connect to an authority path. And that's kind of where the security impact sort of changes downstream. The agent is no longer producing an answer. It's operating through that authority path with permissions, which may be broad. And the problem will, that means the problem earlier in the chain is much larger and becomes real in downstream systems, right? So a manipulated piece of context can influence that decision loop, or a compromised tool or dependency can introduce risk. And that's kind of where that decision reaches an authority path and the agent takes an action. So the actions may trigger various security risks, right? So that's model or IP theft, supply chain attacks, and memory poisoning. So the important takeaway here is that the risk is not isolated in one box. The model by itself is not the entire threat surface, right? The threat surface is the path. So what the agent can see, how it makes choices and decisions, what it can access, and what authority it ultimately has, right? Recently, I came across a quote from Kelsey Hightower that kind of really stuck with me. He said, an AI agent with a terminal and a credit card is just malware with a budget. Yeah, it's a little bit provocative, but I don't think I don't think the point is that AI agents are malware. The point is that an agent can execute various things, right? It can write code, It can provision infrastructure or spend money on your behalf. And it becomes highly privileged piece of autonomous software. So from a threat modeling perspective, that's exactly the mindset we kind of need, right? Treat it as malware. We're no longer just protecting an application. We're modeling an actor with authority. And this flow is what turns those individual threats into real risk. So think of it as like a hacker isn't behind the keyboard, right? The difference is the actions are being driven by the LLM, right? So if the agent is compromised, then bad things will happen. Next slide, please. So now I just want to zoom out and kind of focus in on what the actual attack surface kind of looks like. The agent itself is not the entire system. It's a component in a very much larger ecosystem. Around that agent are things that shape its behavior, right? The information it receives, the systems it connects to, the permissions it inherits, the decisions it kind of makes, and the actions it's allowed to take. So every connection creates an opportunity for influence. An attacker doesn't always need to compromise the actual model itself, right? They may influence the information the agent sees, right? Say like a prompt or a knowledge base. They may manipulate a system the agent trusts, right? Like a back-end API or whatnot. They may abuse the permissions the agent sees or inherits. They may also target the records that us as security individuals depend on to understand what happened after the action was taken. So that changes how we think about the attack surface. We can no longer just look at the model, the application, or the API. It's the full life cycle. So what goes in, what decisions are made, what influences those decisions, what authority is available, what actions are taken, and what evidence remains afterwards. Next slide, please. So that's why this conversation kind of matters really now. These systems are moving beyond experiments and are being connected to real world business processes and data sources and operational workflows. So the agent, at the moment the agent takes context, makes a decision, and interacts with business systems, those security questions start to change. We're no longer only asking, can the model produce an unsafe response? We're kind of asking more around what happens when that response itself influences a workflow, because the impact is no longer limited to the output itself. The output may become a decision, an action, or a chain of actions across the entire environment. And that's where AI security moves beyond model behavior and to more of system design. The risk is distributed across the workflow, right? So the architecture, permissions, integrations, and controls surrounding the agent. That is why securing these systems requires a more collaborative process with security architecture, application security, cloud security, platform teams, and business and AI leaders at the same time. No single team owns the entire risk, right? Next slide, please. One way to identify where our current security reviews are kind of falling short is to take a look at the assumptions we kind of make about these systems because many of them sound good and reasonable, but are kind of incomplete. For example, it only reads documents. That kind of sounds safe until we ask what happens next, right? Where does that information go? What decisions does it kind of influence, and what actions can it enable downstream? Reading is not the end of the workflow. It's often just the beginning. The model cannot change anything. That's kind of true first, right? But as the system evolves, tools get added, permissions change, new integrations appear, right? So the risk is not only what the system can do when it's first deployed. It's more of the risk is more what it can become over time, right? As it evolves. The user approves the final output. Sure, that sounds reassuring, but timing kind of matters, right? So if actions happen before that approval point, then approval will only review the results and not control the overall process, right? So human in the loop kind of behavior. We've reviewed the prompt. That assumes the prompt is the only source of instruction. Typically, the model's context can come from many places: retrieved content, tools, workflows, etc. So reviewing one input does not mean we understand the full decision context. These statements kind of create a false sense of confidence, and that's kind of where the risk hides. So prompt review by itself is not enough. We also need to understand what context is being trusted, what authority is available, which approvals actually matter, and what evidence proves what happened. Next slide, please. So where do the existing kind of frameworks kind of fit in all this? The good news is that we don't need to start from scratch. We already have strong guidance, right? The challenge is expecting a single framework to answer every question. So each one kind of looks at the problem with a different lens. NIST helps organizations govern AI risk. MITRE Atlas kind of helps us understand how attackers target AI systems. OWASP focuses on the application and implementation risks developers need to address. And the Cloud Security Alliance AI Controls Matrix helps translate all of those risks into security controls that can be implemented, measured, and governed. Each of these frameworks individually are valuable. That they complement one another and together provide a strong foundation for securing AI systems. But there's still one challenge, right? None of them kind of replace the need to understand how an agent actually behaves inside your system. And that's kind of where many traditional threat modeling exercises start to struggle. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect. Yeah, so as I mentioned, threat modeling is still one of the best practices we have for understanding system risks. It helps us identify the assets, map data flows, establish trust boundaries, and think through how an attacker might move through a system. None of that goes away. But with agentic systems, it introduces different caveats, right? It makes decisions through operation. And I think that's kind of where the existing threat modeling kind of starts to feel that gap, right? A threat model can show me that an agent is allowed, a threat model can show me that an agent is allowed to call an API, but what it doesn't necessarily tell me is why the agent decided to make that call. What information influenced that choice? Did it follow a policy? Was there human approval involved? So those aren't really questions around the architecture. They're questions around the behavior of the system as it's operating, right? So traditional threat models do a great job of showing us how the system is built, but with agentic AI, we also need to understand how the system behaves once it starts making decisions. And that's what I mean by the agentic gap. It's not about replacing threat modeling, it's about extending it so we can reason about systems that don't just process information, they use it to decide and act. Let me show you what this kind of looks like with a simple example. Next slide, please. So for instance, a poison document gets added to a trusted knowledge base. The agent retrieves it, the model reasons over it, a tool gets called, an action occurs. That could be a ticket is created, or an API is called, or a record is added to a database. Now, the impact shows up downstream in an operational system, right? None of those steps are risky on their own. Reading a document, harmless. Creating a ticket, relatively routine, or triggering a workflow. It's likely expected behavior, right? But it's the chain that matters the most, right? The risk doesn't show up at the first step. It's usually downstream when trusted systems are interconnected together and the agent turns whatever context it has into an action. And that's why our security reviews need to follow the full path, right? Where did the context come from? How did it influence the decision making? What tool was used or tools, MCP servers as well? What authority was used? And where would we notice if something went wrong? Another useful question is, where can an attacker influence that entire chain? And where would we notice? So this kind of leads into a principle that's critical to understand. Agentic risk is often a composition problem. Next slide, please. So this is one of the biggest shifts, is that it's not the risk is not in a single capability, it's in the combination, right? So it's the full path. So reading a document, calling an API, doing an action. Individually, none of these are unusual, but together they automate an entire business process. And that's why the question is not, is this tool safe? It's, what can the system do when all of these capabilities work together, right? So that's kind of the shift in your mind that we need to start thinking about. Not just evaluating the individual capabilities, we're kind of evaluating how all of those capabilities combine, influence the decision, and drives outcome of the agent. And that's kind of where the Maestro framework helps us understand things a little bit more. Next slide, please. So this brings us to Maestro, which is an agentic AI threat modeling framework that was developed by Ken Huang and published through the Cloud Security Alliance. The idea behind it is pretty simple. When we look at agentic systems, we can't just look at the model. we have to understand the entire environment around the model. Next slide, please. So Maestro gives us a way to do that by looking across 7 areas, right? Infrastructure, model and inference, tools and integration, memory and context, orchestration, governance and risk, and monitoring and evidence. The reason why this matters is because agentic failures rarely happen in a single place. A problem might start with a piece of context, influence a decision, use a tool, and create an impact somewhere else down the chain. So Maestro gives us a way to follow that path and understand where risks can emerge. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. For instance, a poison document might start as a context problem, but it influences the model's reasoning, triggers a tool call, exposes a weak approval process, and leaves behind incomplete evidence. It cascades through all the layers. So Maestro is, I define Maestro as kind of the map, right? It helps us ask, where is the risk introduced? Where does it get amplified? Where should it be controlled? Where can we observe what happened? That's the difference between we need to make our AI more secure and more towards an actionable set of findings that you can actually hand to engineering. Next slide, please. So the architecture view is useful, but the next question is how do we actually use this in a practical way? And the good news is that this should feel quite familiar, right? At the end of the day, it's still threat modeling. We're still asking the same fundamental questions. What are we building? What can interact with it? Where could things go wrong? What controls do we need? But the difference is with agentic systems is that we have a few more questions we need to ask around decisions, context, and authority. So if we're going to apply this, it looks something like this, right? First, define the agent scope. What is this thing actually supposed to do? What decisions can it make? How much autonomy do we actually need it to have? This is similar to defining trust boundaries in a traditional threat model. But now we're defining those boundaries around the agent's decision making. Next is we map dependencies. What can it access? What tools can it use? What permissions does it have? This is where we start understanding the relationships around the agent and not just the application itself. Then we identify attack surfaces. We already know how to look for inputs and outputs, trust boundaries. With agents, we kind of expand that thinking to kind of understand how someone can influence the context, the decisions, the actions, and all the stuff surrounding the agent. Next, we kind of look at the workflow risk because this is kind of where things get a little bit interesting. As I mentioned, it's a chain of events. So a single action might look safe, but what happens when multiple actions are chained together? That's where the risk typically shows up. Then we evaluate the controls. Where do we need approvals? Where do we need guardrails? Where do we need better visibility or evidence to trace things back? And finally, we keep it current because as these systems evolve, new tools get added, permissions expand, workflows evolve. That threat model has to evolve with it, right? So the goal isn't to replace the traditional threat modeling practice with like Stride and Pasta, but enhance it with an understanding of what the system is connected to, understanding what those connections allow the system to do. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the value of Maestro is that it provides a common way to reason about an agentic system. They span models, memory, tools, identities, and orchestration. Those components don't operate independently. The risk is always in the composition of all those things. Like traditional threat modeling approaches, the goal isn't just to identify risk, it's to produce findings that can be tied back to controls, ownership, and engineering decisions. So what Maestro adds is a structure that's designed for agentic architecture, giving us a practical way to understand and secure these new systems. But understanding the system is only the first step. The next challenge is making sure every action is authorized before an agent can actually do the action. Next slide, please. That brings us to zero trust. The principle is simple: never trust, always verify. So we kind of already do this now with users, endpoint devices, services, workflows, workloads, sorry. But agentic systems shouldn't be any different, right? But they introduce new questions. Who is actually taking the action? With agents, we can't just rely on a service account or an API key. We need to understand which agent is acting, why is it acting, does that action fit within its intended authority? And that's kind of where agent identity or agent ID becomes important. Before an agent can access a tool, data sources, downstream systems, we need to have a way to verify its identity, its scope, and its authorization. So the pattern is the agent identifies itself, the request is evaluated against a specific policy, grounded access, and access is granted only if the identity and authority match the action being requested. So takeaway simple: if we can't verify the agent, what it's trying to do, and what it's allowed to actually do, we shouldn't trust the action it's taking. Next slide, please. So if zero trust is providing us that, if zero trust is about providing who is making the request before an action is taken, the next question is, what is the agent actually allowed to do? That's kind of where the authority matrix concept helps, right? Instead of saying the agent has access, now we're coming into more granularity as to like what the agent can do, right? What can it read? What it can call? What it can change? Does it need approval? What evidence do we use to capture? When things, yeah. So this provides us a good solid background in like access control management, essentially, right? Because ultimately that is kind of how threat modeling plays in here, right? It's not just identifying what could go wrong, but understanding what decisions we need to make, right, around those things. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll try and make this a little quicker. So I just want to bring things back down to some basics, right? And this is kind of like an important thing, is that the threat modeling manifesto isn't another framework or a checklist. It's really about reminding us what good threat modeling is all about, right? So it answers 4 basic questions. What are we working on? What can go wrong? What are we going to do about it? And did we do a good enough job, right? Those questions still work in the agentic era, but we just need to evolve our thinking by leveraging things like Maestro, as well as Zero Trust and the authority matrix. All of these tied together will provide us with a solid set of findings that we can then tie back to engineering, right, in a practical way. So next slide, please. So now that we understand the architecture, the risks, and the decisions that actually matter, the threat model will only create value if we bring it in to make decisions and build things correctly, right? So that's kind of where I like this as the engineering handoff. So essentially, we bring this into the entire flow, right? So a good handoff answers 4 questions: what needs to change, what controls address the risks, who owns it, and what evidence do we have that it's actually working, right? So because if we can't identify the owner and control the risks and the evidence, we've not sort of fixed the risk. We've only documented it. Next slide, please. But the handoff is not where threat modeling ends. It's more of the beginning of the feedback loop. So typically, threat modeling is treated as a point in time activity. We build the model, identify the risks, and document the findings, and then move on, right? But with AI and agentic systems, those things are constantly evolving and changing, right? New tools get added, and so on and so forth. So the assumptions we've made in the threat model needs to change with it. So that's why we kind of need a delivery loop, right? Architecture identifies risks, risk drives controls create evidence, and evidence tells us what actually happened. That feedback keeps the threat model connected to reality, right? So the goal is not more processes. It's about making sure security evolves with the system. The handoff brings the threat modeling into engineering, but that delivery loop keeps it alive. Next slide, please. So that kind of brings me back to a core message, right? And the one thing I want to leave you all with, right, is that the model plus authority is the threat surface. So it's not the model alone, it's the application alone, right? The risk comes from what the model can reach, remember, call, change, and the evidence leaves behind. The question is no longer what can the model do, it's what can the system do with the authority it has. So that's kind of how we change how we threat model, right? Threat model the actor, not just the application. Threat model the authority path, not just the prompt. Threat model of the workflow, not just the endpoint. Because with agentic AI, the risk isn't only what the system says, it's what it can do given everything around it. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways are traditional threat modeling still matters. What changes is the lenses we use, right? We need to understand the architecture and define the authority the system has and verify that authority before any actions are taken. Frameworks like Maestro help us understand the entire system. Zero Trust helps us enforce decisions. And the final step is turning those insights into controls, telemetry, and evidence. So essentially, keep the existing disciplines, update the lenses that we use, define the authority the agent has, and then make those findings actionable with the delivery loop. So yeah, so that's it. The next couple slides are just references for resources that we've spoken about in this call. Yeah, if you want to dive deeper, I'll gladly share the slide deck with you later after the call. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome, David. That was a fantastic talk, man. And this was your first one? I think you're lying, man. No, fantastic. I saw a few questions pop through chat. I'm going to see if I can scroll up and find one of the ones. One was, oh man, should all orgs adopt AI? And if so, kind of like why? And I guess maybe on your thoughts real quick, what are your thoughts on that?
So should all organizations adopt AI? And
yeah, very vague, open-ended question, I know.
Yeah. So it, like I before, like at my previous job, I've worked in the Google ecosystem for 6-7 years, and Google is like one of the premier AI cloud teams, right? And I worked with a lot of organizations that were thinking about adopting AI, right? And my thought process is you need to define the proper use cases, right, for adoption, right? Just because it's the newest thing, it's the new toy on the shelf. Everybody is just like going at it, right?
Yeah.
But like, what value are you going to get, right?
Yep.
What
that ROI to the business, right?
ROI is, right, based on that. So that's kind of how I would approach that.
No, awesome. Another question we have is, would you suggest some best platforms to learn about cloud security?
Best platforms. I mean, all three clouds, AWS, Azure, and GCP, have a multitude of documentation of how to use their platforms, right? I highly recommend that. Google has really good learning flows, right? Where they walk you through like a step-by-step of like building agentic agents with like their ADK product, right? Like if you really want to get in deep with that, you can sign up for like a free account with Google. You'll have like 300 credits, right, to begin with, right? And just make sure you don't rack up a bill whenever you clean stuff up. Shut it down after you're done, right? So yeah, and always try and stay in that free tier margin unless you're willing to blow up a cloud bill, right? So
100%, right? Unless the company's paying for it, yeah, definitely make sure the instances are turned off or in sleep when you're done.
Exactly.
Another good question: what's one area where you would never trust an agent to act without human review?
Yeah, I mean, one is I guess. So when you're talking about like the biggest thing now is like coding agents, right? So a lot of there's terms being thrown out there with like vibe coding and all that jazz, right? Even in my current organization, we're kind of adopting Claude, right, as part of like our developer workflows, right? It's more about creating those harnesses correctly and making sure that like you as the engineer using these tools still have a defined role to play in there, and not just like give it a command and walk away and come back in the morning and push things into production, right? But like changing production environments, right? That's like one thing that I highly recommend not doing, right? Similar to like think of like an automated SOC, right? Like you get a finding, you have an agent that's running, triaging it, right? but it shouldn't go and make any, you know, real world changes unless you have like somebody in that line kind of reviewing what the change might be, right? Because it might, you know, blow away a database. You've seen multiple blog posts around that recently, right? So that's kind of where I would kind of avoid it.
Yeah, one of my buddies is like, yeah, dude, he's like, the point where I draw the line is like the folks that like trust their CISO or their CEO or that non-technical person's like, yep, have full power access, never ask, always allow. And then like a week later, like, hey, this email went out. I didn't send that email out. Like, well, who sent the email out? And not having that kind of view to see who's doing what. And then another one of my buddies that like does like all the updating for his org is like, yeah, here's the thing, man. If an engineer starts erasing things, we can maybe catch it in a few minutes. When an AI agent does it, it can be instant.
100%.
And it moves so much. We're talking milliseconds compared to we can maybe see that weird behavior and do a lockdown on a user.
Exactly.
So David, fantastic conversations. Excellent talk, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate
that. Are we going to be able to see you maybe any attendance this year for Black Hat or DEF CON? See you in Vegas?
I wish, but I'm coming all the way from Canada, and it's quite expensive. So maybe in the future, at some point, I've always wanted to make it to especially Black Hat. I might end up going to Sector in Toronto in October, which is awesome. Like Black Hat's like, you know, Canadian version or whatever, right? So we'll see how that goes, but if not, enjoy it, right? I hear it's always like a chaotic, crazy conference, right? So
organized fun chaos, bunch of nerds all in a candy store with new toys.
Exactly. But I definitely do frequent my local B-sides. So B-sides Ottawa typically has a conference in November, so I'll be going up there. I'll probably try and submit this talk as well for B-sides with like an expanded view. But yeah, so.
No, fantastic. Well, David, before I kick you loose, the final question I'll ask you before we send you off is, what would be one piece of advice you give somebody trying to break into cyber?
Yeah, man. I think I would tie it back to one of the comments that one of the other presenters said, is that just learn, right? Go out there and like see what you kind of enjoy, right? Do you like red teaming? Do you like pen testing? Do you like offensive security, right? Like I came from an app dev world, so I gradually progressed into application security and DevSecOps, right? So that's kind of where I've really enjoyed. And then I moved into cloud security as well. So it's just a matter of like what piques your interest, right? Do you want to be like another Thomas Rokia being like a threat intelligence master, right? You know, so.
No, fantastic, David. Well, hey, we had such a pleasure having you on today. Thank you for supporting CyberLab Con and with the amazing fundraiser that we're doing for NextGen Cyber Ed. I'm going to go ahead and give you some minutes back in your day, and I'm going to kick you back to the backroom chat. There we go. And we do have our next presenter ready. So let me go ahead and get this queued up and get our next presenter his intro and bring him on. So as before, always as we get started, this has been an amazing, amazing day, everybody. And we're getting toward the tail end with our last speaker and then our ending keynote for closing before we end the stream. So please, 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 if you've not done this yet, make sure you first like, comment, subscribe. What's been your favorite part? If you're watching the stream, you've been enjoying it, smash the like button. And of course, why we are here today is to help the amazing NextGen Cyber Ed as we work on our goal to our $5,000 donation. Now, another huge thank you to our raffle sponsor at Harmony Growth Lab. Now, as we mentioned before, any $5 that you are doing, this is not per QR code, this is across the entire donation, any $5 gets you a chance to win one of any of these vouchers that we've shown before, or for this one specifically, win 1 out of 10 vouchers for the career building platform. So make sure you either scan this QR code right there or my QR code here on that top corner, and make sure we are giving back as a huge help and thanks to get our folks and our next generation into cybersecurity. Now, let's move on to our final speaker for today, which his name is Julian, who is a cybersecurity professional and creative technologist known for blending technical expertise with engaging storytelling. Drawing from decades of experience spanning from 1990s through today, his work combines cybersecurity, OSINT research, technology, and real-world observations into presentations that are equal parts entertaining and practical. Through his unique perspective, Julian demonstrates how creativity and cybersecurity intersects, sharing lessons learned from years of research, technical work, and hands-on experience. His sessions inspire audiences to think differently, apply new ideas, and their own careers. Now, cybersecurity throughout this fresh, innovative lens, I would love to introduce and bring on to the chat Julian. So let me pull you out from the back room. And there we go. How's it going, Julian?
Hey, it's going all right, Andrew. How are you doing today?
I'm doing excellent, man. Hopefully you've been having a good week and a good start to our weekend on this amazing Saturday.
Yeah, the sun has come out. It was raining a little earlier. I'm in the Chicagoland area, so
Oh, nice.
yeah, sun is shining now. Actually, just at the start of this talk here. So
Well, perfect, Julian. Well, I'm excited to hear this talk as well. And as I've mentioned before, I'll be in the back running the slides, answering some comments and stuff, and adding in some commentary as we go out through the channel. As long as we have some time toward the end, we'll take some questions, ask some more questions of you. And without further ado, Julian, I will pass it to you to go ahead and get started.
all right, appreciate it, Andrew. All right, hi everyone. I'm Julian Cumpian, and this is my presentation on InfoSec through music. If you can move forward, Andrew. All right, here's our agenda for today. We'll start off with who am I, why this topic, an example, the conclusion, and then any Q&A. If you can move forward. All right, so who am I? Again, I'm Julian Cumpian. I'm in the Chicagoland area. But yes, I'm a Chicagoan born and raised. I'm also a cyber practitioner for a number of years. I haven't always worked in cyber, but I find myself currently working in a cyber capacity. I'm also a creative person, or you can say I'm a creative. If you want to move forward, please. All right, so a little bit more about me as a Chicagoan. Growing up, it was a diverse neighborhood that I was in. If you're not familiar, the neighborhood was on the north side of Chicago. It's Albany Park. So you had people from Southeast Asia, Latin America, Europe, the Middle East, and walking around, driving around, growing up, you would see signs in different languages all on the same street. So this environment exposed me to the greater world, let's say, within my own neighborhood. And maybe not everyone can experience that themselves, but you might be able to find little hints of diversity if it's not within the people who are in your area, your neighborhood, your city. It could be the biology of the animals and the plants, or again, you might just be able to find little instances of where there are diverse elements. And that brings me to my main point here. So when it comes to, as it would apply to cybersecurity, it's important that you know your environment. You have to know your users, the devices, your network. And if you don't, you're putting yourself in a situation where anybody might be able to come in and sit and stay persistent. So it's important you know your environment. Just like you would know your environment of your neighborhood or your city, know your cyber environment. All right, and then there are your threats. They're your threats to your neighborhood, your city, your network. And so it's really important that if you don't know your environment, how can you best defend against it from the threats? There are internal threats, there are external threats. So one way I can think of it is, there are people in your own family, your own home, perhaps it might be taking things without you knowing. Could be people in your own neighborhood who could be, in a sense, an internal threat to your own neighborhood, much like an insider threat actor at a company could be a threat, yes, to that organization leaking sensitive information. Now you have your external players, your external threats that can vary. It's not just, always necessarily a person or people. It could be the elements. It could be, a neighboring city or state or nation. And a cyber attack, or it could be someone physically coming in and doing something. So yes, there are the internal and the external threats to your own neighborhood, your home, your city, much like there would be in your cybersecurity environments. And if you, again, don't know those environments well, how can you best defend against these types of threats? Moving forward, to stay on this slide though, talking about availability, that is going to be, again, thinking about when will I have my power available? When will I have my internet connectivity available? When will I have the things that I need available at home or at work in my city? Much like a company needs to be thinking about, will I have these resources available for my team, for my clients? All right. So I brought some items here to talk about availability and connectivity, communication. Something fun just to kind of highlight here, and kind of like a side note, the theme I would say overall about this talk is communication and securing your communication. And I had recently got into the Meshtastic nodes. Here is one that I have. You don't even need to use a cell phone or have the internet, and you can communicate with others. So let's say, yeah, internet connectivity is down, your cell phone isn't working, it's lost, whatever. You might be able to utilize something like this and chat with others. So you can chat through this. You don't talk necessarily. I think easily, yeah, you can't talk through this, but you can easily chat with others through a device like this, a standalone device, no cell phone or internet connectivity needed. If it's not a Meshtastic node, it could be a radio. So I have a GMRS radio here. If it's not GMRS, it could be a ham radio. So there's different types of radios and devices. The Meshtastic node is a two-way radio. So radios, could be a way to maintain that availability. If it's something that you aren't thinking about on an individual neighborhood level, city level, think about that. How can that kind of concept apply to the environment of your workspace? And where are your backup forms of communication? If you need to have them. So again, you can find that connection between your own world, your personal world, your neighborhood, your home, to the work you might be doing already or could get into on a cyber capacity. All right, and then I'd say lastly, as a threat, physical security. You can think about, what are these threats going to be doing? Are they going to be physically present in my home or near my home? So if you can think about that again on a personal individual level and how that applies to your work environment, that's also really important. Find those connections, much like I have as someone in my own city. And speaking of my city, I like that David, our last speaker, had talked about B-sides. Yeah, attend local cybersecurity conferences, meetups, be it B-sides or any other type of conference or meeting, chat, dinner. There's a number of them, I'm sure. And if it's not maybe in person, maybe it's virtual. And so it's important to really work well with those on a cyber level locally, much like you should, I'd say, also work with people in your own area, because you never know when you might need to lean on them for whatnot. All right, you can move forward, Andrew, to the next slide. Okay, so a little bit about myself as a cyber practitioner. Going back to the 90s, I'm a young student, and I'm also, though, learning about the world and threats. And so I'm going to highlight something called identifying connections, or to identify connections. And so kind of branching from my local view, talking about Chicago, to maybe a wider scope. In 1998, August 1998, on a hot summer day, I had seen on TV bombings that had taken place in Africa, Kenya, Tanzania. These were U.S. embassies. And it really shook me being in Chicago, but seeing this on the TV and seeing how things were unfolding. And I learned more about what had happened, and it made me realize that yes, there are threats, there are real, and the United States is a target. Fast forward a few years later, also something I see on TV is 9/11. One thing that I learned from the events that took place in 1998 was that Osama bin Laden had been I guess, one of the orchestrators behind this activity. When 9/11 started as a day of tragedy, I thought pretty quickly that Osama bin Laden had been the person who had been behind this activity. Lo and behold, I find out, yes, that's who is said to have caused the tragedies on 9/11. What led me to see that connection, to identify this connection, were three things. The timing. So again, it was not too long after 1998 that this next major event happened on 9/11 2001. And then the target. Who was the target? The United States. It was, yes, in Africa, these two countries, but it was the U.S. embassies in these countries. It was the United States and our institutions that were the target on 9/11. And then lastly here, the third thing was the technique, a massive attack with an explosion in and around a building. So that was something, again, I had identified and seen and made that connection. Would I say that was like all I needed to do and my job was done, or anyone's job would be done at that point? No, but I think it's a good way to have a start about what's going on. So if you're faced with some kind of attack, it's important to maybe right away identify, is there a connection to something that maybe you had seen elsewhere or before? And could it be that? Maybe it is, but dig a little deeper to validate that. If you want to move forward, please. Okay. Yes. And then the next kind of section here, in my experience as a cyber practitioner, as a student. So in the early 2000s, I had done a lot of studying with the CIA World Factbook. Now, actually, just recently, earlier this year in February, this World Factbook was discontinued. So as I've mentioned here, you actually can access a community-maintained successor to the CIA World Factbook, which is the Open Factbook. Now, why am I bringing this up? It, again, had been something that I could see as a way to learn more about the world and the geography of the world and the nuances of various people, and how is all this can be applied to our work. Is you might be coming across various entities and users from around the world. And if you know more about them, you can better understand why maybe they're doing certain things or not doing certain things. So again, it's those nuances that you can learn more about through something like a World Factbook, be it the CIA World Factbook and maybe back publications, or something more contemporary, which is this Open Factbook, and see how it can apply to your analysis, to develop your analysis and make it more specific to people and places and their culture, their geography. Okay, if you want to move forward, please. Thank you. All right, the next section here. In the 2000s, I had interacted at times with people who are using a service called the IP relay service. So yes, this is something that took place through a phone, but it's something that also involved the internet. And I'd say overall, this is about social engineering. So the way it's broken down is that you have an internet chat that someone can have from their home, and they're chatting with an operator, a phone operator, that also is chatting with you. And then this phone operator can then call somebody that you'd want to have called. And you are having a conversation through this intermediary who's this phone operator. So somebody who may be hard of hearing or deaf can use this type of service where they can chat from the privacy of their own home to this phone operator. Phone operator speaks on their behalf to the person that they're calling. What took place quite often in the 2000s is that people were utilizing this and committing fraud and trying to, in a sense, social engineer people. So overall, the main thing is it's important that you trust that this is something that would be used for good. People that may, yes, need this as a service, but it's important that you verify this. And then if there's instances where people are utilizing something like this, if not necessarily just maybe making a call, you have to report that abuse as well. Otherwise, it can just get out of hand, like it, I think, had at one point. Things are a little bit more controlled now, but this is an example of something that I had experienced where people were trying to social engineer me. I had to validate that. And I know that people could get calls, deep fake calls, and may just be someone who's really good at social engineering. You have to verify those types of activities, much like someone would when they had these types of calls made through this relay service. Okay, if you want to move forward. Okay, and I'd say lastly here, talking about experiences as a cyber practitioner, as a student. In 2006, so looking back 20 years ago, I actually had involvement with AI synthetic voices and making sure that what was heard sounded good or good enough. And so a lot of trial and error. And actually, the best way to get my output to sound as best as possible was to often manipulate my input so that I get that best output. And if I needed to try unique things, again, that's what would work well for me to get that best output. And so, how can you apply this to your own life and work? If you don't have the best systems to get those best outputs, what can you do to manipulate your inputs to get better outputs? And it's often, thinking about how to work with those imperfect operations. Sometimes things aren't going to always work as you would like them to. Well, how can you be flexible and know how to navigate and utilize things so that it works well for you? I mean, I'd say basic troubleshooting, but it can be applied to, people who are users of the web, yourself, and maybe the people that you are in service to. And one kind of simple way to think about this is there might be times where if you click on a link or part of the page that you're looking at in a certain way, it might actually work better if you click on it one way or the other. Again, you find those little nuances, those imperfections that you might need to lean on to then get the best results. Again, I'm just giving you one example of clicking on something, but I've actually experienced that in recent times where if I click on something once and it doesn't work, if I clicked on it longer, then it actually ended up working. Is that right? Is that normal? Maybe not, but it worked well for me because I found a way to have it work. Okay. If you want to move forward, I'd appreciate it. All right. So I talked a lot about myself, my years of development, and working, and how it may apply to someone working in cyber today or may want to work in the future. And now let's talk about this topic, which is InfoSec through music, kind of shining on my creative kind of point here. And so when a message needs to be conveyed in a confidential manner, music can be used as an inconspicuous medium. Okay, so we're going to see more about that in a moment. I also will say that communicating confidentially is not the only way that music can be used in information security. A couple examples I'll give you would be one, you may have heard about Janet Jackson and her Rhythm Nation music video, and a frequency from that music video around certain hard drives can actually cause a denial of service attack. And so it's the way that this hard drive and its resonant frequency interacts with the frequency from this music video that things clash and end up causing this denial of service attack. So there's a sound, in a sense, a music element that is involved in this industry, and became such a big concern. It got its own CVE. Another example could be CISA. You may have heard of the Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency. They have put out little videos in a couple of years, last couple of years rather, that talked about cybersecurity topics, but set to music and animation. And I thought that was really creative. And so it might be through music, something creative as a visual element to convey a message more about cybersecurity. Overall, music can be very entertaining, and it can complement text and visuals, much like these videos from CISA have been. All right, if you want to move forward, please. All right, so now we're going to get into the main kind of element here. We talked about why I'm even here as a practitioner. All right, so I have a message, and it's the message, and it's plain text stating CyberLab Con, the name of this conference. I had taken CyberLab and Con and assigned Chicago area codes to each of these words. So cyber would be 312, lab would be 773, and con would be 872, which is like an area that encompasses 312 and 773 if you're not familiar. So I take this plain text message, CyberLab Con, I encode each word with a Chicago area code. Each of these are 3 digits long, and there's my plain code using Chicago area codes. One thing I will point out is this is my picture I had taken from the edge of the Sears Tower, Willis Tower, however you may refer to it. You also may have seen a photo that I had put in the slide deck earlier of the city of Chicago, little elements of my own creative work, in addition to what I'm going to be showing here. So, okay, move forward to the next slide. Thank you so much. All right, so I have CyberLab Con assign those 3-digit area codes. It's a 9-digit code, and I want to encrypt this message. And so encrypting a message using a one-time pad is unbreakable encryption. And this is only possible if the key is random, the key is as long as the plain text or plain code, which is going to be this 9-digit code we have, and the key is only used, excuse me, it's only used once. Additionally, we want to make sure that no one else gains access to this key. That's really important. All right. So what I have shown here in red, and blue, and black is my key overall. And the first 5 digits, I'll talk about those, as well as the blue digits here. Now, again, like I mentioned here, this is part of a one-time pad that I made using random numbers generated from rolling 5 10-sided dice. I have one of those 10-sided dies, or one die, and it's right here. And this is really important because it creates true random numbers as opposed to pseudo random numbers that could be generated through a computer. I'm using something that's physical. All right, like I mentioned, the first 5 digits in red, that's the ID for this key overall. And then the numbers in blue are the specific part that I'm using as a key to encrypt my 9 digits that I had dealt with already from those area codes. If you want to move forward to the next slide, I'd appreciate it. Okay, and so we have our plain code, 9 digits. We have the key that is in blue. And then what I had done is used modulo 10 subtraction. And so how that works is 3 minus 3 is 0. And then you will look and you think, well, 1 minus 9, how is that 2? That would be where in that 9 from 1, it would actually be put a 1 next to the 1. So that's 11. Subtract 9 from that, then you get 2. If the key value is greater than the value of the plain code, and you would get a negative number, that's when you'd want to put that like 1 next to the plain code number itself to then get a positive number as part of your encrypted message. All right, so I did the subtraction for each of those columns, we can call it, and then I got my encrypted message, which is 9 digits long. And are we done? Not quite. If you can go to the next slide, please. I took the encrypted message that we have, 9 digits, and I took that 5-digit key that we saw earlier, and I put it all together. So we have the key ID and the encrypted message, and I take this overall message and I turn it into music where I assign each value to a note on a scale. And so took this overall ID and 9-digit string and made it into a motif. We can call it or a melody. And it's something where, how do you deliver this to have your recipient hear it? Well, it might be that they could stream it off something just as music, or it could be where it's music that accompanies a short form video that is something that would need to be seen and marked down on at a given date and time to have that message received in the best way. All right. And not sure if we can play the music, stream it live. If not, I have a URL that should hopefully be able to get to you as an audience. But Andrew, I guess I'll pause and ask. There's a link to a page that would have the music. Not sure if we can play it. If not, we can just go to the next page here. All right. Well, like I said, we can get that. We can get that URL, I think, shared. But in conclusion, music is a universal language, and the next time you hear music, it might be actually more than what meets the ear. I have my references here, talking about some of the things that I highlighted. I don't know if we have a way to get that URL shared out in a chat, either now or maybe right afterward. Andrew?
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat. I don't know if we can play it, unfortunately, Julian, but no, fantastic, and love the references, man. So, few questions I saw coming through and on the backside too. So, what drove your passion for music embedded with the encryption kind of getting to combine the two?
Great question. I think it's something that, it's a medium first and foremost. And we think about, well, how are we going to be getting our information? Is it going to be always going to be shown as text on a screen? It might be something we need to hear. If we can't receive that text, or maybe it's something where, we can't see because we have an ailment or a handicap. Maybe something then needs to be heard and not seen at all. So it could be for a number of reasons why someone would want to have something heard versus being seen on the screen. I just think it's an alternative, a backup, something creative that can either complement the text or be used in lieu of having text for whatever reason.
No, fantastic. And Julian, don't know if you have any other plans for any conferences this year, but where are some ways folks can find you or try to connect?
You can find me on LinkedIn under my name. I will not be at any conferences in person. I will be speaking at another like web-based event next Thursday called ThursDef. You can look that up. Again, ThursDef, DEF, like defense. I will be in Chicago. People who may want to meet with me, reach out. There are different local events, like I mentioned. But yeah, no major conferences, I would say this year. I went to a number last year in person, but this is great that we're able to meet virtually. It just works out, I think, really well for me and probably for many others. Looking forward to getting back to Vegas maybe next year to attend a conference or two.
No, fantastic, Julian. So before I kick you loose, I just want to ask the golden question we've been asking everyone before they leave is what's the final advice you give somebody trying to break into cyber?
Best advice I can give would be there's not one path. So don't think that, what someone did and worked well for them is exactly what I need to do to get into cyber. It often has to be, how can you apply what you're already good at and what you might already be doing and find instances of security or maybe cybersecurity, information security, and see how they all can kind of fit together. So kind of brings me back to my initial part of the conversation I had here, where I'm seeing what's going on around me and learning more of the nuances of people and places that I'm in and experiencing. And how can this relate to something in a cyber capacity? Drawing those connections, using, again, what you're already good at, can help you find your way, your path that you make for yourself, not where you follow someone else's. And it's also really important that you define, though, what you would like to do, because cybersecurity is very broad, right? And so someone could say, I want to get into cybersecurity. If you can narrow it down a little bit further, it's really important, because you don't want to just be a generalist. You want to find that, what are you really good at? Is it offensive security? Is it cyber threat intelligence? Is it working in a SOC? Is it something GRC related? If you can understand what that might be early on, and it may not be easy, but if you can, that's really important. It might be where you take some time to figure out what you really like. But the main goal is to find out what it is that you want to zero in on, and then focus on that, and not be a
Yeah.
generalist. Because that you're not going to then find that best path. It's important to be flexible, but yeah, in summary, make your own path. Try not to see what others are doing because it may not always work for you. See how you can make those connections between what you're already doing, your own environment, how it can apply to a cyber capacity.
No, fantastic, Julian. And yeah, I loved it. So we did drop the SoundCloud into the chat. So make sure you please check that out to hear the amazing encryption / music that can kind of come within cybersecurity. And it's actually funny. I did not know Janet Jackson's soundtrack actually warranted a CVE. So that's actually a pretty fun fact. That's going to be something like Cyber Jeopardy kind of worthy of information. So really cool. Well, Julian, really appreciate your time today. We really appreciate you coming on to share your story, share that information, and help us with our amazing presentation on helping NextGen Cyber Ed as we're doing our fundraiser. So please like, comment, subscribe, reach out to Julian in the comments, also connect with him on LinkedIn. And Julian, I will go ahead and kick you back to the back chat where we'll continue the rest of the stream and continue on with the rest of the day. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, everyone. Take care.
All right, everybody. Well, hey, I'm going to queue us up. We have some time though, but I just want to queue us up for the next piece before I jump into our theme for doing the kind of lo-fi music as we wait. But hey, we are at the end. We are at the tail end of this. It has been an amazing day where we've been getting to talk to tons of amazing practitioners, security professionals, both across the blue team, back-end devs, red teaming, into this entire process for CyberLab Con for the amazing mission for NextGen Cyber Ed. So if you've been following along and if you've been doing this the entire time, you know what's going to happen next. There's QR codes here on the screen. Check out those QR codes. As you donate, it puts in more raffles and more chances for you to win some of this amazing stuff and prizes that we are able to provide. And we're going through all of them. What's going on? It's going too quick. Anywho, oh, I know who's doing it. Freaking me out, Rihanna. But as you can see, there's so many QR codes with so many different prizes. CompTIA, TryHackMe, SkillBit. So much that every $5 that you donate, that's going to provide you a different mean of trying to win something amazing. Or if you go to the swag link, you can get your next sock hoodie. So when it's freezing cold in your office and everyone else is shivering, you have some awesome swag to add to your hoodie collection. We also have Hack Smarter, Backdoors and Breaches, TryHackMe, Hack Smarter, Harmony, TryHackMe, SkillBit, Backdoors and Breaches, TryHackMe, a book, CompTIA. She's trolling me right now. And GHI, if you're going to Black Hat, that's where we're going to be too. But anyway, well, while we wait for our ending keynote speaker, Mike Miller, we're going to throw on a theme for some lo-fi, take a quick break, go grab some tea, tea time, hashtag Pat, it's tea time for tea time. So go grab some tea, go grab some coffee. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back roughly at the top of the hour where we will introduce our closing keynote speaker, Mike Miller, to conclude this amazing time we've had here at CyberLab Con to get everything moving toward the end day. And don't forget, the raffles will be completed and drawn next week. So depending on, I need to talk to Brianna about this, maybe if we keep the QR codes open, maybe till Monday or Tuesday before completely closing for raffle opportunities, we will go from there and see what happens. So I'm going to let my assistant here in the back end change the theme to our "We will be back" and put on some lo-fi music as we go out. And make sure you check us out. We'll catch you here on the top of the hour. I see you, Andy, too. What's going on? Hello. Your mic is not on if you are meaning to talk.
I'm not talking. You're talking. Is this a laugh?
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, now it is. Now I
No,
can hear
okay. Whoa.
Hey, everybody. We're back.
All right.
What an amazing day here for CyberLab Con 2026. And just first off, round of comments, rounds of emojis, applause for Rihanna Schultz, also known as Andrew 2. So, but
It's a track 1.
No, this was a pretty fun, amazing day. So yeah, I mean,
wait, I want to read mine. I missed mine.
Rihanna for being in the background,
I'm reading
being the best, taking care of everything, and this was fantastic. Ugh.
I need
Am I here?
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. She pulled you on too soon. I was gonna do my cool read on.
I wasn't ready.
I miss him. I haven't seen him in like 30 months.
How's it going, Mike?
Fantastic, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. It has been a fun, eventful 8-hour day. I've not done a good 8-hour stream, I don't think ever. The longest I've gone is 4 hours.
That's a long
For my
time.
last year GHI con. So yeah, this is a good practice.
Any technical difficulties today?
Not that the public knows of, but some good things we now need to know we need to prep for December. So
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Andrew, we'll prep this in here. So Andrew, I convinced him to hold his own virtual conference in December for his nonprofit. And so I said, "Oh, hey, since I gave you this amazing idea, you can come on and MC track 1 so you can see all of the chaos and know how to prepare for December."
And it was great, great preparation. So yeah, we already have some good kind of ideas in the AAR comments. Like, okay, we're gonna do this time. We'll make sure we have this set in place. But huge mention, as I said before, huge shout out to Rihanna and what she's doing and putting this whole thing together, getting all the sponsors together, getting all the slide decks prepared. So yeah, fantastic. And this was so much fun.
Yeah. And before I'll give you the floor to give Mike's background, some fun facts for the viewers, because there's some people watching that have been longtime followers of me and then of Mike and then some of the Ginger Hacker clan that's also in here. But when I joined LinkedIn, so I joined LinkedIn in 2021, Mike was my 10th connection on LinkedIn.
Oh, wow.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. And so Mike gave me FOMO on the speaker side. And so Mike was actually my inspiration to like start going to conferences and stuff. Cause I'm like, oh, this guy with like really weird socks is going out in public. And if he can do it, I can do it. And I have ankle socks, so I should be set, right? So
Absolutely. That's awesome. That's
yeah.
awesome.
And I actually met Mike at a conference and he was like being all chill in the back, like all Batman, you know, just hiding, you know, like he came in late. That's what it was.
Yeah.
But I was like, "Are you Mike Miller?" And he goes, "Oh yeah." And then like we shook hands or whatever. And I was like, "You're the guy with the socks." I was like,
You're the guy with the socks.
I guess it worked.
Like,
I guess it worked.
Yeah. And I was like, "Hi, my name's Rihanna."
That's hilarious. I remember that at Secure World in Kansas City.
Yep. It was, I think 2022.
Long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. So anyways, ever since I complimented on Mike's socks, him and I have been forever doing things together, and I drag him in on my events like he has choices. So thank you for being voluntold to be our closing keynote. I forgot to tell Pat too. He was also voluntold.
That's awesome.
So yeah, no, it's good time. So Andrew, thank you again for this 8-hour stream. I'm glad CyberLab Con could be your first 8 hours of streaming online. I have to add that last part. So all right, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go back offline and clean my office for Vegas. That's what I've been doing behind the scenes besides popping in. So anyways, I'll give the floor back to you. Mike, thank you so much for coming on Saturday. You're a busy person and just super excited for what you're talking about today.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Have a great evening.
All right. All right. Well, before she pulled you in too early, I'll keep you on to still give you a read on. So, everyone, let me please introduce our closing note today, which is Mike Miller, who is a veteran security executive, vCISO, author, educator, and with more than 25 years of experience helping organizations strengthen their security posture through practical, business-driven strategies. His expertise spans offensive, defensive security, governance, risk and compliance, penetration testing, and executive cybersecurity leadership. A passionate mentor and frequent conference speaker, Mike is the author of The Best in Cyber and founder of Harmony Growth Labs. These engagements have helped thousands of aspiring cybersecurity professionals launch and advertise their careers, training, coaching, community engagements, known for translating complex technical concepts into actionable business insights. Mike empowers organizations and evolves threat landscapes with confidence. And Mike, so glad to kind of finally virtually meet you. I know we've probably bantered back and forth a few times on the LinkedIn.
I believe
Yeah,
so.
very nice to actually see you here on a call. So great to meet you.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Hopefully today is going well. And so I am probably the only thing in between everybody and their dinner right now. So I will try not to put everybody to sleep. So.
All right. Well, Mike, I'm going to give you the floor. Thank you again so much for being our closing note. I'm going to go ahead and pass it to you. I will be in the background doing your slides. Drop me in some comments. And if there's anything you need from me, please just say next slide or say, Andy, snap that. And I'll take my clips.
I'll just say next slide. We'll let you run the show.
Now, Mike, we do have a little buffer time. Did you want to do do your own slides, or do you want Crody to help you out?
You know what? If that's up to him. If you feel like running it, go for it. It's one less thing I got to think about, but totally.
You're putting a lot of pressure on him. You know,
I've been doing it for 8 hours. I've been doing it for 8 hours. Let's knock this out. I got you. I got the system down. Click.
Yes.
Click.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Sounds like you had a fantastic day. It's really great that, I mean, it's a Saturday, right? It's beautiful out across most of the world right now, and the fact that you're spending today, you know, learning and kind of connecting with others is pretty cool. So kudos to you for doing that. So I would like to, if you'll go with me, I would like to take you on a little bit of a ride, right? So let's picture this. We're driving to work, and we hop in our car, and as you can see from the picture, the sun's coming up. It's going to be a beautiful day. This is a road that you've taken many times, and there's not a lot of twists. There's not a lot of turns. You know it very well. So you reach over to your dashboard and you hit, number 1 on your channel. So you tuned in your favorite radio station, and you hit the little button on the side of your door that makes your seat go just, where it memorized that you were sitting. Turn the air conditioning on, you got those air cooled seats, and you're driving down the road. You've done this drive before, so as we're driving, you get to, you can relax a little bit. All of a sudden, though, you're awoken to a loud screech. And this screech, when you open your eyes and look out the window, is sparks coming off of your door. And you realize in that moment that you've fallen asleep behind the wheel. And as you've fallen asleep, you've slammed into the guardrail. So you're awoken abruptly, and you safely pull off to the side of the road to see what's going on. Now, everyone goes by, everyone drives by, no one's stopping to help you. And you get out safely. You step around your car and look at the damage, and you realize there's a lot of damage. So you start thinking to yourself, what needs to be done to get me back on the road? How did this happen? And more importantly, how long is it going to take me to get back on the road? Because you're assessing the damage. And the reason I'm telling you this story is because in cybersecurity, we spend so much time working with the organizations that we work with, and we do a really good job with these organizations, helping them prepare, helping them build a disaster recovery plan, helping them build an incident response plan, policies, procedures, you do the tabletop exercises, you do all of these things so that your organization is prepared. And like I said, you do a really good job. So why is it that we do such a good job for the organizations that we work for, but when it comes to ourselves, we're unprepared? We don't have a backup plan for ourselves. And if you think about it, it's easy in our career to kind of fall asleep at the wheel. Next slide. I'll see if he's listening here. So in cybersecurity and tech in general, we have what I call the career cruise control problem. Many of us are making good salaries, right? Many of you are in the 6 digits. If you're not, you're probably headed there pretty soon. You've got the respectable titles, that you've worked for, that you've been able to climb up through the ranks over the years, and you're comfortable, just like in that driver's seat. It's the same road you drove every single day, but if you get too comfortable, you fall asleep at the wheel. And this cruise control problem we have in our careers gives us this false sense of security that everything's good. Nothing's going to happen. And when we talk about continuity, business continuity plans and all these things that we learn in cybersecurity, we should know that being comfortable in our career is definitely not continuity. Next slide. So if you think about your career, you're comfortable, and then one day, you wake up and you see sparks flying off your door. And this could be because of several different things, company reorg, a merger, layoff, new executive, budget cuts, and obviously AI. And I really like to touch on the new executive and the merger one. Many of us, we get to know our leadership and we build those relationships, and we think, we're pretty darn safe in this organization because we know everybody, right? But how many times how many times have you seen companies go through acquisitions or go through mergers, and the next thing you know, all of those relationships that you have formed, they don't matter anymore because now the executives are moving on. Maybe they're being laid off. Maybe they're, going on to another path, and you're forced to restart, right? So we can't sit back thinking we're really comfortable in our W-2 jobs. So many people feel that they are so safe with a job, right, that they don't feel like they have to have a backup plan. Next slide. So if you think about it, we build DRPs for systems, for organizations, but for ourselves, we are totally winging it, right? And the same thing should apply to us that applies in an organization. And, so start thinking about critical assets, single points of failure, recovery objectives, backups, testing. Yes, those are technical things, again, for our organization, but I want to kind of put you in the mindset of building your own and why we need to build our own career personal DRP. Next slide. So think of your job as, and I'd love to see this in the comments, right? How many of you have been at your job for 2 or more years, 5 or more years, 10 or more years? I would love for you to throw in the comments like how long you've been at your job. And while we're doing that, I want you to think about your career in context to a server, right? And we'll just say you've been in your job for 10 years and you feel really, really safe, and so it's this server. You've had this server running, for 10 years, which is, over 3,000 days. And as long as that server's running, everything's great. But when that server goes down, what happens? It's panic. So I want you to think about your job as one system that your career currently depends on. Next slide. So the personal DRP framework is, and this should look really familiar to anyone who's worked with DRPs. We're going to go through asset recovery, asset inventory, risk assessment, business impact, RTO, RPO, if you know what those are, backups and redundancy, and tabletop exercises. And please take notes. because these things are really important. I want you to walk away with this really thinking about your career from a big picture. And from now on, I want you to think about and thank you for putting the years in it. It's fantastic. From now on, I want you to think about yourself as a business. So many of you have, great W-2 jobs, but whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, you're still in business because you're in the business of selling yourself to an employer, right? And you're also in the business of making sure that you're giving that employer the product or service that they need, which is your time and your skill set. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So let's talk about asset inventory. So we all know, so I work as a vCISO, and we all know, if anyone has done that type of work, when you walk into an organization to do an audit, one of the first things that I always ask for is their asset inventory. We all know that when we get that asset inventory list, maybe it's a spreadsheet, maybe it's some other form, it's always up to date, right? It's always up to date. It always has every system. There's never any mistakes, right? Right. Yeah, right. It's kind of a joke. We know that I don't know if I've ever seen an asset inventory list that's been totally up to date, that's had every asset in there. So I want you to think about yourself as well. Think about your asset inventory. And, you can't recover what you've not documented. And you also can't protect what you've not documented. So I want you to think about the skills that you can prove. How can you prove it? Do you have a GitHub? Are you blogging somewhere? Are you writing somewhere? Are you volunteering or speaking somewhere? How can you prove the skills that you have? What types of problems have you solved? Cybersecurity is a technical business, but even more importantly, it's a people business. At the end of the day, our job is to solve problems that we are presented with. And many of you have solved a lot of problems. So have you documented those problems at a high level to talk about your thinking process, what you went through, how you solved the problem, how you do it differently next time? And then the next one's relationships. What relationships have you earned over time? I know me, I keep a huge list of some of my top relationships that I have, so that if something were to ever happen and I need to activate my disaster recovery plan, I have my call list, right? I have the people that I know that can help me out pretty quickly, and I'm going to call them. And then lastly, we all have stories, right? Every one of our stories is different. Not one of us is the same. And we need to be able to tell the stories that show the impact of what we've done. And the thing is that everyone thinks they need to tell stories about their successes. But the truth is that people learn from failures. Like, I have definitely failed more in my career probably than I've succeeded. But every time I fail, I try to fail forward, right? So, even on my LinkedIn all the time, I'm always talking about something that I failed at, what I learned, and how I'm going to do better. And I would highly recommend telling those stories. And many people come to me and they'll say, Mike, I have a good resume, right? Well, if you're thinking from an auditor perspective, when you're gathering evidence, your resume is only one piece of evidence. And it's not an entire audit. It's not a total list of your asset inventory. Next slide. So now let's think about a risk assessment. What are the things that can take you down, right? So single employer, any of us that are employed by a single employer could walk into work this coming Monday morning and be without a job. We can't control, as much as we think we can control that, unless we're writing our own checks, we can't control that. So a single employer could absolutely take you down. Stale skills. Are you working somewhere that you have a very niche set of skills, but those skills are they're kind of siloed within the organization? Maybe your organization only runs certain software. Maybe they do things very uniquely. What happens when you need to take another job? Are those skills going to carry over? An invisible network can take you down, not having the connections that you need when you need them. And I like to talk about burnout a lot because we all fear being laid off or losing our position. But at the end of the day, what about the people who are burnt out, but they feel stuck. They don't really have any options to go anywhere. The truth is, we all have options. We can all do something else, but many of us just aren't prepared for that day when we're like, okay, I really want to take that next step and go somewhere else. AI disruption. You can't go through a day without someone talking about AI taking our jobs. I'm not going to break that way down into it and give you my opinion, but at the same time, we need to prepare. We need to prepare for AI just changing things. So staying on top of AI, being able to understand it, being able to talk about it, being able to become more proficient at your job and more efficient by using it. And the other thing is, and I'm not a financial advisor, is having no runway, right? If we were to lose our job tomorrow, we need some type of runway to get us to that next gig. Next slide. So the next would be the business impact analysis. And I go back to, how many months of runway do you have? Think about yourself. If you were to lose your job Monday morning, that you go to swipe your badge or you go to log in and you're locked out, how many months of runway, or maybe even years of runway, do you have before that server you have kind of shuts off? What's your monthly burn rate? What are you spending per month? What are the things you could cut out as part of that plan to get to that minimum operational level that you need to be able to operate? Who depends on your income? Is it just you? Is it family? Is it kids? And think about those things. And then the next one, what role does your job play in your identity? And I'll talk about, I really like to talk about this one, and I'll just pick just a random IAM, Identity and Access Management. Great position, great skills. It's a great career. But if you're working in IAM, and I'm talking about any different position, not just IAM, just using it as an example, does your entire identity fall within AIM? Meaning that if that position were taken away and you had to expand out of IAM and do something else, does your identity cover other things? So don't get yourself so absorbed into one small silo or one small sector that you eliminate yourself automatically from other opportunity. And then what income bridge can you activate fast? When we talk about our BIAs or business impact analysis, and our job is taken Monday, what income bridge could you activate fast? Maybe it's contracts that you could get with people. Maybe it's people from your top 5 list that can help you out finding that next gig. One thing to remember is that a layoff, it's not just a career event. It's not something that just impacts us. It's financial, it's emotional, it impacts your family. Sometimes it impacts your friends. And, it also impacts your identity as well. Next slide. So we all love these terms, RTO and RPO. So RPO, or RTO, recovery time objective. How fast can you recover your meaningful income? So if we'll use round numbers. If you have to make $5,000 a month to cover your bills and you lose your job, do you have a plan built, at least a strategy built, to help you get to that level again? And then the next one, RPO, how much progress are you willing to lose? And I like using the example of titles, right? Because some people really get stuck on titles. Maybe your title is a senior security engineer level 3, and you lose your job. Are you willing to take an associate engineer, security engineer position, or a junior engineer position, or just engineer 1? So many people get caught up on those titles when really you have to kind of step back, look down from a 30,000-foot view and say, does that title really matter? Or do I need to only look for jobs that's a senior security engineer 3? Because if I do, I might be out of business a lot longer than I would if I were able to open those doors a little bit. So how much progress are you willing to lose and then start over? Next slide. We see this all the time with organizations, especially in the SMB world, where they don't really have a disaster recovery plan. They're not really working hard on their security model. And you hear, we're a small business. We don't have a large attack surface, no one's really going to touch us. And that strategy is called hope, right? Sometimes it works. Most of the time it doesn't. But many of us in our careers, when we don't have that DRP built for ourselves, we are 100% operating on hope that Monday morning we can still log in. So it's, in my opinion, it's irresponsible for us to hold an organization accountable to all of these things when for ourselves, we're kind of winging it, with hope. Next slide. So number 5, let's talk about backups and redundancy. These are the things that you build before you need them, right? First of all is a resume. If you lose your job, you shouldn't be scrambling tomorrow or today to fix up that resume. It should already be there. Your LinkedIn account. I will tell you from personal experience that your LinkedIn account, LinkedIn has 1.3 billion people right now on the platform, and these are real human beings, most of them, real human beings with where they work, just great people. I would tell you from personal experience, LinkedIn has the ability to change your life. And I'll rephrase that. You have the ability to change your life using a platform like LinkedIn, right? Just by gaining that visibility, those relationships that turn into an equals opportunity. References. Are you going to panic and reach out and try to get references from people that you're unsure if they'll give you a reference? You should already have those conversations with people. You should already have those kind of in your list. And proof of work, being able to prove your work. Again, is it GitHub? Is it projects that you've done? Is it articles that you've written, software that you've built, whatever it is. And your network as well, being connected to people and their savings account. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, but thinking about maybe instead of going to your local sushi shop every Friday night, put that extra $100 in your savings account, as kind of your backup and redundancy. A learning plan. And this goes back to, are we siloed in our job where we're doing the same thing every day, but we don't really have a plan for learning something else, right? We have to have a learning plan. That learning plan always has to be activated, not after a disaster happens. It always has to be activated. We always have to be learning. And the other thing is side income. You are allowed to, most organizations, and I can't speak for every single one of them, most organizations, they don't really care if you're doing something on the side. Maybe you're working on cars, and maybe you're Ubering, doing whatever. If there's some type of income that you can activate so that you're not totally dependent on your job, that helps you as well. And many say to me, Mike, I feel like I'm being disloyal if I'm doing all of these other things. And like I have here in the bottom line, redundancy is not disloyalty. It's a responsible architecture. We expect an organization to have redundancy in a straight or in a great architecture. But at the end of the day, do we have a responsible architecture built for ourselves? Next slide. Visibility. I've spoken about this so many times. Visibility is absolutely career insurance. You don't wait until your car gets dinged and get out of your car and call Allstate to say, I'd like to activate an insurance plan, or I'd like to sign up for insurance. It already needs to be in place. We can't lose our jobs and then run to LinkedIn or call all of our friends and acquaintances and say, I've lost my job. It's too late. We have to have that visibility. It's not about who you know, it's about who knows you. And you can be the smartest person in the world. You could be the greatest communicator in the world. You could be the best on your team. But if you don't have any visibility outside of the organization you work for, that is an extremely dangerous place to be. I mentor people all the time, and I would tell you, the people that I see this all the time, people that maybe aren't as qualified as someone else who is, are getting the jobs because they have that visibility. They're able to communicate versus the smartest person in the world. They're just not seen. They're not communicating. They don't have that proof of work, and they don't have that visibility. Next slide. So let's talk about patch management. Learning is career patch management, and I truly believe this. AI fluency. If you're not doing any type of AI learning or training right now, it could be a dangerous place in tech. We have to be learning. We have to at least understand industry trends. We have to be able to talk about it a little bit, just to kind of to stay patched, right? And I'll go back to communication. I personally, I've had several firms throughout my life. I have personally hired people that were less qualified for the job than someone else because they know how to communicate. They can communicate very well. Smartest person in the room, if they cannot communicate, it's hard for them to solve problems. It's hard for them to talk about what they need. It's hard for me to talk to them. Communication is absolutely number one. Cloud and identity, understand AWS, understand Azure, all of those different things. No, you don't have to go sign up for a million courses, but just understand what's going on and be able to talk about them. And the last one, proof that you understand things deeply can come greatly from just teaching things that you guys have watched several different seminars today from people, some great lectures. And these are all people that are super smart and they're teaching these things. And anybody here has the ability to hit that post button, hit that go live button, record a video teaching things that And many people say to me, well, Mike, someone else has already done that. That's okay, because you're different. You have a different story. You have a different personality. When we're flipping through the channels, a lot of the TV shows are the same, but why do we tune into certain channels? It's because we like the presentation of how they're doing it. Next slide. So I want you to type here in the chat where you think you are on this map. This is a resilience map. If something were to happen to your job Monday morning, do you feel that you're prepared, but you're hidden a little bit? And I want to see the answers in here. Are you invisible and unready? Are you known but in a fragile situation? Are you recoverable and in demand? And if you're recoverable and in demand, that, in my opinion, is the best place to be. So, and I recommend for anyone else here, feel free to chime in there anytime. Next slide. So we require our organizations to do tabletop exercises, if you're in any type of senior cybersecurity role. So why are we not doing our own tabletop exercises? Next slide. I love that. Recoverable and in demand, prepared but hidden. So I want you to think about your 24-hour recovery test. Your server goes down. You lose your job tomorrow. Who are the first 5 people you're going to call? What resume are you going to send? Is it okay to have a couple versions of resumes? Absolutely. It's okay to highlight different. You may have 3 totally different skill sets, and some of them match up perfectly to different jobs. So it's okay to have 3 different resumes, as long as you're being honest about your knowledge set and your skill set. So what resume do you send? What story do you tell? When you get online or when you talk to people, what story do you tell about the things that you've done, about the position you're currently in, and so on? And what proof do you have to show? What income bridge do you have to activate? And the thing is, like it says, if this creates panic, it's not weakness. It's just exposing gaps, and that is why we do these tabletop exercises for ourselves. A disaster recovery plan never goes perfect in an organization. There's always lessons learned. So when we do our own recovery test, we're going to find gaps. And then we say, okay, maybe I need to build another version of my resume. Maybe I need to work on that story that I need to tell. Next slide. Many times when something happens, if you are prepared, it can turn out to be a opportunity instead of a disaster. It could turn out to be a better role. Maybe you're going to consult. Maybe you're going to dive deeper into the community. Maybe you're going to leverage teaching and teach more things to the public and gain out of that. Or maybe you will start your own business. A disaster doesn't always have to be a disaster. If you're prepared and you've built your own personal DRP and you've done your tabletop exercises, when these things happen, sometimes you welcome it. You say, you know what? I've prepared for this for years. And now I'm ready to activate my DRP and kind of take myself to the next level. Next slide. So I challenge you to, in the next 30 days, build your personal DRP. Take screenshots of this, Day 1 through 7, inventory your wins, proof, skills, and relationships. Days 8 to 14, refresh your LinkedIn account, your resume, your references, and define what roles that you would love to target, Day 15 through 21, reconnect with people and publish one useful idea. Teach something that you know. Even if you're not in cybersecurity yet, you're working on a certification, you're taking courses, whether you think you are or not, you're absolutely a thought leader. You've already done something that someone else is still thinking about. Even if you're studying for your Security Plus and you haven't taken your Security Plus, you can still talk about the things that you've been through, how you're studying, what you're learning, because there's someone else that's thinking, should I sign up for the Security Plus? And maybe from hearing someone else's story that's close to being in the same boat, it can help them as well. And it also helps put you on the map a little bit. Day 22 through 30, run the layoff tabletop exercise and fix the biggest gaps. Keep running this. Don't wait till the sparks flying off of your doors to start building your plan. Next slide. The thing is, you do have to realize that when something does happen, it's not like starting over. We build failover plans. So have that warm site, have that hot site ready, in your back pocket, so that when things happen, you're able to fail over. Next slide. And that is it. I would love if any of you have questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I'll be more than happy to stick around and talk about them. If you want to connect, just type in Mike Miller on LinkedIn. I think the same picture comes up. I'm in a blue sports coat. It should be at the top. But if any of you have any questions, feel free to reach out. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I really, really appreciate it.
Mike, I can only say, because I've also been following you for a hot minute, amazing advice, very much, I think, true to the heart of a lot of folks. I think sometimes folks overthink the little things when it comes into sharpening your skills, networking, keeping your LinkedIn up to date, posting positive and commenting on other folks' content in the community. And just like you said, like branding yourself, no matter how far you're in your career, whether you're just starting, whether you're in your mid role, whether you're working on a senior C-suite level, being active and involved in the community not only sets you up for success for when you do have your bad days, but it also helps you set up your days when you have your good days. And you can celebrate the wins with your friends. You can also celebrate the losses and kind of those bad days too, where the layoffs happen, or you just had a rough day at work, or you need to pick someone's brain or talk to someone across the incident. With burnout, as you mentioned, also, like I said, so many nails you hit on the head. And burnout alone too, across the spectrum of entry level to C-suite, is still a huge issue today. So I mean, I just want to say thank you so much for all those golden nuggets of information, and just really appreciate your time.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes.
Well, Rihanna, before we kick him loose, I have to ask Mike my golden question I like to ask everybody.
Mike, I'm not paying him for this, by the way.
So Mike, 2 questions for you. One, actually, we're gonna go with 3. First off, what is your favorite candy?
Twix. Definitely Twix. Yeah, if you put 3 down in front of me, I'm gonna start.
Left side or right side Twix?
Left side or right side? Oh, definitely the left. The way I open it, I had to think about that.
All right. Second question: what is your favorite Disney movie?
Oh man, I am not a TV buff.
Fair enough.
I'm
But
not a
Mike,
TV
you can
buff.
say pass. You can say double the question and pass it to the next person.
I defer because I joke all the time. I was a kid that grew up playing with sticks in the yard. I did not watch much TV. So
my mom, she gave me spoons and she goes, "Go dig a hole to China." She had to get Walmart and buy new spoons like at least once a year because they just got lost in the yard. Like
you kept trying to get there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, first off, again, love having you on. Would love to bring you back on also for the Ginger Hacker Breaking Into Cyber series. And the last question I love to ask folks on my channel before I kick them loose is, what's the last piece of advice that you would want someone to know trying to break into cyber?
Absolutely. I would say, first of all, it's going to get tough. It is not easy. Entry level positions right now are, I'm not going to say they're tough to find, but it's a tough process. The ones who make it are the ones who stick with it. And here's what you have to remember. If you're looking for a job in cybersecurity right now, think of it as a season. It's a season of life. And even if you're in a job right now doing something else and you're seeking that career in cyber, it's a season of life that what might feel like the longest time in your life, when you get that job, whether it's a year or 2 years from now, it is absolutely life-changing. And you'll look back 2 or 3 years from now and you'll say, man, that change was absolutely worth it. Most give up. The other thing that I would say is that don't focus all on education and certs. Split your time, and I've taught this forever. Split your time 50-50. 50% of your time should be toward education and certs. The other half should be toward visibility. Because if I could choose 8 of the industry's best certification or 10,000 connections, I'll take my 10,000 connections all day long, because that's where opportunity comes from.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think like it's almost like the 8th layer when you're talking about the OSI, like OSI. It's like that hidden layer of like, hey, like you have education, certification, experience. Like that other 4th thing is your network. Your network.
Yes.
Like I know many folks talked about it. Like the folks that find your next role, sometimes it's 90% of the time it's, oh, hey, I have this role that's in my network. Yep. Or a colleague you meet at a con or a talk or a conference or a social, and it's like, hey, you'd be a great fit for this. Like you should apply. And it's Absolutely. You getting your resume directly handed to that hiring manager to bypass the ATS system and go get a human set of eyes on your piece of paper rather than having to fight for the custom words and all the other things, trying to put all the font in white clear text at the bottom of a PDF or Word doc so you can beat the system. But yeah, definitely.
I spoke about this last week in New Jersey, actually. Every one of us are born, I talk about networking, right? When we're born with a core network, and that core network is our moms and our dads and immediate family, right? As we grow up, that network gets a little bit bigger, friends, and so on that you meet. Then you start working, and that network grows even bigger. So think about all of the jobs you've had through your career, even back to your first one. Maybe it was at a diner. How many of those jobs did you get from someone you knew or someone you knew who knew someone? So think about taking that core network that you've already built, that's already given you opportunity, and now you blow that thing up and you just multiply it over and over and over. What comes out of that is opportunity. And then instead of you chasing opportunity, it's chasing you, and you get to sit back and say, which one do I want to go after?
No, 100%. Well, Mike, I'm going to defer to Miss Schultz on our final...
No. You can't just skedaddle off your own channel and then leave me. No. Here, I have a tradition on my channel on how I dismiss guests. So, hey, Andrew, guess what?
What's going on?
Okay, I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do that.
So, Mike, you are more than welcome to chill on screen. You're more than welcome to go to the back room. You're a closing keynote, so you get to do whatever you want. I am going to bring on a stranger that I have met online as some closing remarks. So I am going to pull up Mr. John Owen. So for those who have been on both track 1 and track 2 today, we are doing an awesome fundraiser. So I'm going to give John the floor for just a few minutes here to kind of talk about what these funds are going to be used for. What is NextGen Cyber Ed? And essentially a little bit about what started it. And if you guys are curious, this year's event, it was a very 80s race car cruising USA vibe. John and I were like, what can we do with cars and arcade? And I was like, cruising USA, cruising everything. Yep. So it was a super fun theme. We were both super excited about it. But John, I'm gonna give you some time. I'm gonna go minimize my face on the side and just kind of talk about, what we're doing with the funds and exactly like what is NextGen Cyber Ed.
Absolutely. No, theme turned out great. I was actually grooving to some of the music along with some of the people in chat as well earlier. But so thank you so very much and good afternoon, everyone. Before we close out today, I want to take a few minutes to say thank you and to tell you where the support behind this event is actually going. Both my parents were educators. My father was a computer science teacher, and for a while he was actually my computer science teacher. So I grew up watching what it looks like when someone takes a subject most people find intimidating and makes it feel possible for a room full of teenagers. So that stuck with me through 15 years of working in cybersecurity and through helping states and organizations think through their cybersecurity standards, and now through running NextGen CyberEd. But here's the gap I kept running into. Most K through 12 teachers want to bring cybersecurity into their classrooms, but almost none of them were trained for it. And there's very little professional development out there to change it. And even when a teacher does build up that skill set, it's hard to keep them because industry salaries are so far ahead of what a school district can offer. So the gap just doesn't exist. It just keeps reopening. So NextGen CyberEd started by hosting its first free cyber range built specifically for K through 12. This was during COVID, and we had students logging in from all over the country. Some of them were sitting in library parking lots because that's the only place they could get internet access. For those students, this range wasn't just a nice to have, it was a real gap filling in their technology access. It also solved another problem we kept running into. School district IT departments generally don't know how to support cybersecurity education. And honestly, a lot of them are afraid of it. There's a fear that teaching is the same as training black hat hackers. Because our range wasn't connected to school systems, it gave the students a safe, sandboxed environment to actually learn without a district having to take that risk on themselves. So it grew from there. So today we run mock interview sessions that connect students directly with industry professionals, and we built Praxis, which is a tabletop exercise platform where students walk through real cybersecurity incidents and have to make the same decisions professionals make under pressure. And we keep building out resources, all of it free, all of it designed to slot into what a teacher is doing today rather than asking them to do something that they're not. So none of that happens without the support like we're getting today. Every dollar that comes through CyberLab Con goes directly towards keeping that door open for schools that couldn't otherwise afford it. It goes towards the next scenario in our library, the next mentor connection, the next student who sits down in a simulation and realizes that this is something they could actually do for a living. I watched that moment happen, and the same look my dad used to get from a room full of kids, just about a different subject. So as we wrap up, I want to say thank you to CyberSpeak Labs for building this event, making it happen year after year. And thanks to our sponsors whose support makes work like this possible long before an event like today ever came together. So thank you to everyone who spoke and presented today, and to all of you for spending your day here. So whatever you're carrying out of today, whether it's a new connection, a new idea, a session that stuck with you, that's exactly what this event is for. And thank you for choosing to spend part of your time making sure the next generation isn't locked out of this field just because their school didn't have the resources to teach it. So thanks so much for a great day, and hope to see you again next year.
Thank you so much, John. And it definitely hits home. I came from a public school where our STEM was Legos. So it really, nice. Yeah, it really did hit home for me. So again, just for those in the audience, for those who are watching replay on the stream because your weekend might have been busy, the QR code is up in the corner. There's a lot of amazing raffles. We are going to keep the QR code open for some time. However, that doesn't mean that you will still have a chance for the raffle. So we'll be drawing the raffle next Saturday in the afternoon. Winners will get an email shortly the following week on next steps and what does that mean for vouchers or exam vouchers, subscriptions, and stuff like that. But we will keep the QR code open for some time if you are watching this back and you definitely want to help John and everything that NextGen CyberEd is doing. Or if you're a teacher out there or know of a teacher that probably should connect with John, there's a lot of good things that they're doing with public schools and stuff like that as well. So with that being said, make sure you guys check out NextGen CyberEd on their website. They have all of the social media links. Go to CyberSpeak Labs as well for anyone that's wanting to check out the speakers. This track will be posted on both the CyberSpeak Labs page and the Ginger Hacker page because apparently I am Andrew #2 right now. So thank you guys so much. Make sure to like and subscribe, and we will see you again in the Lab/Ginger Hacker page again soon. So thank you.